everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Blue Lock, my ego is unstoppable. Chapter 75 to 110, Promotion. Nice work, Bakira. That final heel shot was incredibly stylish. Arya's praise arrived right on cue. Surprise flashed through Rin's eyes as he began to scrutinize the bob-haired boy in front of him. That sequence of dribbling skills just now, it was like art. On the other side, however, the four players wore expressions of bewilderment. Baru replayed Bakira's attack in his mind with disbelief. Nagi gasped for air continuously. He thought this would be his revenge match against Kira, but he had lost again. Chidori bent over, staring at the turf as sweat dripped down. Stamina. My stamina is still too poor. Chidori couldn't help but feel regret. If he had stepped out of his previous shadow sooner and started preparing seriously, he wouldn't have run out of gas today. But the one hit hardest was Isagi. He knelt on the grass, muttering to himself. I didn't predict that final ball at all. Bakira. I didn't expect the final key to lie with him. Kira's expression just now showed that all of this was within his expectations. Throughout the match, did he have a clearer grasp of things than even Rin? Isagi faced Kira again, and once again, he was defeated. Who are we picking? Rin, you should have an answer in your heart, right? Kira stared at Rin with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Shut up. Rin brushed aside the bangs in front of his face. I'll say it. Rin walked up to Isagi and looked down at him from above. It looks like you really wanted to beat us, huh? I won't let you be buried here. I want you right at the closest spot to me, watching as I become the world's #1. Come over here, Yoichi Isagi. Isagi raised his head in astonishment. The four members of the red team were already standing before him. Choose me. Isagi had prepared himself mentally, but now that the moment had arrived, he still couldn't quite accept it. Joining Kira and Rin's team as the loser. Isagi, accept it. It's my honor to be able to play soccer with you again. Kira extended his hand toward Isagi. Isagi hesitated for a moment, but slowly placed his hand in Kira's. Beep. Blue Lock second selection, rivalry battle. Itosha Rin, Jiyubei Aryu, Ryosuke Kira, Meguro Bakira, and Yoichi Isagi. The above 5 players have advanced. The results of the match broadcasted over the loudspeaker. Let's go, Isagi. Hearing the result, Rin and Aryu walked into the next tunnel first. Kira and Bakira remained standing, waiting for him. Isagi followed them absent-mindedly, his brain still reviewing why they had lost the match just now. Suddenly, halfway there, Isagi seemed to think of something. He turned back to look at the 3 white team members still standing in their original spots. I'm sorry, everyone. We still couldn't beat the top 3 team. Actually, we were already really amazing. To be able to play them this close, if only I hadn't failed to predict Bakira's explosion. Shut up, Isagi. Chidori squeezed the words out through his teeth, his tone ice-cold. We don't need your words. Shut your mouth and go with them. We lost. They chose you. That is reality. That's right. Baru covered his face in agony. This king feels sick just looking at your face right now. Get the hell out of here. Phew. Nagi seemed more able to accept this outcome than Baru and Chidori. He looked up at the sky. That's right. You were the protagonist of our team. The rest of us were just supporting characters dragged along by you to challenge Kira and Rin. Even without you, we can catch up. Hearing his 3 teammates, Isagi stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. All right, Isagi. Without them, you indeed wouldn't have made it this far. Kira spoke up to comfort Isagi, but then his tone shifted. But after fighting side by side with them for so long, don't you understand? They will definitely come. Kira looked at the 3 of them, his eyes firm, Isagi, and I will be waiting for you up ahead. After Kira spoke, Isagi no longer hesitated. Following Kira and Bakira's steps, he walked toward the tunnel. The three left behind finally couldn't hold back their emotions. Damn it. Damn it. I absolutely cannot let it end like this. Yeah. We'll get revenge. Chidori, Nagi, and Buro retreated to the third stage. Inside the tunnel, Arya greeted the newcomer, Isagi. Hello. To be honest, I wanted to pick the stylish speedster, Hyoma Chidori. But your performance today was also very stylish. Welcome, Yoichi Isagi. Ah, is that so? Hello. Isagi appeared a bit reserved. Relax. Arya looks weird, but he's a good guy. Kira noticed Isagi's awkwardness. Ha ha ha, I'm just not quite used to it yet. After all, we were enemies just a moment ago. Now we're teammates. Isagi scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Kira, I remember someone saying they were going to steal you back. How come it seems to have gone the other way around? Bakira teased Isagi from the side. Ah, this, haha, I was too useless. Sorry. Stop making fun of him, Bakira. You seem to have realized some great philosophy yourself today. Want to tell me about it? Kira started teasing Bakira in return. Bakira stopped walking and actually looked serious. Actually, speaking of that, I have to thank Isagi. Isagi was confused. If it wasn't for the battle between you, Kira, and Rin making me realize that I couldn't rely on others to play soccer anymore, I might have found it difficult to continue my soccer career alone in the future. It was you who made me realize that only I can save myself. Anyway, please take care of me from now on, Isagi. Bakira flashed a friendly smile. I see. Isagi finally understood the reason for Bakira's explosion. He hadn't expected it was because his own improvement had stimulated him. Thinking about it like that left Isagi both amused and annoyed. It seemed he needed to become stronger, too. Rin, Kira. Can you tell me exactly where I lost in the final moments of the match? Isagi still didn't seem to have figured out the issue. Kira really wanted to tell him, fool, it's not your problem, it's because I have a cheat system. However, Ito Rin obviously had his own insights. He replied, ha. Even a monkey knows what it is, right? It's information. Information. Isagi didn't quite follow. He thought he understood the red team players quite well. You only know their basic characteristics, but do you understand where their limits and potential lie? Although an explosion at the limit is often related to luck. Bakira just happened to break through himself in this match, at the very last moment. Isagi was even more confused now. Related to luck? How can Bakira's explosion be explained by such an unstable factor as luck? If that's the case, it doesn't convince me. Kira shook his head and said, Isagi, luck isn't simply something as simple as a coincidence. It's a hidden rule on the field, and it only happens to those who are prepared. Although Bakira's explosion was luck, it was because both Bakira's body and heart were ready for change. Do you understand? Disbelief was still written on Isagi's face. In his eyes, if not for Bakira's sudden explosion, they wouldn't necessarily have lost. Ito Rin rolled his eyes in exasperation. If you can't even understand this, you have no right to survive in the competitive world. Kira nodded, deeply agreeing. Many goals on the soccer field could be explained by luck. But luck only ever descends upon those who are prepared. Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Team World 5. 1,322 words. Chapter 76, Team World 5. Yo. Hello, my little diamonds in the rough. Congratulations on passing the second selection. Come on in. It's time I explain to you exactly what luck really is. Jinpachi Ego's voice rasped through the speakers lining the corridor. Hearing his voice, Kira and the others dropped their discussion and pushed open the heavy doors, stepping into a room lined with screens on all four walls. The face of Jinpachi Ego, complete with his signature black-rimmed glasses, loomed large on the displays. Yo, Ego. Long time no see, Kira greeted him silently in his head. He noticed the dark circles under Ego's eyes looked particularly heavy. Kira guessed the man had probably worried himself sick arranging the upcoming match. After all, hiring active national team players from around the world cost a fortune. I heard your little debate about luck just now. It's the perfect opportunity for me to lecture you on the mysteries of luck in the world of soccer. Isagi looked confused. What do you mean? Isn't luck just luck? What else could there be? Humph. Only losers and mediocrities with mush for brains use that excuse to twist reality and comfort themselves. Ha! Isagi felt like he was being personally attacked. First, let me ask you a question. Have any of you ever been hit by bird shit? Ego asked a question from the screen that left everyone scratching their heads. Then, he launched into a long-winded explanation. Standing to the side, Kira felt his eyelids drooping. Having lived two lives, he had figured out this principle long ago. Lady Luck only smiles upon those standing exactly where she intends to descend. If the ground ahead and the leaves above are covered in bird droppings, then walking near there increases the probability of getting hit. It was just like some of the scam lottery tickets in his previous world where the winning prize didn't even exist in the pool. In that case, were the participants just unlucky? No. Every gift bestowed by fate has a price tag marked in the shadows. Luck only continues to fall equally upon those who are truly fighting for it. On the screen, Ego was still rambling on. Kira glanced around the room and noticed that Bakira was also spacing out. The two locked eyes for a second and shared an awkward, knowing smile. Kira estimated that Bakira hadn't absorbed a single word of Ego's lecture. That guy only cared about playing soccer happily, he had no patience for grand philosophies. Isagi, on the other hand, was listening with intense focus. With that kind of hunger for learning, he deserved to improve so quickly. After some time, Ego concluded his speech. If you have done everything humanly possible, then stand tall. Face the coincidences that lie on the path ahead. Accept them calmly, and carve them into your heart. Isagi looked like he had just received a divine revelation. After a long silence, his eyes hardened with resolve. I need to upgrade the common sense inside my brain, and become a brand new version of myself. To defeat Kira and Rin. Kira clapped lazily from the sidelines. Wow! So amazing, Isagi. Rin rolled his eyes at Kira. He couldn't tell if the guy was genuinely encouraging Isagi, or just mocking him. All right. Regardless, you five are the first team to clear the second selection. Next up is the third selection. 24 hours from now, you will play a 5-on-5 match against the Team World 5. It's time you amateurs stop mistaking your playground for the professional world. With those final words, Ego vanished from the screen. In his place, the images of 5 players in white jerseys appeared. No way. So stylish. These guys are all world-class professionals. Aria's eyes widened in genuine shock. They were actually going to play against them. Aria, do you know who they are? Bakira asked, finding their faces familiar. That's Spain's national team star, the scion of the top-tier club Real Madrid, Leonardo Luna, Aria said, pointing to a handsome man on the screen. And this one is England's national representative, the Premier League's top scorer, Adam Blake. They call him the goal junkie. What about him? That guy looks kinda cute. Bakira pointed to a player with a boyish face. That's Argentina's national star. He's in his 20s and kicks some of the best free kicks in the world. Pablo Cavazos, the freckled baby. Kira recognized this star in this life as well. He was an absolute mainstay for Argentina. His beautifully aesthetic free kicks had gone viral across every short video app. Wow, so cool. Bakira found himself unconsciously drawn to the guy. That braided black player is the Brazilian national born in the slums, Dada Silva. Nickname, Heavy Tank, Area continued his introductions. With those muscles. If he crashed into me, I'd shatter into pieces, wouldn't I? Bakira didn't even want to imagine the scene of a collision with that man. But the guy in the middle. I can't recall who he is right now. He looks stylish, but I don't have an impression. Ariel looked confused. He didn't recognize the buzz-cut black teenager in the center. His name is Julian Loki. A supernova who has just started making waves in the French league. Rin looked at the person on the screen, paused as if remembering something, and continued. He is 17 years old this year, and he has already been selected for the French national team. So stylish. Selected for the national team at 17. Even a narcissist like Arya wore a face full of disbelief. Not only that, he's an undisputed starter, Kira added. Huh? Isagi's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Isn't he the same age as me? Comparing yourself to others really is infuriating. But that means if I beat him, I'll get recognition from the whole world, right? Arya flipped his long hair, showing his usual effortless confidence. Are we really going to play against a group of people like this? Isagi felt like he was dreaming. These were superstars he could usually only see on TV. The height any one of them had reached was the ultimate destination the boys in Blue Lock dreamed of. Humph. I'll crush them all. Rin said coldly, then turned and walked away. Kira watched Rin's retreating back. He could tell that even Rin was starting to feel nervous. This might be the only chance in their lives to face opponents of this caliber this early in their careers. Kira, however, was looking forward to it. Using the trial cards of these 5 players. Muhihi, that was going to be incredibly fun. Nighttime. Physical training room. Rin was shirtless, practicing yoga. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. He turned his head to find Isagi watching him with a goofy grin. What are you doing? Ah, well. I'm imitating you, Isagi stammered. Isagi was currently struggling to follow along with Rin's yoga poses. And us too, Rin. Hearing this, Rin turned his head to the other side. Kira, Bakira, and Aryu were all there. Why are you messing around with them? Are you an idiot? Seeing Kira there too, Rin was genuinely at a loss for words. I brought them here to steal your body maintenance secrets. After all, we have to face those World Select players later. Kira grinned shamelessly, making it impossible for Rin to stay calm. Do whatever you want. Rin replied, clearly annoyed. And so, the 5 players who had just advanced gathered in the training room. Following Rin's lead, they began to practice yoga together. It was their way of alleviating the anxiety before tomorrow's match. Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4Trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4Trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 77, just a side hustle. 1,327 words. Chapter 77, just a side hustle. The next day. 10 minutes remained before the third selection. Kira and the other 4 had all changed into the standard blue jerseys. As the match time approached, the 5 of them prepared to walk out of the tunnel. Isagi bent down to tie his shoelaces, only to suddenly realize his legs were trembling uncontrollably. The sound of his own heartbeat drummed in his ears. Images of the overwhelmingly powerful opponents and scenes of potential failure flashed through his mind, one after another. Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down his forehead. "What's wrong, Isagi?" "Scared." Kira noticed Isagi's strange behavior. Isagi looked up to find Kira, and Bakira standing in front of him. Kira looked completely relaxed, and Bakira wore his usual carefree, silly grin. "Phew." Isagi took a deep breath. "Both my teammates look completely unfazed. I can't let them look down on me. Being nervous is unavoidable, but more than that, I want to know what I can do in front of world-class players." Isagi finished tying his laces, and stood up confidently. Kira smiled with relief. "Actually, I'm the same. Every cell in my body is jumping with excitement right now. Fighting with your true self, that is the most stylish way," Arya turned back and said with a flair. "Small fry. Don't drag me down." Rin's expression was serious. Kira knew that Rin also placed great importance on this match. After all, this was a rare and precious opportunity for experience. "Don't worry, Rin. Right back at you. When the time comes, don't be the one dragging me down." Kira replied with equal confidence. Having said that, Kira took the lead and pushed open the heavy doors of the tunnel. The five of them walked out at a leisurely pace. Monitoring room. Anri looked at the financial settlement list in her hand, her brow furrowed in distress. "I'm telling you, Ego-san. With this expenditure, those old geezers at the Football Association will definitely kill us." Hearing this, Ego didn't speak. His eyes were glued to the screen. Is this the first match against the World Select team?" Anri looked at the images on the screen with interest. Ego responded indifferently. "Do you think our first team to clear the second selection has any chance of winning against the World Select?" "It would be impressive if they even scored a goal," Ego replied curtly. "Those 5 players I chose, there are only a handful of teams in the entire world that could beat them if they played seriously. I hope they can understand the gap between themselves and the world's top players through this match." This was Ego's expectation for the game. On the pitch. When Kira and the others walked out of the tunnel, and the figures of the opposing players appeared in their field of view, everyone was shaken by the insufferably arrogant aura emanating from the other side. It's really them." Bakira started stammering. "Superstars I could only see on TV before are actually standing in front of me." Arya was unusually nervous. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Speed plus 60, continuous decay. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Dribbling plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 40, continuous decay. Shooting plus 40, continuous decay. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Spatial awareness plus 45, continuous decay. Strength plus 45, continuous decay. Speed plus 40, continuous decay. Shooting plus 58, continuous decay. Passing plus 40, continuous decay. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Spatial awareness plus 45, continuous decay. Strength plus 40, continuous decay. Speed plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 45, continuous decay. Shooting plus 45, continuous decay. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Spatial awareness plus 45, continuous decay. Strength plus 40, continuous decay. Speed plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 45, continuous decay. Shooting plus 45, continuous decay. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Strength plus 20, continuous decay. Speed plus 20, continuous decay. Passing plus 60, continuous decay. Shooting plus 30, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Retention time, 24 hours. Absorb. 5 notifications pinged in Kira's mind. Finally. He hadn't absorbed any attributes from Rin or the others today just to wait for this moment. It's a pity I can only absorb 4. Kira silently chanted absorb in his heart. A string of information began to pop up in his mind again. Absorption successful. Obtained Julian Loki attribute trial card X1. Speed plus 60, continuous decay. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Dribbling plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 40, continuous decay. Shooting plus 40, continuous decay. Silently chant use Julian Loki trial card to activate. Absorption successful. Obtained Adam Blake attribute trial card X1. Speed plus 60, continuous decay. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Dribbling plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 40, continuous decay. Shooting plus 40, continuous decay. Silently chant use Adam Blake trial card to activate. Absorption successful. Obtained Leonardo Luna attribute trial card X1. Speed plus 60, continuous decay. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Dribbling plus 40, continuous decay. Passing plus 40, continuous decay. Shooting plus 40, continuous decay. Silently chant use Leonardo Luna trial card to activate. Absorption successful. Obtained Pablo Cavazos attribute trial card X1. Spatial awareness plus 55, continuous decay. Strength plus 20, continuous decay. Speed plus 20, continuous decay. Passing plus 60, continuous decay. Shooting plus 30, continuous decay. Silently chant use Pablo Cavazos trial card to activate. 4 trial cards were deposited into the inventory in Kira's mind. The gap is this huge. It's too exaggerated. Kira had expected a gap, but he hadn't expected it to be this vast. Compared to world-class all-star players, Kira was currently being crushed in every aspect. Ha ha ha, they're way scrawnier than I imagined. Opposite them, Dada Silva looked at the 5 teenagers entering the field and couldn't help but mock them in fluent English. In Brazil, with physiques like that, they wouldn't even be able to hold onto the ball in a match. Didn't I tell you? Japanese people don't grow muscles. Adam Blake stared at the entrance with a bored expression. I win the bet. You owe me 10 grand. What are they saying? Why are they laughing so happily? Bakira looked confused. Since the superstars were speaking English, Bakira couldn't understand them. You don't want to understand, Kira thought to himself. They're laughing at us. Ha ha ha, you're going to use that money to play with women, right? Dada Silva looked like he understood him completely. Adam Blake crossed his arms and said coldly, shut up. Aren't you here to make some quick cash on the side, too? Hey. At some point, Rin had walked up behind the 2 of them with his hands in his pockets, speaking in fluent English as well. What do you mean? Is this match just a part-time job to you? This guy. Kira followed suit, standing behind Rin. There's an idiom in my country, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You're professional players, after all. Since you're taking the money, you should at least take the job seriously. Wow, both Kira and Rin can speak English. Stars appeared in Bakira's eyes. English was like an alien language to him. Ha! If it wasn't for the easy money, who would want to come to this godforsaken place? Does Japanese soccer deserve our seriousness? Dada Silva stepped forward, thrusting his massive face right in front of Rin and Kira. Holy crap, he's huge, Kira complained internally. Right? You womanizing 30-year-old geezer. Silva turned back to look at Blake. Blake rolled his eyes. I'm 26. And I came to Japan for a legitimate reason. I'm here to teach English to Japanese women in kimonos. Teach English? Is that English teaching legitimate? Dark lines appeared on Kira's forehead. This Blake guy looks like the type who spends all his time buried in piles of women. Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 78, An Unhappy Goal. 1,440 words. Chapter 78, An Unhappy Goal. We've reached 200 power stones. Keep sending power stones. Extra chapter is here. Soccer is just something we do on the side. Isn't that right, Cavassos? While Kira was internally cringing at Blake's hobbies, Blake turned to ask Cavassos. Yeah. I want to go to Harajuku. The baby-faced Cavassos responded with a bored expression. I want to see with my own eyes what Harajuku, the holy land of the cute, actually looks like. Ha ha ha, you say that. Silva laughed loudly, ignoring everyone around him. But you definitely just think you're the cuties one there, don't you? You baby-faced narcissist, Blake commented, crossing his arms over his chest. Teased by his two teammates, Cavassos blushed slightly and pouted. I happen to be the world's cutest 23-year-old. Only Pikachu can compete with me. In the distance, Aryu frowned. These guys, they're treating this match like playtime. Huh? Aryu, you understand English too? Bakira discovered another English speaker beside him. I can just understand it. It's because I love listening to English songs, but I can speak a little too. Oh? Bakira looked expectant. I am stylish. Aryu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. The entire stadium fell silent. Those who spoke English and those who didn't. Everyone looked at him with speechless expressions. Stylish is an adjective, not a noun. Kira complained inwardly. Rin was getting angry. He looked at the World Select players with an unkind expression and said, think whatever you want about this match. I'm going to crush you. I'll make this trip to Japan a trauma you'll never forget. As expected from Rin, Kira thought to himself, quietly impressed. Not wanting to be outdone, Kira added, same here. The gazes of the World Select team instantly converged on the two of them. Rin stared back without showing any weakness. You're still wet behind the ears, but you sure talk big. I'd like to see how much skill you actually have, Silva said with clear disdain. What did you say? Rin was genuinely ticked off now. Seeing this, Kira hurriedly stepped in front of Rin. He was really afraid a fight would break out. Rin would get crushed by that guy. Silva's body was like a giant bear. All right. You three are acting like children. Luna, the scion of Real, stood between them to diffuse the tension. I heard you're Itoshir Sae's little brother. He's quite famous in the Real Youth Academy. Since you're his brother, you should be pretty talented. I look forward to playing you. Luna's words were gentle, but his expression remained indifferent. I recognize you too, kid. Rumor has it you're the supernova of Japanese high schoolers. I flipped through a magazine on the flight over. There was an article about you. I just wonder how much substance there actually is to a Japanese supernova. He actually recognizes me. Kira's estimation of Luna rose a notch. This guy wasn't as casual as he appeared on the surface. He was a guy with exceptional observation and memory skills. Luna's gaze swept across the entire stadium, and his mouth didn't stop moving. Still, you Japanese really come up with some wild ideas. To actually create such a fantastical project. To burn so much money on such a brainless program. Japan really is a filthy rich country. Hey. Did you come to Japan just to mock us? A glint of hostility appeared in Kira's eyes. Although Kira didn't feel much attachment to Japan, this guy's arrogance was crossing the line. Ha! Sorry, sorry. Luna seemed to only just realize his words were inappropriate. After apologizing, he continued to smile. Actually, I was praising you. I think betting your life on something that is eternally impossible makes you guys the world's greatest masochists. This guy. Kira clenched his fists. Rin's face was equally dark. The other members stood behind the two of them, staring at Luna with unfriendly expressions. They thought this guy had come out to ease the atmosphere, but it turned out he was just here to spit in their faces. Apologies, everyone. He really doesn't mean any harm. A black teenager with a buzz cut walked out. His demeanor surprisingly polite. He shook hands with Rin and Kira one by one. Mbappe, Loki. Kira couldn't help but speak up. Loki raised an eyebrow. You know me. Don't pay attention to the adults. Let's play a wonderful match. Kira could feel Loki's politeness. But in Loki's eyes, he couldn't see a trace of fear or wariness toward them. Kira understood internally. This guy was just like the others, he didn't take the five of them seriously at all. Don't worry. We'll definitely make your trip to Japan memorable. I hope so, Loki responded with polite detachment. Beep. Blue Lock 3rd Selection, World Select Match, 5-on-5. The rules are the same as the second selection. The first team to score 5 goals wins. At the same time, this match is a special selection match for the U20 World Cup Japan national team players. Kira's blood couldn't help but boil. The U20 World Cup. That was the highest level world tournament for their age group. He had to show these guys something they wouldn't forget. Beep. Match start. As the buzzer sounded, the match officially began. On the blue team's side, Kira, Rin, and Bakira stood in the front row. Isagi and Arius stood in the back. The front three for the opposing team were Loki, Luna, and Cavassos. The back line consisted of Silva and Blake. After Rin kicked off, he played a lateral pass to the right, giving the ball to Bakira. Kira understood Rin's intention, used Bakira's dribbling to test the waters against the world team. After Bakira received the ball, Cavassos approached him slowly. Bakira's feet became a blur, his legs shifting constantly. In an instant, Bakira turned and bypassed Cavassos. Kira, running into position in the distance, frowned. Cavassos hadn't moved his feet at all. That guy isn't even trying. Nice turn. Bakira, this way. Isagi shouted excitedly. Bakira didn't even lift his head. He didn't look at Isagi at all. Because Cavassos was already chasing him from the side. Oh my, he caught up already. Bakira was surprised internally. Such fast recovery speed after a turn. Cavassos' cute baby face showed no fluctuation in expression. It seemed that for him, this was just a routine operation. Bakira grit his teeth, and continued to break through forward. Isagi and Rin began to run simultaneously. They were preparing to support Bakira's attack. At the same time, the white team's reaction was fast. Luna and Blake immediately pressed up. Crap. Isagi cursed internally. Bakira's crossing lanes had all been seen through. As if unaware of the situation on the field, Bakira launched a long ball directly toward the other side of the field. This pass. Isagi's gaze followed the trajectory of the ball. It was Kira. Kira was running alone on the far side. Bakira's pass was meant for him. Rin and we both became decoys for Kira. Kira raised his leg, aiming for the goal. A direct volley. Boom. Goal. The blue team had executed a lightning-fast combination. Kira drew first blood. Isagi stared blankly at the scene. Is this the chemical reaction between Bakira, Rin, Kira, and myself? Have we grown to a level where we can compete with world-class teams? Nice, Kira. Bakira shouted happily. That goal was too stylish, Aryu couldn't help himself either. Rin just grunted, a faint hint of approval on his face. Only Kira, after scoring the goal, didn't feel happy at all. What are you guys so happy about? Sweat dripped continuously from Kira's forehead. The moment he scored just now, an image had flashed in his mind. He saw a future where Loki, Blake, and Luna intercepted him. They didn't come to defend him purely because they couldn't be bothered to move. You don't seem very happy that you scored. Loki appeared in front of Kira with a smile on his face. Shut up. If you're a true genius, show us your real skill and play. Anger burned in Kira's eyes. Oh ho. He's angry. Clap, clap, clap. Loki applauded, then looked back at the various World Team players who were slacking off. Oi, oi. Everyone, let's get a little serious. We've hurt the Japanese supernova's pride. Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4Trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4Trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 79, The God Sprinter, Loki. 1,354 words. Chapter 79, The God Sprinter, Loki. What the hell? Is it a crime to just stand there and let the kid score one? Silva twisted his lips in a pout. That guy actually has some drive. Cavazos looked at Kira with a gaze that was slightly different from before. Young people just need to be taught a lesson. A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Blake's eyes. Loki looked at Kira with a smile. Just as you wished. The anger in Kira's eyes vanished instantly. He returned a matching smile. That's more like it. It's a rare sight. I want to play a wonderful match, too. Loki froze for a split second. This guy. He's mimicking my words. Kira silently chanted in his mind, use Julian Loki trial card. Julian Loki trial card activated successfully. Speed +60, continuous decay. Spatial awareness +55, continuous decay. Dribbling +40, continuous decay. Passing +40, continuous decay. Shooting +40, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. Interesting. Then let's see just how much skill you really have. Loki's expression immediately returned to normal. What does that mean? Rin sensed something was off. Were they going easy on us just now? Rin should have been able to tell, logically speaking. But this was his first time facing a world-class powerhouse team. Excitement and nervousness had flooded his brain. He had lost his usual calm judgment. In this moment, he finally realized something was wrong. Kira stepped back to his side. Don't worry about it. We play our game. Come on. Let's keep going. Let's get the next goal. Bakira was still immersed in the excitement of his exquisite long pass. Too stylish. Let me join in on the fun, too. Aryu was also full of motivation. Beep. Match continues. White team kickoff. Looks like we're going to have to break a sweat. Luna took the kick, passing the ball to Loki. After receiving the ball, Loki took a single stride and exploded into acceleration. The jaws of everyone on the blue team dropped. So fast. He's more than twice as fast as Chidori. Isagi. Bakira screamed. Isagi grit his teeth and moved to intercept. At the same time, he refused to accept defeat in his heart. They were both 17 years old. Isagi firmly believed that during his time in Blue Lock, he had grown significantly. So Isagi stared intently at Loki's footwork, preparing to intercept Loki's breakthrough. Ah, is this okay? At this distance, you've got nothing but weak spots. Loki stopped the ball and asked Isagi. Huh? What? Isagi's brain hadn't reacted yet. Whoosh! Isagi, surprised face. Loki had already turned into a blur, leaving his original position. Is this the speed of a world-class star? Isagi felt like he had just blinked. How did he just vanish? With that kind of explosive starting speed, you can only stare at his back. Do we really have a chance against someone like this? Isagi fell into a deep self-doubt. Bakira. Isagi turned and shouted for Bakira to cover. Bakira and Aryu instantly swarmed in. Too fast. It's useless. After his initial burst, Loki's speed didn't drop, it increased. His dribbling stride was massive. Bakira and Aryu couldn't keep up at all. Your running line is too obvious. Rin had positioned himself early on the path Loki was taking. Very accurate prediction. Unfortunately, my speed is faster. Loki ignored Rin's positioning and stomped his legs violently against the ground. He can accelerate again. Rin was left slightly disheveled by the wind of Loki's passing. No way. Isagi felt despair creeping in. Even Itosure Rin was past that easily. Then who else in the blue team can withstand Loki's speed? Even with perfect positioning beforehand, we can't defend against it. This guy is starting his solo performance, Blake observed from a distance, hands on his hips. Tell me about it. Loki's name has been catching fire in the French league lately. There was actually a hint of envy in Cavasso's tone. Silva nodded. That guy is the prodigy favored by the media, after all. Hearing the praise from his three teammates, even someone as strong as Luna couldn't help but nod secretly. Julian Loki. The one nicknamed the God Sprinter. He was the future of world soccer. Not someone these small fry from Japan could compare to. In front of the blue team's goal. Just as Loki faced the goal one-on-one and raised his leg to shoot, a figure arrived in front of Loki like a phantom. He extended his leg to intercept Loki's shot. Is that Kira? Itosure Rin rubbed his eyes with both hands. WTF? Since when did Kira have that kind of speed? Isagi's face was also filled with disbelief. Impossible, right? Kira actually kept up. Aryu's head was buzzing. He didn't know if he should say Kira wasn't human either. After all, that sounded a bit like an insult. Although Bakira was shocked, his expression was different from the others. He had always believed in Kira's uniqueness. He just hadn't expected that Kira could truly compete toe-to-toe with a world-class player. You gotta be kidding me, boys. That kid from Japan actually kept up with Loki's speed. Silva's mouth hung wide open. Cavasso's looked surprised as well. That was Loki. And he was matched by a Japanese teenager. The dead fish look in Blake's eyes finally vanished, replaced by a spark of life. Looks like we aren't just here for a vacation. Luna sighed. Japan has truly found their supernova. Loki hadn't expected anyone to actually keep up with him either. How about it, God Sprinter? Can you put away that arrogant attitude and play us seriously? Fighting spirit filled Kira's eyes. Do you think that just because you can keep up, you can stop me? Loki spoke with a touch of seriousness. What do you mean? Kira was puzzled. Immediately, Loki's entire center of gravity shifted to the right. A feint. Left. Kira immediately moved left to prevent Loki's breakthrough. Whoosh. Like an arrow released from a bow, Loki broke through directly from the right side. What? Kira hadn't expected it at all. Loki hadn't used a feint to trick him. It was a simple shift of center of gravity, followed by explosive acceleration. Kira turned immediately, trying desperately to catch up. Mid-stride, Loki took the shot directly. Boom. The ball went in. 1-1, ha ha. Kira gasped for large mouthfuls of air. Why? I couldn't stop you even then. Loki pointed to his head. Experience. You're already very good. You seem to possess speed similar to mine. However, even I cannot defend against myself. Speed is merely one of the weapons I use to score goals. You are a genius, but you lack polish. Lack polish? The past few months in Blue Lock floated through Kira's mind. Is this not polish? It's not about these scrub teammates you have now. It's a higher stage. You need to go to matches of a higher level. Higher level matches? Kira felt bitter internally. Loki, I only managed to compete with your attributes by using a trial card. I can't go to a higher place right now. The reason he could use attribute cards to beat the members of Blue Lock before was simply that their experience levels were similar. But facing this genius, the god sprinter. Even if Kira raised his stats to equal Loki's, he was still as green as a child. I see. Then use this match to make me evolve. There was not a trace of cowardice in Kira's eyes. Loki tilted his head. I feel like I should charge extra for that. Rin stared blankly, processing everything that had just happened. Kira is competing with Loki. And I can only stand by and watch. I don't accept this. I'm the one who's going to defeat SAE. How can I lose so easily right now? Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 80, Kira's performance. 1,390 words. Chapter 80, Kira's performance. Tisk, TSK. Loki, looks like that guy actually kept up with you, Cavazos said with a grin, watching Loki return to the white team's half. How was it, God Sprinter? It seems the Japanese supernova isn't as hopeless as we thought, Silva added, curious about Loki's reaction. Loki's expression remained relaxed as he smiled in response. He's definitely a solid prospect. You guys can try facing him later. Careful now, don't let him dribble past you. What did you say? Silva retorted, annoyed but simultaneously surprised by Loki's evaluation. He hadn't expected Loki to rate that guy so highly. Interesting. Luna also dropped his elegant, aristocratic act, focusing his gaze intently on Kira. On the other side. That guy's speed is terrifying, Bakira said timidly. Even Kira couldn't stop him. Is he a track sprinter or what? Aryu's expression was equally grave. Is this the strength of the World Select team? Isagi's mind was still replaying Loki's breakthrough. However, the supernova, Kira's speed, shocked Isagi even more. Has Kira been holding back in all the previous matches? Isagi couldn't help but wonder. Don't get discouraged, everyone. Let's just focus on playing our game, Kira said, continuing to encourage the team. Hey! Pass the ball to me next. Rin suddenly spoke up, causing everyone to look at him. Rin was staring at the opponent's goal, eyes burning with battle spirit. I will score the next goal. Beep. Match resumes. Team Blues ball. Bakira kicked off, passing directly to Rin. Rin began to carry the ball forward at a steady pace, his head constantly turning. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, seemed to be carving the positions of every player on the field into his brain. This was Rin's rhythm. Whoosh! With a roaring sound of wind, Loki flashed into existence right in front of Rin. Rin, who was observing his surroundings, froze for a split second. His movement stagnated. Rin was deeply concerned about Loki's high-speed pressing. Previously, Chidori from Isagi's team had used high pressing to counter Rin's team. Now, facing God Sprinter, whose speed was on an entirely different level, Rin had to be even more cautious. Rin focused all his attention on Loki's movements, his body suddenly shifting direction to shake off Loki's marking. Itoshir Sae's little brother, are you really that afraid of Loki's speed? The noble's voice rang out. Luna had appeared at Rin's side without him noticing. When? Panic rose in Rin's chest. Clearly, in his memory from just a moment ago, Luna wasn't there. Did he sneak up on me in the split second I focused on Loki? Thoughts flashed through Rin's mind, but his feet didn't slow down. He hurriedly tried to drag the ball back. But at that exact moment, Loki lunged forward. Luna stuck his foot out to intercept. A pincer attack by two world-class players. Strong as Rin was, he lost the ball in an instant. Luna cut it off. Damn it, Rin cursed under his breath. Little Rin, your lack of experience is causing you to have narrow vision, you know. As soon as the words fell, Luna launched a long pass. The ball traced a perfect half-moon arc in the air, landing squarely at Kavasos's feet. What a precise pass, Isagi and Bakira exclaimed in unison. The pass was incredibly pleasing to the eye, the motion completely devoid of any wasted movement. Smooth as flowing water. A textbook long pass. Hey, look over here. Kavasos's reminder snapped Bakira, and Isagi back to the match. Isagi felt his face burn. Having the opponent remind him to pay attention was humiliating. Isagi signaled with his eyes, and Bakira understood instantly. The two immediately surged forward to press. Isagi and Bakira intended to replicate the press Luna and Loki had used on Rin. 2 against 1. Time to get payback. Kavasos, holding the ball, dribbled at an almost casual pace. Seeing the two approach, he showed no signs of panic. He wasn't tall, overly strong, or particularly fast. But he possessed a unique talent, otherwise, he wouldn't be a national player for Argentina. Facing the double press, Kavassos executed a relaxed change of direction, using his body to block Isagi's path, setting up a through ball to himself. Bakira immediately moved to intercept. Kavassos simply nudged the ball lightly with his left foot, sending it right through Bakira's legs. Simultaneously, Kavassos accelerated slightly, leaving the encirclement behind. No flashy moves, just incredibly solid fundamentals. It was seamless. So fluid. It's one continuous motion. Isagi couldn't imagine how to defend against such a player. They were all basic moves. The speed was slow. Yet, he managed to find the exact hole in their defense at just the right moment. He passed Isagi effortlessly. Isagi felt despair rising again. This wasn't a gap that could be filled by puzzle pieces in his brain. Suddenly, the despair on Isagi's face turned into surprise. Hey, baby face, I saw that spot coming. A gust of wind blew past. The supernova, Kira, suddenly appeared in front of Kavassos. A smile appeared on Kavassos's face. Knew you'd come. He slammed his left foot onto the ball, cutting it back. He cleverly neutralized Kira's interception. How about that, Japanese genius? You're still 2SL. Before Kavassos could finish his sentence, he felt a disturbance in the air behind him. Someone else? Kira grinned. Baby face, you took the bait. A figure emerged from behind Kavassos. It was Rin. Rin's eyes flickered with a strange light, his expression bordering on savage. He forcefully stole the ball from Kavassos's feet. Yo, no way. The freckled baby got robbed. Silva, who had run ahead, turned back, his face full of disbelief. Beside him, Blake spoke thoughtfully, it's all because of that white-haired guy. He has speed comparable to Loki, forcing freckled baby to constantly watch out for his press. It made him ignore the player circling behind him. Silva nodded, then suddenly punched his palm in realization. Yo, isn't that the exact same scenario as Loki and Luna stealing the ball just a few seconds ago? No way, in such a short time, they're already absorbing our experience. Silva felt his scalp tingle. Hearing Silva's words, Blake reacted instantly. That white-haired kid on the other team, he's a genius. Yo, copying me? Loki appeared instantly in front of Rin. Oh wait, the one really learning is him, Loki noted as he covered Rin, his peripheral vision glancing at Kira. Rin attempted to dribble a few times but realized helplessly that as long as Loki stood in front of him, he couldn't advance a single step. TCH. Take the pass, Kira. Rin, unwilling to admit defeat but trapped, crossed the ball to the rushing Kira. Whoosh. The moment Kira received the ball, he left an afterimage in his wake. He galloped across the pitch like a cheetah. Whoa, so fast. Loki smirked. Damn, he's coming at me, Luna looked reluctant. If I sweat, I'll have to take a shower. In Kira's ears, there was only the roaring wind. He felt like his stride had never been this large before. Ahead, the white team's defender appeared. Kira immediately changed direction. Luna reluctantly followed. Cut inside again. Luna still managed to barely keep up. Why is he sticking like glue? I can't shake him, Kira couldn't understand. Wait. Kira suddenly realized it. Luna wasn't reacting to his changes of direction with physical reflexes. He's predicting me. In that case, Kira's center of gravity suddenly leaned left. The corners of Luna's mouth lifted in a slight smile, as if he had seen through Kira's trick. He leisurely shifted laterally to the right. Zoom. But Kira, like a bolt of lightning, broke through directly to the left. A one-on-one with the keeper. Boom. A volley full of explosive impact. The ball flew straight into the net. 2-1, Team Blue leads. All right. That was a super stylish goal. Ario leaped high into the air nearby. He ran over to Kira happily and ruffled Kira's hair vigorously. Team World 5, not that impressive, huh? Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 81, Total Domination. 1,369 words. Chapter 81, Total Domination. Nice work, Kira. Bakira sprinted over from a distance, practically tackling Kira with a hug. That was incredible. You actually got past Luna. He's a world-class star forward. Isagi's face was flush with excitement. Isagi, who had been on the brink of despair, realized they still had someone on their side capable of trading blows with these monsters. Now that they had the lead, if they could just hold on, did they actually have a chance to win? Rin walked over slowly, his expression as frosty as ever. I hate to admit it, but right now, you're the only one who can actually compete with them. Kira wiped the sweat from his brow. Only he knew just how difficult that goal had actually been. From the initial steal with Rin to the final face-off with Luna, where he'd stolen Loki's move to go against the grain, it was all the result of sparks flying in his brain. Absorb, mimic, reproduce. That was the power of experience Loki had talked about. Monitoring room. Anri stared at the screen in shock, the cup of water in her hand completely forgotten. Ego-san, Kira is. For a long time, Ego didn't respond. When Anri turned to look at him, she saw that his eyes were bloodshot as he stared intensely at the monitor. Anri understood immediately. All the pressure Ego had been carrying was released the moment Kira delivered that perfect performance. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ego slammed his fists frantically against the desk in front of him. Ryosuke Kira. He really is a diamond in the rough. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that, Anri? Did you see the looks on the faces of those national team players? They've been shut down. Ego was so ecstatic he was nearly beside himself. From the founding of Blue Lock until now, he had buried all the bitterness and hardships deep in his heart. With a player like Kira, his confidence in the U20 World Cup had increased exponentially. As for those old geezers at the Football Association, those 2 minutes of footage were enough to shut them up for good. Back on the pitch, the blue team was cheering loudly. Luna spread his hands, signaling he'd done his best, though his expression sharpened into something unusually serious. Blake broke his silence, walking to the center and calling the white team into a huddle. "Don't forget. We came here thinking we'd just mess around, but if we lose, we don't get a single dime." Blake's tone was more serious than it had ever been. Cavazos nodded solemnly. "The others are pretty average, but that guy named Kira, he might actually be on our level right now." Loki chuckled. "Now you guys want to get serious." Before they scored, Silva and Blake were totally slacking off. "Humph. I trusted in your ability and Babyface's ability. I didn't expect you two to be so useless," Silva said, trying to absolve himself. Blake opened his mouth to retort but didn't say anything. After all, during that last goal, he really had just stood there watching Loki, Babyface, and Luna deal with the opponents. All right. Let's get a little serious, boys." Luna cracked his neck. "We need to give them a taste of world-class shock and awe." Beep. Match resumes. The white team kicked off. Kira's Loki trial card had about 2 or 3 minutes left. Unfortunately, he couldn't stack the cards. Otherwise, Kira was confident he could beat them single-handedly. As for what would happen after the card expired, looking at their expressions, Kira knew Team World 5 wasn't going to go easy on them anymore. Did they have a chance to win? Kira had absolutely no confidence in that. On his side, apart from himself, maybe Rin could keep up. The others were really just going to be spectators. Forget it. Just play seriously for now. Kira shook the doubts from his mind. Loki passed the ball to Cavazos, then immediately accelerated to top speed. Whoosh! Kira was right on his tail. The two sprinted side by side down the flank. "Whoa! It's rare to find someone who can keep up with me," Loki said, his interest in Kira growing. He was getting curious about what secrets this boy from Japan was hiding. "Humph. That's because you haven't seen Japan's true speed prodigy, Hyoma Chijiri," Kira bluffed. "He's faster than me." In a certain sense, Kira wasn't wrong. "Oh? Hyoma Chijiri. I'll remember that name." Loki was surprised. Did Japan really have that many geniuses? Hyoma Chijiri. "Thanks a lot, Kira." Just as the two were jockeying for position, Cavazos wound up for a kick. Kira turned his head. Wait, it wasn't a pass to Loki. Kira immediately tried to peel off to cover his own penalty area. "Trying to leave. Won't stay and play with me." Loki stuck to him like glue. Kira felt helpless. He couldn't shake Loki off to get back in time. Thump. Cavazos launched the ball. It was a long pass. Locked in a struggle with Loki far from the play, Kira could only watch as Isagi and Bakira failed to intercept the pass. Whiz! The ball sliced through the gap between Bakira and Isagi. It's a high-speed topspin ball. Kira realized the trick and shouted a warning. Aryu heard Kira's shout and ran toward the ball's landing point. Isagi and Bakira felt their hearts settle slightly. After all, when it came to high balls, not even Nagi could beat Aryu. Aryu was the stylish king of aerial supremacy. But on the other side, a massive, imposing figure was muscling his way in. Silva, the heavy tank, had arrived. Rah! With a guttural grunt, Aryu and Silva jumped for the ball simultaneously. Aryu immediately felt a crushing weight pressing down on him. He couldn't reach his full jump height. Silva had practically hung part of his body weight on Aryu during the jump. At the moment of collision, Silva effectively used Aryu as a launch pad to propel himself higher. Bang! Silva headed the ball toward the center. Aryu actually lost. Isagi watched as the nearly 2-meter-tall Aryu failed to win the header. It was the first time he had ever seen Aryu eat dirt on an aerial ball. TCH. This spot, just as I predicted. Fortunately, Rin was there. His read on the ball's landing point was accurate. But just as he prepared to trap the ball, Blake from the white team loomed over him. Rin frantically tried to shield the ball. Thud. Rin felt a massive force slam into his back. His center of gravity shattered instantly, and he stumbled backward a few steps. The ball was stolen by Blake. Against a world-class player, Rin's physique couldn't handle the contact at all. Blake shoved Rin aside and with a blank expression, fired a shot at the goal. Goal. 2-2, Blake scored with ease. Kira watched it all unfold helplessly. Loki hadn't given him a single inch to go back and defend, blocking his path the entire time. This is the gap between us and you, Loki said seriously. They haven't even reached the threshold yet. It's a pity for you to be stuck here. Shut up. I know that better than you, Kira retorted coldly. What to do? What the hell do I do? Loki alone can lock me down completely. In a 4v4 situation, Rin and the others are no match for them. Kira's mind raced, desperately searching for a way to break through. Hey, is this the level of world-class players? Isagi witnessed the entire sequence leading to the goal from a distance. Speed. Prediction. Physicality. Height. Ball control. We're inferior in every single category. The skills we honed in Blue Lock look like child's play compared to this. To be beaten so easily, this is the high level I've been dreaming of. Football. It's absolutely amazing. I want to become like them. A raging fire ignited in Isagi's eyes. Hand over your goddamn infinity stones. Every 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. If you want to read chapters early and show some support, check out my P4trian. Just search demonic_fiction on P4trian, link in the synopsis. Chapter 82, The Long Pass Maestro. 1,390 words. Chapter 82, The Long Pass Maestro. Yo, nice shot. Looks like the ladies haven't drained you dry just yet. Silva raised his hand, ready for a high five with Blake. Boring. Let's just wrap this up so I can shower and rest. Blake completely ignored the celebration, his eyes reverting to the look of a dead fish. Silva wasn't the least bit annoyed by Blake's attitude. The whole world knew this guy's hobbies, football and beautiful women. That was it. Hey, don't say that. It makes me look bad for losing the ball, Cavasso said, feeling a bit speechless that his mistake was being glossed over. Next up. Loki, keep an eye on that white-haired kid. If you do that, this should be over, Luna said, sensing that apart from Kira, the rest of the opposition wasn't worth worrying about. Loki nodded. Leave it to me. I'll mark him to death. On the other side, the Blue Lock players were feeling somewhat demoralized. Bakira looked over at the white team, anxiety spreading through him. He spoke dejectedly, is this the world-class standard? The gap is way bigger than I imagined. Aryu's expression remained relatively stable as he encouraged the group. At least our opponents are standing right in front of us. That's right. Isagi wasn't scared off by the massive difference in skill. He spoke with resolve, the score is tied right now. Let's not give up on ourselves before it's even over. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this point, retreating wouldn't change anything. The match resumed. Blue Lock kickoff. As soon as the whistle blew, the ball went to Bakira's feet. Bakira steadied his mind. Fear was useless now, so he decided to stride forward. Bakira dribbled forward fearlessly. Cavasso stepped up to meet him just like before, then stopped in his tracks, observing Bakira's dribbling. Get past him again, Bakira. Isagi cheered from the side. Hear that, Freckles? My teammate wants me to beat you one more time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bakira dropped his center of gravity to his hips. Bakira's signature move, step-overs. And it was even more polished than before. Bakira increased the amplitude of his shoulder drops and hip twists to create a more realistic and dazzling effect. His feet moved constantly, turning into a blur of step-overs that dazzled the eye. Oh! Pretty flashy, Cavazos commented. Suddenly, as Bakira's left foot landed after a step-over, his right foot was on the same side as the ball. He slammed the outside of his right foot against the ball, executing a sharp directional change. A sharp cut to the right. Bakira's figure broke through past Cavazos' right side. Beautiful. Bakira, that was a perfect breakthrough. Isagi cheered loudly. But on the other side, Rin's face turned pale as he shook his head. He had been stripped. Bakira, having moved past his opponent, suddenly felt emptiness beneath his feet. He looked down. There was nothing there. Where was the ball? Bakira looked back, only to see Cavazos stepping on the ball with one foot. The baby-faced player looked at him innocently and spoke flatly. Your rhythm is dangerous, but your pattern is too one-dimensional. Your movements lack variation. I won't let you pass me a second time. With that, Cavazos tapped a short pass. The target was Blake, who had started to make a run. But after playing the pass, Cavazos' calm expression changed abruptly. Kira had appeared out of nowhere on Cavazos' passing lane and intercepted the ball with a single touch. So annoying. That guy's speed, Cavazos muttered, kicking the turf in frustration. Bakira let out a sigh of relief. Thank God for Kira. If the ball had been stolen there, it would have been another perfect counterattack opportunity for the enemy, and he would have been the sinner of the blue team. After intercepting the ball, Kira didn't even have time to catch his breath before he sensed movement behind him. Blake was already closing in. Kira didn't hesitate. He accelerated, abruptly shifting gears to dodge Blake's tackle attempt. He sped down the wing, trying to make the most of the remaining time on his Loki trial card. You're taking us way too lightly, kid. Just as Kira was flying forward with the ball, a massive shadow pressed down on him. It was the heavy tank, Silva. Thud. When the two figures collided, Kira felt like he had slammed into an iron plate. He staggered, losing control of the ball. Silva took the opportunity to casually clear the ball, kicking it out over the baseline. Kira, unable to control his body, tumbled to the ground. Hey, Silva, don't go too overboard, Loki frowned slightly. Silva spread his hands, indicating he hadn't even used his full strength. Foul. Arya shouted. How is that not a foul? Bakira and Rin rushed over to check on Kira. Ugh. Kira felt like his bones were slightly rattled all over. It hurt, but there was no serious damage. He waved his hand to signal he was fine. Kira felt a lingering fear. Silva had obviously held back, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as falling down. He probably would have been sent flying. Rin pulled Kira up. You good? Rin asked, his tone less cold than usual. I'm fine. Let's keep going. Although Kira said to keep going, he quickly replayed the positioning of both teams in his mind. Bakira was behind him. Rin, Isagi and Aryu were being marked to death by Loki, Luna, and Cavazos respectively. In the instant the transition from offense to defense happened, the opponents had completed a defensive contraction. Except for Blake, who had come to steal the ball, the other four were perfectly guarding their zones. So Kira realized he couldn't have passed that ball earlier. His only option had been to rely on his speed to shake off Silva. Unfortunately, Silva's defensive experience was seasoned, and he didn't let Kira get away with it. Fair charge. No foul. Blue team corner kick. The judgment came over the loudspeaker. Damn it, does that really not count as a foul? Aryu was still unconvinced. Silva raised an eyebrow. Playing a professional match isn't playing house. Physical contact is a daily meal for us. I trust you understand that, white-haired kid. Kira nodded, harboring no blame toward Silva in his heart. This was the cruel reality. Football was a sport of intense physical confrontation. Silva was just giving them a lesson in advance. After the interruption of Kira's fall, the match continued. Kira whispered something to Rin. Rin looked at Kira with slight surprise, then nodded. Hey, Loki. What kind of tactics do you think those two kids are whispering about? Blake's dead fish eyes actually showed a hint of curiosity. That's rare, Blake. You're actually curious about what men are thinking, Loki teased, showing zero respect for his senior. TCH. Show some respect for the top scorer of the English League, kid, Blake said, his tone dissatisfied. Okay, my dear senior. Let's just focus on the match first. Loki's expression remained as placid as ever. Blue team corner kick. Kira took the spot to kick. Kira chanted internally, use Pablo Cavazos trial card. Pablo Cavazos trial card activated successfully. Vision plus 55, continuous decay. Strength plus 20, continuous decay. Speed plus 20, continuous decay. Passing plus 60, continuous decay. Shooting plus 30, continuous decay. Duration, 10 minutes. The system's prompt rang in Kira's mind. To be honest, even if Silva hadn't pressed him earlier, he wouldn't have been able to run anymore. The previous trial card had expired. Kira had just whispered to Rin to request the chance to take this corner kick. Exhale. Kira took a deep breath. The perspective granted by the Cavazos attribute card allowed him to survey the entire field with new clarity. Seeing Kira prepare to kick, Isagi immediately ran over, ready to receive a short pass. Suddenly, Kira's eyes lit up, and he immediately swung his leg. It was a long pass straight toward the opponent's penalty area. Isagi looked up in disbelief, watching the arc of the ball. He recalled the match against Team Y, where Kira had shown a fleeting glimpse of a long pass. That's right. Kira wasn't just an offensive kaleidoscope. He was also a long pass maestro. Chapter 83, Babyface Gets Angry. 1,340 words. Chapter 83, Babyface Gets Angry. I knew it would go to the penalty area. Silva glanced at Aryu, who was jostling with him for position. Aryu was the only height advantage the blue team had. If a corner kick was coming in, it was definitely targeting Aryu's position. Aryu knew this perfectly well, too. He was grateful for Kira's trust. But the reality was, he couldn't beat Silva for position at all. Aryu turned his head to check everyone's positions. On the other side, Bakira was pinned down firmly by Luna, practically unable to move. Loki had followed Isagi out of the penalty area, and Rin was being marked by Cavazos. There was no other way. He had to rely on himself. He had to go all out. Aryu decided to risk it all. He was going to fight Silva for this header. Raw. Ha! Silva and Aryu jumped at the same time. But the outcome didn't change. Silva's physique and experience prevented Aryu from even completing his jump. Just as Silva, wearing a smile, prepared to gratefully accept the ball in midair, Kira's pass suddenly swerved right in front of him. Like a guided missile with eyes of its own, it curved around Silva's head. What? This pass can turn. Silva's expression changed instantly. This ball wasn't meant for the lanky stick insect after all. That Japanese kid really has some skills. The arc on that ball is perfect, Luna remarked, casually marking Bakira while observing the pass. Aryu, having missed the ball, was astonished by Kira's passing ability, but also felt a twinge of sadness inside. If he hadn't lost his aerial dominance, he wouldn't have been reduced to a mere decoy for Kira's pass. On the other side, Cavazos hadn't expected this situation at all. He had assumed Silva would easily win the ball, and was already preparing to move for the second ball. He didn't expect the ball to fly right toward his side. Two words floated into his mind: curve cross. Cavazos felt a sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this exactly the kind of masterclass pass he often delivered in professional matches? In the national team, he frequently used this kind of guided missile pass to thread through the opponent's defense and land accurately in front of his teammates. All his teammates had to do was tap the ball into the net. Exceptional passing ability was the foundation of his standing in the football world as a unique type of forward. He never expected this kid from Japan to have such a move in his arsenal. Cavazos felt a bit annoyed. Today, it seemed he had been outplayed by Kira quite a few times. While he was feeling irritated, Rin beside him had already shot out like a rocket. "Go, Rin!" Isagi started shouting. Rin recalled Kira's instructions from just moments ago. He hadn't expected Kira to actually pull it off, delivering the ball precisely to him in a crowded penalty area. He absolutely could not betray Kira's trust. At the near post, Rin calmly stopped the ball with his chest. As the ball dropped, he volleyed it directly with his right foot. The target was the near corner of the goal. Isagi and Bakira watched nervously, anticipating the ball tearing into the net. Right at that moment, a blur of white flashed rapidly in front of the goal. It was Loki. With his hands clasped behind his back, he arrived just in time to kick away the ball that should have flown into the goal. "Ah, so close!" Bakira cried out in disappointment. "Tch." Rin's face was a picture of irritation. "Nice clearance," Blake praised as he ran toward the second ball. Kira was also rushing over, feeling helpless inside. That was already a great opportunity, but Loki just didn't give them a chance. Luckily, Kira had been keeping an eye on the ball's trajectory. In an instant, he arrived at the landing point almost simultaneously with Blake. Seeing this, Blake immediately leaned his body forward to initiate contact. Kira knew very well that even with the Cavazos trial card, Cavazos' strength couldn't really compare to a complete forward like Blake. So he started to retreat, ceding the position immediately. Kira made a plan to press and steal the moment Blake tried to trap the ball. Blake's dead fish eyes glanced at Kira. Kira cursed internally. Not good. This guy saw right through his plan. Blake jumped, not even bothering to stop the ball. He headed the falling ball directly to the side. Receiving the pass was the somewhat angry baby-faced Cavazos. When Cavazos got angry, his face turned a little red. Being targeted as the white team's weak point repeatedly. That made Cavazos, a world-class star player, very unhappy. Despite his fluctuating emotions, Cavazos' playstyle didn't change. He continued his unhurried dribbling. Bakira and Isagi's attempts to cover were easily and simply neutralized. After passing both of them, he faced the blue team's goal. With a simple, unpretentious shot, he firmly kicked the ball into the net. 3-2, Team World 5 had turned the game around. Kira arrived just a moment too late to cover. Phew. Kira wiped the sweat from his forehead. Still just a step behind, letting them score. Yo, Cavazos, are you angry? Silva called out from the far end of their side of the field. Getting so serious against a Japanese kid, isn't that a bit like bullying the weak? Luna added, hands behind his head, looking like he was enjoying the show. Cavazos ignored his teammates' calls. He stared straight at Kira. Kira felt a bit creeped out by the stare. What was up with this baby face? You sigh, if only you were a boy from Argentina, Cavazos said with a hint of regret. Kira was confused. All right, Cavazos, stop being envious. He's a diamond in the rough from Japan. Loki had appeared in front of Cavazos without anyone noticing. Smiling at Kira, he said, let's continue. The match isn't over yet. I'm looking forward to what other surprises you can bring me. Ah, Kira, sorry. Once that baby face started dribbling, I couldn't stop him at all, Bakira said apologetically. In his eyes, he had long since become a spectator in this match. He couldn't help at all. Isagi felt the same. His eyes could keep up but his body couldn't. The rhythm was too fast. The pace of the match was completely different from anything they had played before. A tiny mistake would be turned into an opportunity by the opponent. Rin walked up to Kira, hesitating, his words coming out haltingly. That pass you made was great. Not scoring it was my problem. Rin? Bakira was stunned by Rin's words. Rin was actually apologizing to someone. Kira felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. It seemed Rin was blaming himself for missing that goal. Kira patted Rin on the shoulder to comfort him. Clap, clap, clap. At the same time, he applauded to boost morale. Guys, don't get discouraged. The match isn't over yet. Follow my lead. Yeah. Monitoring room. Ego was staring intently at the screen. Although the situation on the field wasn't optimistic, Ego occasionally cracked a smile. All of this was because Kira's performance let him see the future hope of Japanese football. Anri, having just finished a phone call outside, pushed the door open and entered. Her expression was grim. Ego-san, the people from the Football Association, they want us to explain this expense for hiring superstars clearly at the next meeting. If we can't explain it clearly, they're going to terminate the Blue Lock project. Terminate the project? Ego's smile froze. He cursed under his breath, those immortal old geezers, they only see money. He looked at Kira on the screen. Suddenly, an incredible idea popped into his mind. Could it be possible? Immediately, his resolve solidified. Don't worry, Anri. At the next meeting, I'll make sure they shut their mouths. Hand over all of your power stones. Chapter 84, Angry Rin. 1437 words. Chapter 84, Angry Rin. On the pitch. The blue team adjusted their mindset, and Rin prepared for the kickoff. The 5 world-class players of the white team had now put away their initial relaxed attitudes, and were standing somewhat seriously on their defensive lines. Kira nodded to Rin. Rin understood and passed the ball to Kira in the midfield. After receiving the ball, Kira began to adapt to the rhythm provided by the Cavazos attribute card, dribbling slowly and pushing forward without haste. Yo, this guy's movements have changed again, Luna noted sharply. Looks like he's a player with a versatile style, Blake nodded in agreement. The World Star team was somewhat surprised by the change in Kira's playing style. He had just been a speedster like Loki, but now he was practically identical to Cavazos. It's well known that a player's habits are hard to change. Yet, Kira could switch between different states in a single match. That was baffling. Interesting, really interesting. This kid is hiding some secrets, Loki said, stepping up personally to block Kira's path. Kira didn't panic in the slightest. As Loki approached, he didn't hog the ball at all, passing it to Bakira, who was following up. To me? Although Bakira was confused, he still received the ball. Cavazos caught up a moment later. Pass it back, Bakira. Kira shouted. Bakira didn't dare make any extra moves and obediently passed the ball back to Kira. Kira didn't touch the ball, letting it roll past him to Isagi, who was in the rearmost position. The blue team began to cycle the ball in their own backfield. Loki watched the opponents busy themselves with amusement, hands on his hips. Are they not planning to attack aggressively? Trying to play possession? Loki found it funny. Playing possession in front of world-class players? Wasn't that like teaching fish how to swim? Loki looked back and signaled to Blake. Blake nodded grudgingly. In an instant, Loki and Blake began to press. The passing between the blue team members immediately became precarious. Kira felt a bit bitter inside. If only Chidori were here. At least Chidori's speed could tear a hole down the wing. There was no other way. Desperate times called for desperate measures. As Kira received the ball, Loki stood before him like the king of hell, extending a foot to steal it. Kira's expression remained unchanged. He calmly shielded the ball and turned, avoiding Loki's tackle. At the same time, he delivered a surgical through ball that instantly tore open the white team's defense. The ball traveled in a straight line, bypassing Loki and Luna, and appeared perfectly in Rin's path. Whoa! That through ball really has Cavasso's style. Loki genuinely praised Kira's creativity. Facing his high-speed press, Kira still had the leisure to spot the weak point in the white team's defense and deliver such a high-quality through ball. If the opponent had a world-class forward to coordinate with that pass, Loki believed their defense would have crumbled. Great ball, Kira. Isagi was also stunned by the brilliant pass. It was too artistic. The opponents were all world-class star players. To tear open their defense with a pass was an incredible feat. Rin recalled Kira's eye signal from earlier. Holding on to his trust in Kira, Rin made his run, not expecting Kira to actually deliver the ball to his feet. He couldn't waste Kira's pass again. Rin raised his leg, preparing to shoot. Bang! An accident occurred. Cavasso slid in and directly disrupted Rin's shot. The ball at Rin's feet vanished. Kira lamented inwardly. Rin's ability was indeed the ceiling among high school students. But Cavassos, an all-star player in the world's top 5 leagues, had been watching Kira for a long time. Kira's pass had unexpectedly fooled Loki and Luna, but it couldn't fool the freckled baby. Because that kind of pass was in his own highlight reel. Yo, nice work, angry baby face. Silva accepted the ball with a smile and immediately charged forward with it. His massive figure began to accelerate. Kira vaguely felt the entire pitch vibrating. Finally, he understood the origin of the nickname Heavy Tank. Once he got up to speed, who would dare to stand in front and stop him? Anyone who tried would be sent flying. Bakira wanted to rush up to intercept, but for the sake of Bakira's physical well-being, Arya stopped him. Bakira looked confused. Arya covered his face and lowered his head. Saving your life is more important. So Silva dribbled from the backfield to the front field completely unmarked. He unleashed a powerful shot. Boom. The ball went in. 4-2, Kira vaguely saw the goal frame shaking. That shot was truly powerful and heavy. Skinny beanpoles. A strong body is the basic condition for playing football. After scoring, Silva started doing calisthenics in front of the goal, showing off his muscles. All right, stop preening, old man. Get back on defense. Let's finish this quickly. Loki came over to stop Silva's childish behavior and dragged him back to their own territory. I wasted Kira's pass again. Rin's face was a picture of utter despair. Was the difference really this big? Rin looked at the World Star team players, and a question suddenly arose in his mind. Could his brother, Itoshir Sae, compare to them? Rin shook his head. Having played football with the goal of defeating Sae, he felt lost for the first time. Rin seemed to understand the significance of Jinpachi Ego arranging this match. To make the boys of Blue Lock understand just how big the gap between them and the world's top tier really was. Wait. Rin looked up at Kira nearby. This guy. Why can he still compete with them? Rin had practiced with Kira. In his mind, Kira and he were equals. Could it be that during our previous sessions, Kira was holding back, deliberately going easy on me to spare my pride? Itoshir Rin felt insulted. Kira was scratching his head thinking about how to break the deadlock, when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned to see Rin looking at him with a frosty expression. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Rin, are you feeling unwell?" "Shut up, you hypocrite." Rin's tone was unfriendly. Kira wisely shut up, sensing that Rin was really angry. After the kickoff, pass the ball back to me, Rin commanded. Kira raised his hands in surrender. Okay, whatever you say. You're the boss. Kira also knew the gap in this match was too large. Ending it early might be a relief for the blue team. The match resumed. Blue team kickoff. Rin passed the ball to Kira, and Kira passed it back to Rin. Then, Rin took the ball and charged forward recklessly. Kira. What the hell is this? You tell me to pass the ball to you, and then you just go rogue. Dude, what are you doing? Hey, this guy on the other side is starting to play emotional football. Luna looked at the dribbling Rin like he was watching a child. Then go steal it from him. Stop posing with your hands on your hips and put in some effort, Cavasso said grumpily. Fine, my freckled baby. Since you asked nicely. Luna instantly moved to meet him. Rin immediately accelerated and changed direction. Luna simply extended his foot and stole the ball. Luna shook his head. Too green. He was just about to dribble away when suddenly, a figure flashed before his eyes. Sure Rin lunged to steal his ball back. Why do this guy's eyes look crazy? Luna was puzzled, but his feet weren't slow. He began to feint and change direction. Normally, Rin should have been easily shaken off. But unexpectedly, he couldn't shake him off immediately. In the distance, Kira fell into deep thought. Did Rin just evolve? Hey, what are you doing, Prince? Can't even shake off a Japanese high schooler. Silva mocked. Oh, this boy is a bit different too. Didn't notice it before. Loki noticed Rin's unusual behavior. Japan, seems they have even more incredible players than we thought. Blake's dead fish eyes lit up again. TCH, you're getting annoying. Veins popped on Luna's forehead. He was getting a little angry too. A/N. I haven't really been paying attention to Power Stones lately, but yeah, since we passed 100, here's your extra chapter. If we break 200, another one is coming, meaning a total of 3 chapters will be released today. Hand over all your Power Stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 85, Defeat. 1210 words. Chapter 85, Defeat. Rin stopped Luna. Bakira's eyes were filled with disbelief. Had Rin improved too, just like Kira? Such stylish defense, biting like a wild dog, Arya commented. Isagi noticed that Rin's movements were significantly faster than before. It was as if something had ignited inside him. You brat, you're actually pretty good. To keep such a frantic desire for survival even now. Luna's footwork slowed slightly, feinting as if he were about to make a move. A spark flashed in Rin's eyes, and he suddenly lunged, extending his foot to steal the ball. Don't commit, Rin. Seeing Rin's move, Kira immediately shouted a warning. Rin had lost his cool. Luna slowing down his rhythm was a trap, deliberately exposing a weakness to bait Rin into lunging. Unfortunately, Kira's shout came a split second too late. Then I'll sincerely crush that unrealistic dream of yours. Luna smiled, the look of someone whose scheme had succeeded. At the same time, his rhythm changed again. With a sharp flick of his toe, he pushed the ball through the gap between Rin's legs created by his lunging stance, a nutmeg. His body became a blur as he slipped past Rin. My. Spreading your legs so easily, people might think you're a loose man. As Luna breezed past, he whispered into Rin's ear. Damn it. Enraged, Rin finally realized he'd been played and immediately turned to chase. Kira also charged in from the flank, cutting off Luna's path to the goal. Stop him. Sasuke-kun, Kira. Isagi screamed, cheering for Kira with everything he had while sprinting back to help defend. White-haired kid, do you really think you're some kind of genius? Seeing Kira join the fray, Luna exploded with power. His legs churned like pistons, a blur of speed. Kira was a step too slow. In an instant, Luna had pulled away, creating a gap between them. Damn it, when Luna accelerates, I can't catch him right now. Kira felt a deep sense of helplessness as he watched Luna tear toward their goal like a cheetah. Aryu, Isagi, and Bakira arrived to provide cover. But Luna was too fast, and his dribbling was rock steady. With his tyrannical explosive power and polished technique, he breezed past all three of them effortlessly. Bakira's face was filled with terror. He wanted to slide tackle to stop the ball, but his speed couldn't match Luna's pace at all. He tried to reach out and grab Luna's jersey, but he grabbed only air. He could only watch Luna's back as he sped away. Bakira knew in his heart that he had a long road ahead before he could catch up to this adult in front of him. Luna faced the goal one-on-one. With an elegant chip shot, he sent the ball over the robotic goalkeeper, who had zero awareness for defending high balls. Goal. The ball went in. White team 5-2. Loki raised his hands high on his side of the field, watching Luna deliver the ball into the net. Even he was involuntarily impressed by Luna's performance. As expected of the Prince of Real. I look forward to facing you in the Champions League. Silva, however, scoffed. All flashy moves. Just showing off against some kids. Blake didn't say anything, but internally he agreed with Loki. Luna was going to be a formidable opponent in the future Champions League. Finally over. Time to shower. I still need to go look around. Cavazos stretched lazily. Lost? This was his first loss since transmigrating. Kira felt a mix of complicated emotions. He understood the gap between himself and the opponent. He knew clearly that even with the trial cards, he was still no match for them. To put it in gaming terms, today's match was like a ranked game where the enemy team had 5 top-tier players. On his side, only he was at that level, the jungler, Rin a tier below, mid laner, and the other 3 another tier down. Maybe Isagi and the others were barely scratching the surface of that second tier. But it didn't matter, the gap was just too vast. But it didn't matter. The gap was too big. The expressions on the blue team members' faces were desolate. They had been shouting about becoming the world's #1 striker. But when world-class top strikers appeared right in front of them, that gap made them want to give up on their dreams. Was their football career ending here? Isagi couldn't help but question himself. Was this really something hard work could catch up to? Hey, relax. You guys look too serious. After scoring, Luna waved goodbye to the blue team with a relaxed look. The real purpose of this match was to select players to represent Japan in the U20 World Cup. Which means, from the very beginning, you were destined to lose. Destined to lose? Isagi and Bakira looked up upon hearing this. What did that mean? So this final selection wouldn't eliminate anyone. A feeling of surviving a disaster spread among the blue team members. Hey, you kids really know how to dream. You didn't actually plan on winning, did you? Besides, there was no way you could win anyway. Silva's words were like needles. Straight to the heart, mun. Kira felt like the big guy was pointing that at him. But he looked at the panting Rin beside him and realized Rin had wanted to win, too. Alright everyone, we have to go report your skill levels to Ego. Cavazos waved goodbye as well. I need to get back to the hotel ASAP. Gotta hit the bars and pick up girls tonight. Blake returned to his true nature. Huh? Just as everyone thought the world stars were about to leave, Loki walked slowly up to Kira. How did you feel about this match? Japan's supernova, interested in coming to France to play football. TCH. Hearing this, Rin's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He recalled his own parting with his brother. Monitoring room. Slap. That Loki has really crossed the line, taking players straight from other teams, Anri pouted angrily. In her mind, Kira was a treasure-level player now, and Loki had just started recruiting him right there. TCH. Ego tapped the desk, unbothered by her outburst. Kira's performance today indeed showed he had the qualifications to stand in the top 5 leagues. If Kira chose to accept, Ego would respect that decision. Going to a higher stage was what every striker dreamed of. On the pitch, it suddenly went quiet. Everyone was waiting for Kira's answer. "Hey, Loki, you brat, you move too fast." Silva actually had his eye on Kira too, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. The other world stars all looked at Loki with complaint. They had planned to find him privately later to poach him. Seeing that Kira hadn't answered, Loki smiled and continued, "With your current performance, you could come straight to our B team. No, even the first team. I believe you could secure a starting spot in a very short time. I look forward to being teammates with you. Hand over all of your power stones so we can reach 300 and another new chapter will drop right away. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 86, Loki's Invitation. 1312 words. Chapter 86, Loki's Invitation. Go to France to play. Be teammates with Loki. Kira hadn't expected Loki to invite him directly. It indirectly showed just how much weight Loki's voice carried within his team. To be able to represent the team and extend an invitation personally, was this the future of French football? However, Kira shook his head. Loki looked a bit taken aback. "Thanks for the offer, Loki. I'm genuinely happy you invited me. But my performance today wasn't good enough, and I was just lucky. I still want to hone my skills here in Japan for a while. When I'm ready, I'll definitely come to Europe to find you." Kira politely declined Loki's invitation. "That's a pity." A flicker of disappointment crossed Loki's face, but it vanished quickly. He wasn't overly emotional about Kira's refusal. This world had plenty of geniuses. It also had many who faded away prematurely. Among monsters like Loki himself, how many could actually stand at the peak of the world in the end? The football world had seen too many flashes in the pan. Loki simply appreciated talent, that was all. He waved his hand to bid Kira farewell. Kira, he actually refused. Aryu acted as the translator for the rest. Isagi asked himself honestly, if it were him, could he refuse with the same determination as Kira? With Loki's return, the World Star team disappeared into the tunnel. Inside the tunnel. "Ha ha ha. Loki, that guy actually turned you down." Silva gloated, practically reveling in it. Even Blake couldn't help but snicker, constantly glancing at Loki's expression. Loki gave a feint but didn't say anything. All right. Geniuses all have their own ways of thinking. Let's just go back, take a nice shower, and enjoy our vacation, Luna said kindly, smoothing things over for Loki. Cavazos, however, looked back thoughtfully at Kira one last time. "I hope that guy doesn't get seduced by domestic capital and end up rotting in the Japanese league." In Cavazos' mind, the professional league in Japan wasn't just a star or two below the top 5 European leagues, it was worlds apart. Phew. After Team World 5 left, Bakira flopped down onto the turf. The others followed suit, lying down one by one. 5 boys lay on the grass, looking up at the ceiling. Damn it. Kira turned his head and noticed the look of pure unwillingness on Rin's face. Blue Lock 3rd selection, first mission, World Selection match. Team Blue Lock lost 2-5. Several hours later. Blue Lock Special Strategy Meeting Room. 100 million yen for each world-class player, plus a 1 million bonus for every goal scored. An important member of the Japan Football Association looked utterly incredulous. Just how much more money are you going to waste on this project? And there was no way they could win. What is the point of doing this? Explain yourself to us clearly. Hey, and another thing, can you sit properly? We are in a meeting. Criticism of Igo's arrangement echoed through the conference room. Jinpachi Igo sat cross-legged on his chair, responding to their doubts with a slouching, nonchalant attitude. A diamond cannot be polished without friction. I just wanted them to experience world-class standards firsthand, while they're still at that sensitive impressionable age. I don't expect old geezers like you, who have already learned to give up, to have any dreams left. So shut the fuck up. Instantly, the conference room exploded. Hey. What's your attitude, you brat? Who the hell do you think you are? Terminate the project. Terminate it immediately. Igo looked completely indifferent. At the head of the table, a balding middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop arguing. The noisy room quieted down instantly. He was the president of the Japan Football Association, Hirotoshi Buritsuda. Igo tilted his head, waiting for this fossil to speak. Igo, we've received many complaints from the parents of the high school students participating in the project. Your project lacks transparency from start to finish. Even now, we can't see the full picture. More importantly, you haven't produced any results so far. Continuing this project will only become a stain on the Japan Football Association. We can no longer support you fooling around like this. The president spoke with earnest concern, as if he didn't want to terminate the project but was forced to by circumstances. Heh. Igo scoffed inwardly at that old geezer's nonsense. Then I'll show you the results right now. Igo turned and signaled to Anri. Anri turned on the conference room screen, which began playing the video of the match between Kira's team and the World Select team. Igo, what are you trying to prove with this surveillance footage? Does this have any value or meaning? You've been tinkering for months and this is what you came up with. The association members in the room started chattering again. Shut up and watch carefully. Igo finally lost his patience and snapped. After a while, the entire conference room suddenly fell silent. In the video, Kira's performance had exceeded their expectations. Is Kira really this good? This is already at the level of a world-class professional player, isn't it? My God, how old is he? Promote him. Get the media to blast his name everywhere. This could definitely make a lot of money. The room buzzed with discussions about Kira. Igo suppressed the nausea rising in his gut. These guys only cared about money. Igo. The president tapped his finger thoughtfully on the desk, and the room went quiet again. Producing one decent player is indeed a commendable achievement. But it's far from enough. Do you understand? One star player, the profit is too small. It's not worth additional investment from us. Hirotoshi Buritsuda's attitude made the association's determination to terminate the project clear. Kira was excellent, yes. But it wasn't enough. Igo knew it would come to this. He adjusted his glasses and said, then let's stage a major event, President. The time has come for Blue Lock to change Japanese football. Oh? Hirotoshi Buritsuda's eyes lit up. He could smell the money, so the proposal immediately caught his interest. Meanwhile, third selection, 5-person room. The 5 of them had washed up and were lying on their respective beds, replaying today's match in their minds. We really couldn't fight back at all. Isagi reflected on his performance. He had been basically useless. Yeah. I thought I had gotten stronger coming to Blue Lock, but now I've been rudely awakened to exactly how much I weigh, Arias sighed as he managed his long hair. But I don't know why, this is probably the first time I've lost and felt completely convinced by the defeat, Bakira said while toweling his hair dry. Hearing this, Kira offered his own opinion. That's probably what Igo wanted us to realize. After fighting against stars we only see on TV, the concept of world's number one feels real now. Otherwise, it would have just remained a slogan. Put that way, I think I understand. It feels like the world's #1 striker isn't just a fantasy in our brains anymore. Yeah, even if it is still far away. Isagi nodded. Hey, Kira. Ito Rin suddenly spoke up. Everyone stared at him. Why didn't you accept Loki's invitation? You must have been tempted deep down, right? Rin seemed very perplexed by Kira's refusal. Hearing this, everyone else in the room looked at him with curiosity. Internally, Kira was speechless. He knew they would ask this. But he couldn't exactly tell them the truth. I want to absorb enough attributes to actually reach world-class level before I go. What should he say? Hand over all of your power stones so we can reach 300 and another new chapter will drop right away. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 87, Blake's Gaze. 1407 words. Chapter 87, Blake's Gaze. Actually, I was pretty tempted by Loki's offer. Kira hesitated, carefully choosing his words as he answered Rin's question. The French League is one of the top 5, sure. But let's be real, it's not the main stage. England, Spain, Italy, and Germany. The leagues in those 4 countries. They've got way more pull for me. The others in the room nodded in agreement. Rin finally understood. So that was it. Kira thought the French League was beneath him. Isagi didn't know what to say. Even if France was considered the Farmers' League by some, it was still one of the big 5. Surely it was better than rotting in Japan. Besides, Loki invited me on behalf of his team. That team already has a king. It already has Loki. No matter how well I perform there, the best I could ever hope for is being the #2. The sidekick. Kira said it with such conviction that he almost believed it himself. He sounded like a man with monumental ambition, someone who would only move to a team where he was the core, the sun around which everything else orbited. Hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned by the sheer scale of Kira's ego. Arya couldn't help but speak up. And here I thought I was the most arrogant person alive. I didn't realize you were the one with the real god complex, Kira. Ha ha ha, well, I might be wrong. Just my personal philosophy. Kira laughed it off, eager to end the topic before he dug himself deeper. What Kira didn't know was that his casual deflection had sparked something in the others. They began to question their own futures. Kira's dream, it's not just a dream. It's a blueprint. He's already mapping out his position in the pro world. Compared to him, I'm just an idiot shouting about becoming the world's best striker without a plan. In Isagi's eyes, Kira's stature grew even more imposing. Rin also seemed to have an epiphany. He had never actually considered these practical realities. His goal had always been simple: destroy Ito's. As for where he would play after that, he had zero concept of it. Rin's mind drifted back to the match. Even while being crushed by the World 5, Kira had consistently produced moments of brilliance. Rin hadn't scored a single goal. Kira had scored 2. In reality, that match had been Kira versus the World Select Team. The rest of them, just spectators. Even Rin felt like he hadn't made much of an impact. He feels even more formidable than Sae. While Rin was lost in thought. Kira, didn't you just shower? Why are you gearing up again? Bakira exclaimed in surprise. Kira was fully dressed in his training kit, ready to head out. No way. You're actually grinding right now. Go if you want. I don't have a single ounce of energy left, Arya grumbled. Are you made of iron? We just finished playing the world team. Can your body even handle it? Isagi couldn't help but worry. Kira grinned. Ha ha ha. I just feel weird if I don't touch the ball before bed. In truth, He still had 2 trial cards sitting in his mental inventory that he needed to burn through. Kira bid farewell to his exhausted roommates and headed straight for the training grounds. That guy really is a monster, Arya muttered, watching the door close behind him. Bakira wanted to go too, but his body refused. Every muscle screamed in protest. He had no choice but to give up. Rin said nothing. He just kept chewing on his shoelace, staring at his cleats. Everyone had their own pace. Forcing yourself to keep up when your body was broken would only be counterproductive. 1 hour later. Inside the Blue Lock facility. Adam Blake was strutting through the corridors, dressed in fashionable street clothes, whistling a tune. His face was covered in lipstick marks. He was wandering the halls, still savoring the memories of Japanese nightlife. The local women weren't as bold or open as those in Europe or America, but their reserved, coy nature had its own unique flavor that Blake found intoxicating. If he didn't have another match coming up, he would have stayed out partying for days. Thump. Thump. The sound of a ball being kicked echoed through the building. This late? Someone's still grinding. Blake's curiosity was piqued. He followed the sound. As the top scorer of the English Premier League, he knew exactly how crucial hard work was. Sure, the moment he had time off, he was hitting the clubs and chasing skirts. But that didn't stop him from being a disciplined beast when it counted. He respected the hustle. Let's see who's burning the midnight oil. Blake stealthily approached the player tunnel. On the field, a lone figure was dribbling, shooting, and cutting. Sweat flew with every movement. It was Kira, training deep into the night. Impressive. Blake had a sharp eye for talent. Kira's dribbling was polished and stable. His shots were heavy and powerful. His rhythm and frequency were spot on. Even his posture was stylish. His movements had a certain flair. It was almost exactly like Blake's own style. The corners of Blake's mouth curled up. He really appreciated this kid. But wait. Why did these moves look so familiar? That narcissistic expression when he shot. The way he would suddenly burst into a goal celebration even though no one was watching. Wait a minute. Blake's eyes lit up. Isn't that my signature celebration? This Japanese kid, could it be? Is he a fan of mine? The thought made Blake puff up with pride. That had to be it. Suddenly, everything made sense. Why did Kira reject Loki's invitation? Because Kira's idol was him. Adam Blake. His target was obviously the Premier League. So what if you're talented, Loki? You can't recruit a genius like this if his heart belongs to another king. Ahem. Thinking of this, Blake started to straighten his clothes. He prepared to walk out there, acting like a benevolent mentor. Teach the kid a move or two. Then casually recruit him to England. It would be a legendary story for the ages. And after that, he could take Kira clubbing to pick up girls. Cough. Getting ahead of himself. No, wait. Blake realized he was covered in lipstick marks and dressed like a playboy. Usually, he wouldn't care. But this kid was his fan. The idol burden kicked in. He had to set an example. He couldn't walk out looking like this, it would make him seem too frivolous. Blake stood in the shadows of the tunnel, stroking his chin. Since he's my fan, he'll definitely come find me later. I can't be too eager. That's desperate, like Loki. It lowers my value. I'll wait for the kid to come to me. Then, I'll pretend his request is a bit troublesome, and finally, reluctantly agree. Ha ha ha. Blake almost laughed out loud and quickly covered his mouth. On the field, Kira continued his solitary practice. Phew. He hadn't been spotted. Blake relaxed. And so, Blake stood in the tunnel for a full 30 minutes, watching Kira train. Even when Kira's movements became a bit less fluid toward the end, it didn't dampen Blake's appreciation. He must be exhausted from the match earlier today, Blake rationalized. Finally, satisfied with what he had seen, Blake turned and left. Phew. That old creep finally left. Kira gasped for air, leaning over his knees. He was exhausted. He had noticed the gaze burning into his back a long time ago. When he had glanced back, he saw a shadow stretching long and distorted from the player tunnel. And on the face of that shadow, a weird, lecherous grin. It terrified Kira. He had clenched up and focused intensely on his training, praying the guy wouldn't come over. He'd heard rumors about certain tendencies among some players. Kira had pretended not to notice, silently grinding away, hoping the guy wouldn't lack self-awareness and try to strike up a conversation. Looks like the Premier League just dropped to the bottom of my list. If even the top scorer is like that, I can't go there. I'm too handsome. I'd be eaten alive. Kira shook his head vigorously, traumatized. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 88, The Other Teams. 1,252 words. Chapter 88, The Other Teams. A few days later. Blue Lock 3rd Selection Dormitory. On a screen mounted on one side of the room, the second mission of the 3rd selection was displayed in bold letters, English Study. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wed. Wait. Bakira, #O. Bakira was struggling hard with the pronunciation. Wednesday was proving to be a formidable opponent for him. Wednesday. Bakira turned to Rin, confused. Veins popped on Rin's forehead. You idiot. Did you even graduate middle school? Except for Sunday, you got every single one wrong. Hey, Kira. For the self-introduction, do I have to say? My name is. Can I just say I am? Even Isagi was curiously asking Kira for advice. Kira had black lines dropping down his face. Rin, bite your tongue lightly. THUEs. Is that how you pronounce TH? Arya was also hopeless at speaking. Seeing this, Kira immediately grabbed his music player and slipped on his headphones to block out the English noise filling the room. Kira's ignoring us. Rin, we can only rely on you now. Teach us, come on. THUEs, tus, ruse, right. Rin covered his ears in irritation. He didn't want to deal with any of them. Seeing this, Bakira folded a paper airplane and threw it straight at Rin. I can fly day. Bakira shouted excitedly. The paper airplane hit Rin squarely in the face. Rin stood up, furious. He slammed the book in his hand onto the table, ready to beat Bakira up. Kira saw this and quickly grabbed Rin to hold him back. Rin gritted his teeth. Who the hell wants to play these games with you academic failures? How many more days do we have to live like this? Bakira playfully covered his head with his hands. I'm sorry, he chanted repeatedly. Kira shook his head helplessly while restraining Rin. For the past few days, per Ego's request, the 5 of them had been practicing English every single day. Ding dong ding dong. The second selection has concluded. An announcement came through the room's speakers. The list of players advancing to the 3rd selection is now finalized. It's over. Arya reacted to the announcement, realization dawning on him. The selection was finally done. Bakira looked excited. Perfect timing. I was sick of studying anyway. Kira retorted internally, you just didn't want to study from the start, did you? The announcement continued. Please change into your numbered bibs and uniforms immediately and gather in the central connection room. Furthermore, 7 teams, totaling 35 players, have advanced. You will enter in the order you cleared the selection. Hearing this, everyone quickly changed clothes and set out. Kira and the others had been waiting for this moment for a long time. 7 teams seems like a lot of people got cut. Wonder if they studied English? Bakira asked while stretching in the hallway. Yeah. I wonder if they made it. Isagi worried silently. Kira opened his mouth but said nothing. He knew that in the original story, Kunigami had been temporarily eliminated at this stage. First, please welcome the first team to advance. The speaker announced. The 5 of them followed Kira out of the tunnel. Wow, so spacious. We're the first ones here. Bakira looked around the massive room. Kira, who do you think made it through? Bakira blinked, expecting an answer. Hard to say. But they won't be weaklings, Kira answered vaguely. Isagi felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. Right. Only those who fought their way through hell could make it here. Next, please welcome the second team. Creak. The large doors on the other side of the room opened. 5 pairs of eyes focused instantly. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed from the tunnel. Everyone held their breath in curiosity. Who would the second team be? 5 figures gradually became clear. It's them. Bakira shouted excitedly. Leading the pack was the white-haired Nagi. Following closely behind were Chidori, Baru, Ryo, and Aoshi Tokimitsu. Kira paused slightly. There's a change. But they were all familiar faces. Yo. Nagi waved a lazy greeting. Long time no see, Kira. Fake King. I'm here. Baru looked down at Kira with his usual arrogant glare. Feels like it's been a million years, guys. Chidori looked emotional. Ryo didn't show much reaction and didn't initiate a greeting. Tokimitsu spoke nervously and shyly. Top 3. Do you still remember me? Hello. Oh, Ryo is here too. Bakira greeted everyone happily. So you guys made it after all. Arya still remembered these opponents they had clashed with. Great, that's great. Isagi was incoherent with excitement. Hey, Yoichi Isagi. What's with that face? You look relieved, Nagi teased. Did you think we wouldn't come? No, not at all. Isagi waved his hands frantically. You little guard dog for the fake king. Acting all high and mighty. Pretty arrogant, aren't you? Baru was annoyed. Even a small fry like Isagi wasn't taking him seriously now. Treating us like side characters. With that, Chidori turned his head to look at Kira. Long time no see. Kira couldn't help but smile. Long time no see, Chidori. Chidori was probably the person in all of Blue Lock who understood his playstyle best. Kira was genuinely happy to see him again. Meanwhile, Isagi had been picked up by Baru like a chick. No. I mean, I'm happy to see you guys. Basically, I'm just happy. Can't be bothered with you. Nagi ignored Isagi and walked up to Kira. Kira, I'm here to beat you. I won't let my football career end until I defeat you. Ryo looked at Kira with complex eyes but remained silent. Ever since they played against Kira, Nagi wouldn't shut up about him. I'm going to crush you too. My grudge with the top 3 isn't settled yet. Baru dropped Isagi and crowded in. Sure. We'll fight again someday. Kira smiled, agreeing readily. Next, please welcome the next team. The speaker sounded again. The chatter in the room stopped instantly. Buzz. The doors opened. The third team filed in. Zantetsu. Bakira happily spotted a familiar face among a group of strangers. The other 4 were unknown to most of the group. But Kira knew them. Tabito Karasu, Kenya Yukimiya, Ida Otoya, Jin Kiora. Zantetsu looked at Nagi and Ryo with a hint of resentment. Sorry, Zantetsu. Back then, Nagi looked apologetic. Don't apologize. If apologies were useful, the police would be useful. Zantetsu spouted nonsense with a straight face. It turned out that after Nagi, Chijiri, and Baru had been sent back to the previous stage, they encountered Ryo, Zantetsu, and Nijiro Nanase. After the 3v3 match ended, Ryo's team lost and Nagi's team chose Ryo. Later, Zantetsu and Nanase Nijiro managed to scrape together 4 people. But they went up against Karasa Tobito's team, and Zantetsu was stolen. Zantetsu's wandering journey through the selection was finally over. As Zantetsu recounted his hardships, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Ryo's confusion was cleared up. He had been wondering why Zantetsu's teammates had changed again. The other 4 didn't seem interested in interacting with Kira's group, and found a corner to stand in. Next, please welcome the 4th team. Chijiri stared at the tunnel, his eyes filled with worry. Kira knew who he was worried about. Kunigami, will you come? Kira couldn't help but ask himself the same question. A/N, place your bets. Do you think Kunigami will show up? Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, patreon.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Assembly complete. 1,367 words. Chapter 89, Assembly complete. Buzz. The massive doors slid open once more. The players of the 4th team to advance walked in slowly. Huh? I don't recognize a single one of them, Bakira exclaimed. They look pretty stylish. Seem tough too, Arias said, sizing up the newcomers. Kira scanned the members of the 4th team as well. Awkwardly enough, Kira didn't really recognize this team either. Recalling the manga, aside from the guy with the bandana, Nijiro Nanase, whom he vaguely remembered, he drew a complete blank on the rest. Zantetsu. Nijiro Nanase greeted Zantetsu warmly. Zantetsu paused slightly and adjusted his glasses. Yo. Long time no see. Some members of this team had teamed up with Zantetsu before. They had previously faced off against Karasa Tobito's team. Nanase was thrilled to see a familiar face and rushed over to chat with Zantetsu. The rest of the group, much like the previous team, found another corner to settle into. Chijiri counted the teams. 7 teams in total. 3 left. After speaking, he exchanged a look with Isagi and Kira. Obviously, Kunigami wasn't in this group. Next, please welcome the 5th team. The announcement came promptly over the speakers. Buzz. Another set of doors slid open. Bakira's expression suddenly lit up with excitement. It's him. Kira took a quick look. It was Iki Nico. At the same time, Kira's gaze was drawn to the blue-haired boy beside Nico. Yo Hyori. That guy also had insane potential. Nico. Isagi recognized the core player of Team Y, whom they had faced before. Huh? Chijiri counted the members and noticed something off. Is this team missing a person? Why are there only 4 of them? Beep. Hajime Nishioka of the 5th advancing team. He suffered an injury during the World Select match in the 3rd selection and is currently undergoing treatment. Hajime Nishioka. You mean Aomori's Messi? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Sure enough, Kira felt a pang of disappointment. Even this detail matched the original story perfectly. With only 2 teams left, the chances of Kunigami being here were slim to none. What's wrong? Still worried about your old Team Z teammate? Nico approached Kira and greeted him. He looked around the room and nodded. True, I don't see that big orange-haired guy. With his strength, he should be here. Kira fell silent at Nico's words. Rin was also silent. Doesn't this guy know a few too many people? Is he some kind of football socialite? Next, please welcome the 6th team. Buzz. I told you not to push me. I want to make my entrance in the middle. Get lost. The great me is taking center stage. Hey, are you guys children? This spot is obviously mine. Before the sixth team even appeared, the sound of arguing drifted out. Hearing the voices, Chidori and Kira's faces lit up with joy. That was it. They heard Kunigami's voice. Hey. You three, that hurts. Bang. With a loud crash, four entangled figures tumbled onto the floor. What a flashy entrance. Another unfamiliar face turned his head away, as if he didn't know them. And the person crushed at the very bottom. Who else could it be but Kunigami? He looked up furiously at Raichi, Gagamaru, and Junichi Wanama piled on top of him. You three. If you want to mess around, pick the right time and place. Kunigami. Raichi. Gagamaru. Isagi waved happily. Kira let out a sigh of relief, a weight lifting from his shoulders. Kunigami had successfully advanced this round. A smile also bloomed on Chidori's face. Hi. Lots of familiar faces we haven't seen in a while. Gagamaru stood up, scanned the room, and spotted Kira and the others. These idiots still haven't been eliminated, Raichi said with a fierce grin. Kunigami, still on the floor, looked up and saw Kira. In an instant he sprang up. The three people on top of him were thrown aside. Ouch! You're killing the great me. Raichi grumbled in dissatisfaction. Kunigami marched straight up to Kira and Chidori. Gritting his teeth, he said, You guys really have some nerve. Leaving me behind and going on ahead. You made me look everywhere for you. Ah, Kunigami, Chidori panicked, not knowing how to explain himself. Kira stood up with a beaming smile and extended his hand. That's because I believed in you. I knew we would meet here. Right? Hero. Hearing this, the anger on Kunigami's face melted into relief. He smiled and extended his hand too. Don't think you can leave me behind, genius. Their hands clasped together. And suddenly, Kira's face turned bright red. Ouch. Kunigami. I was wrong, okay. Kira let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Kira's howling echoed through the entire connection room. Kunigami smirked mischievously. I have to properly repay you for your trust, don't I? Kira cried internally. Kunigami has gone bad. Severe pain shot through his hand, making Kira dance around in agony. Only then did Kunigami let him go. Chidori glanced at Kira's purple, crushed hand. He had been about to extend his own hand but silently pulled it back. Today is not a good day to shake hands with Kunigami. Yup. Chidori thought to himself. He. The familiar faces around them covered their mouths, snickering. Do you guys know? Gagamaru and I found poor Kunigami all alone with no team. Raichi began recounting the past. What did you say? I was just looking for Kira and the others. Kunigami's face turned a rare shade of red. In the end, you still teamed up with us. And look, you're only seeing Kira now. I think you're asking for a beating. Kunigami immediately started chasing Raichi around. The members of Team Z were immersed in laughter and joy. Most of them were still here. It was great. Finally, please welcome the 7th team. The announcement came over the speakers. Everyone's attention was drawn to the door. Most people knew someone in Blue Lock, so everyone was watching closely to see if their acquaintances would appear in the final team. Buzz. The doors opened. Namu Amida Butsu. The lead person made the Team Z veterans' jaws drop. It was actually Igaguri. So many familiar faces. Igaguri happily rubbed his bald head. So strange. Aren't you guys happy to see me? Igaguri looked hurt. Monk, how did you advance? Bakira voiced the question everyone was thinking. You didn't cheat, did you? Ha ha ha. Kira laughed internally. What are you saying, mushroom head? We were teammates once, you know. Of course I relied on my unyielding spirit. Igaguri looked proud, then leaned in close to Kira. Kira stared at him with disdain. Kira, let me tell you. I latched onto a huge carry. That guy is dangerous. Be careful of him later. Igaguri whispered cautiously. Tap. 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 From behind the door, a figure walked in leisurely. Evidently, he was the last member of the fifth team. Kira's eyes widened. Finally, they met again. Ryusei Shido. Beside Kira, Rin also looked up, noticing the pink-haired freak radiating pure, chaotic pheromones. Igaguri. You just relied on me to win. And now you want to betray your master. Does your former master really make you that loyal? Ryusei Shido, exuding a dangerous aura, walked toward Igaguri. Igaguri trembled and hid behind Kira. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Advancement list, ranked in order of arrival. Team 1, Ryosuke Kira, Ito Rin, Yoichi Isagi, Meguro Bakira, Jiyube Aryu. Team 2, Saishiro Nagi, Hyoma Chijiri, Shibaru, Mikage Ryo, Aoshi Tokumitsu. Team 3, Tabito Karasu, Kenya Yukimiya, Ida Otoya, Tsurugi Zantatsu, Jin Kiora. Team 4, Nijiro Nanase, Akira Indoji, Taiga Tsunzaki, Reiji Hiragi, Shizuka Haiji. Team 5, Iki Niko, Yohiri, Kairu Saramadara, Rans Corona, Hajime Nishioka injured. Team 6, Jingo Raichi, Jin Gagamaru, Rensuke Kunigami, Junichi Wanama, Kyohei Shiguma. Team 7, Yurimi Igarashi, Igaguri, Ryusei Shido, Tetsu Sakura, Shingen Tanaka, Yukio Ishikari. A/N, yep, Ichigo survived the selection. Did anyone predict that? By the way, can't forget the usual ritual. Hand over all of your power stones. First goal, 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 90, Blake's Guarantee. 1254 words. Chapter 90, Blake's Guarantee. Ding dong, ding dong. All players advancing to the third selection have completed entry. The announcement echoed from the speaker. However, the explosive tension in the room didn't dissipate in the slightest. All eyes were fixed on Kira's group. Hey, is that guy Ryusei Shido? He looks totally unhinged, Tabito Karasu remarked, recalling Shido's performance from the VAR footage. It fit his style perfectly. Ida Otoya glanced over and gave his evaluation. Too high profile. Not my type. Ha ha ha, true. He's the exact opposite of your personality. Karasu and Otoya watched the drama unfold like old friends enjoying a show. Hey. Buzz cut, get over here. Let me beat you up a little. Shido barked the order, eyes blazing. Igaguri trembled, instinctively starting to stand up to obey, but he shot a fearful glance at Kira in front of him. Kira shook his head at him. Sure, Igaguri's skills were trash, but they had fought side by side. Kira wasn't going to sit back and watch a former teammate get bullied like that. What are you, a child? Getting off on playing the schoolyard bully? Kira shot back, refusing to back down. Child. Shido was instantly triggered. And who do you think you are? Some kind of grown-up? In a flash, Shido sprang up and launched a side kick straight at Kira's face. Just as Kira prepared to dodge, he felt someone pull him from behind, yanking him out of the kick's path. Chijiri? Kira looked back. It was indeed Chijiri. What is wrong with this guy? Looking like some delinquent punk. He's really pissing me off. Chidori stared at Shido with open hostility. Seeing his first strike fail, Shido raised his fist, ready to charge again. But a large hand grabbed his fist from the side. Kunigami looked at him with a stern expression. "That's enough, you violent maniac. Oh, the hero has arrived." Shido stared provocatively into Kunigami's eyes. To Shido's surprise, Kunigami's gaze was unusually firm. It was as if there was already bad blood between them. "If you're looking for a fight, count me in. You tanned antenna freak." Bakira rolled his wrists, stepping forward. "Nah, it's not a tan, it's the sun," Shido said with a smirk. "Let's see who's trying to mess with Kira." Aryu and Rin also crowded around. Rin looked icy cold, radiating an aura that screamed, "Don't mess with me." "Oh ho. That guy named Kira seems pretty popular." Karasa's eyes filled with interest. "Oh? Are you inputting new data again?" Otoya asked. "Depends on how he performs on the field." Karasa closed his eyes, lost in thought. Shido, standing in the center of the crowd, scanned the group. He looked at Kira mockingly. "You've really got a great harem, don't you? Even in a prison like this." Buzz. The screen on the side wall lit up, displaying the figure of Jinpachi Ego. "All right, diamonds in the rough. That's enough. If you start a real brawl, you'll be forcibly removed. Besides, you don't have time to mess around. Your football careers might be about to turn into worthless trash, just like Blue Lock itself. Disappearing into the sea of mediocrity." Everyone's attention shifted to the screen. Hearing this, Kunigami released his grip. Shido scoffed and tactfully walked to another corner. "Disappear." Igaguri looked confused. Wasn't everything going full steam ahead? Ah, right. The match against the World 5 really made an impact on everyone, I assume. I'll tell you the meaning behind it later. Ego paused, then continued. Originally, I intended for you to study English properly. After layers of selection, only 5 people were supposed to remain. But the plan has changed. Those old geezers at the Football Association are itching to destroy Blue Lock. So I decided to challenge them directly. The next selection will take place in 3 weeks. It will be a match where the survival of Blue Lock is on the line. Everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. The survival of Blue Lock. Bakira looked nervously at Kira. If they lost, would everyone have to leave this place? The Japan U-20 national team versus the Blue Lock 11. A special send-off match. What? Against the U-20 national team. Are you crazy? We have to play them. This is. The crowd instantly exploded. Discussions erupted everywhere. Finally, the moment was approaching. Japan's U-20 national team. Kira's memories from his past life resurfaced. He had read this part in the manga, and if things followed the original plot, he knew exactly who he would be playing against. Ego waved his hand, signaling for silence. He announced, "If we beat them, Blue Lock will replace the U-20 national team." In an instant, the room reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Tokyo International Airport. Adam Blake was on the phone, talking to someone. "Blake, did you numb your brain away with all those women? Japan actually has a kid as talented as you were back in the day." The incredulous voice of Blake's team manager came from the other end of the line. "Chris, when have I ever lied to you?" Blake was annoyed by the lack of trust. "Besides, my eye for talent has always been spot on." "Spot on, my ass. I trust your eye for women, but when have you ever scouted talent? Seriously, trust me." Even Loki extended an olive branch to him, but he turned it down. Hearing this, the other end of the line went silent. After a long pause. If even Loki was interested, then he must be a rare talent. "Are you confident you can sign him?" "Relax. I'm his idol. Is that so? The manager seemed convinced. Despite Blake's constant scandals, his handsome looks and flashy playstyle did attract a lot of teenage fans globally. So, did he come ask for your contact info? Speaking of this, Blake felt a bit awkward. He had deliberately stayed at Blue Lock for a few extra days, even wandering around the training grounds several times. Yet, Kira hadn't approached him once. It confused him. But he figured the kid was just too shy. Don't worry, Chris. I left my business card in his room. He'll definitely call me. Blake guaranteed confidently. All right, good luck. Come back to England soon. My flight's taking off now. See ya. Blake hung up the phone. He looked out at the land of Japan. He had a premonition that Kira was the one who would change football in this country. Thinking about how Kira would soon come running to him, Blake waved his fist happily. Yes. Yes. The people around him looked at him like he was a lunatic. 72 hours ago. Ayman sat on his knees on the grass, unable to believe he had been eliminated. Am I really this bad? Memories of Team Z flooded his mind. He stood up like a walking corpse and left. In the end, I just lacked the resolve to fight others for supremacy. Ayman thought to himself. Just as he was about to give up, a fork appeared in the road ahead. At the end of each path was a door. One door said exit. The other door said wild card. After a moment of thought, the look in Ayman's eyes changed. He made his choice firmly and walked down one of the paths. Hand over all of your power stones. First goal, 100 stones equals +1 extra chapter. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 91, the top 6. 1,296 words. Chapter 91, the top 6. Replacing the U20 national team. They actually agreed to those conditions. No way. That's insane. I can't even imagine it. We could become national team members just like that. The crowd in the Blue Lock Connection room buzzed with disbelief. In the monitoring room, Ego took in everyone's expressions. He calmly took a sip of water from his cup and continued. Because the association geezers think there's zero chance they'll lose. After all, their opponents are just a ragtag group of 35 high school students. And when they heard our side is entirely made up of strikers, they laughed and agreed on the spot. Their goal is to crush the Blue Lock project and use the national team hype to attract viewers and make money. On the screen, Ego continued his speech. Kira scanned the reactions of those around him. Kunigami and Chidori both looked angry. Rin and Shido, however, showed no emotional fluctuation. Kira also noticed a gaze constantly sizing him up. It was Tabito Karasu in the corner. Karasu noticed Kira looking back. He smiled and nodded at Kira, a silent greeting. Why does this guy keep watching me? Kira had some doubts, but he nodded back with a polite smile. I can tell you calmly and realistically. With your current abilities, you are enough to overturn the Japanese football world. However, Jinpachi Ego shifted the topic, and the image of Itoshire Sae appeared on the screen. Kira felt Rin's breathing hitch noticeably beside him. That being said, the opponents are coming with the determination to win. They have called up Itoshire Sae to the U20 national team. Itoshire Sae. That genius midfielder playing in Europe. I heard that guy is terrifyingly strong. Gasps erupted in the connection room. The U20 national team was already hard enough to deal with. Add Itoshire Sae to the mix, and the pressure on Blue Lock instantly skyrocketed. A match against the U20 national team. Isagi stared at Ego on the screen, his mind already wandering far away. He recalled that not long ago, he was just a nameless nobody. Now, if they won, he could join the U20 national team. A match where he could change his life with his own hands. Isagi's breathing quickened involuntarily. This was why he came here. To change his boring, dull life. Hey, hey, hey. Glasses, wait a second. Reichi's loud voice echoed through the room. I get that this is an opportunity, but how are the starting 11 players going to be arranged? Don't tell me the midfielders and defenders are going to be chosen from us too. Of course, Ego answered matter-of-factly. We can only use strikers to build a makeshift team to fight. Furthermore, the goalkeeper will also be chosen from among you. Gagamaru, I have a feeling he's talking about me. Tokimitsu turned pale with shock and started panicking again. That's too reckless. The opponents are professional defenders. Ariel looked interested. This kind of do-or-die drama is stylish. That's completely unreliable. Do we really have a chance to win like this? The others in the room began to discuss noisily. All right, shut up. I'm not an idiot without a plan. I will build the team representing Blue Lock around the next 6 people I call. They are currently the top 6 based on comprehensive evaluations. To build a team in just 3 short weeks, this is the most logical gamble. Those whose names are called, step forward. First, ranked number 1. Ego paused, a slight evil smile appearing on his face. He had a feeling that as long as this guy was around, their chances of losing against the Football Association were very slim. Isagi held his breath involuntarily. He was genuinely curious about this ranking. Although he had a candidate in mind for first place, he couldn't help but be nervous. Ryosuke Kira. Ego announced the name of the number 1 player. As expected. Isagi had anticipated this. He looked at Kira with excitement. Kira looked baffled. Why is Isagi more excited than I am? Hearing his name, Kira walked out of the crowd expressionlessly. I knew it was him. Chidori watched Kira's back with a complex expression. As expected of Kira. Stylish. Aryu's eyes lit up. That fake is ahead of me again. Baru clenched his fists. No one was surprised by Kira's selection. At the same time, it ignited their fighting spirit. Ego flipped through his notebook. Next is number 2. Ryusei Shido. Hearing his name, Ryusei Shido looked up with a grin. Coming. Tada. He walked over to stand beside Kira with a flamboyant swagger. He looked at Kira mockingly. Kira couldn't be bothered with him. He turned his head away, pretending not to see him. So number 1 is you, the kid everyone was fussing over just now. Shido struck up a conversation with a grin. Kira rolled his eyes and didn't respond. Huh? I thought that guy was tough. Igaguri found it ridiculous. Just as I thought. Skill and character aren't related. Kunigami looked at Shido with eyes full of fighting spirit. He hated guys like Shido who bullied the weak. Second place isn't Rin. Isagi was surprised. Was that guy named Shido actually better than Rin? Isagi didn't believe it. Rin didn't seem to care much about the ranking. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking from his face. Ever since SAE's participation was announced, Rin had been distracted. Number 3, Itosha Rin. Hearing his name, Rin stepped forward expressionlessly. Number 4, Tabito Karasu. You know your stuff, 4 eyes. Karasu walked out coolly, hands in his pockets. Though the ranking is lower than I thought. I figured I'd at least be top 3. Number 5, Ida Otoya. Otoya didn't say much. He just acknowledged it and stepped forward. Top 6. That means there's only 1 spot left. Isagi desperately wanted to be one of them. Finally, number 6, Kenya Yukimiya. Ego announced the final member of the top 6. Present. It's an honor. Kenya Yukimiya, a tall, handsome guy with glasses, stepped forward calmly. These are all the top 6 candidates. Isagi felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't been selected. Ego-san. For future reference, I'd like to ask a very direct question. Among those who stepped forward, Yukimiya raised his hand. Ego nodded, signaling him to ask. Why am I 6th? What is the gap between me and the person in first place? Ego scanned the connection room. Clearly, everyone was looking at him with curiosity. The unselected players needed answers too. Ego understood the question perfectly. Or rather, he understood the reason behind asking it. These boys still couldn't see the gap between themselves and others. He began to explain. It's simple. Out of 35 players, only 2 managed to score against the Team World 5. Ryosuke Kira and Ryusei Shido. Shido scored 1 goal. Kira scored 2. Scored 2. Shido's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Ego's words. The way he looked at Kira changed completely. Karasa's expression also revealed shock. Images of Loki, Blake, and Luna's exquisite skills flashed through his mind. To score 2 goals while playing against monsters like that. The stats he'd built for Kira, in his mind skyrocketed instantly. Yukimiya, who asked the question, was also stunned. If that was the case, he was truly convinced. Ha ha ha. As expected of Kira. I knew it. He was in the same room as me before. Igaguri shouted proudly, constantly showing off to those around him. This made Kira, standing in the distance, lower his head in embarrassment. Aside from this, you're getting an extra chapter today. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Choice. 1,233 words. Chapter 92, The Choice. Secondly, the ranking is based on total goals scored since the start of the first selection. There's also the personal evaluations from the 5 World 5 players. Finally, I added my own judgment. Do you understand now, you gentle, 4-eyed model? Huh? That guy's a model too? Gagamaru asked. For some reason, that pisses me off, Raichi muttered. He hated every handsome guy equally. Understood. Thank you. Yukimiya accepted the ranking criteria and nodded, fully convinced. Alright, let's begin the next selection. First, based on the rankings from high to low, I will divide these 6 players into 3 levels, A, B, and C. 2 players per level, making a total of 3 teams. Next, the remaining 29 players will choose which team they want to join. Once you've decided, report to me. Then, I will randomly select 3 players to join each of the chosen teams, forming a 5-man squad. Once the teams are formed like that, you will face off in a 5v5 match. So that's how it is. Use this method to find talented players who can sync up with the top 6. Isagi understood Ego's intention immediately. However, the top 6 players will participate in multiple matches. But the rest of you 29 players only get 1 chance to play. This is the ultimate mission of the modified 3rd selection. An aptitude test with your survival on the line. The stake is a spot against the U20 national team. Ario looked thoughtful. Put that way, we really only have 1 shot. Feels just like being a pro, doesn't it? Bakira looked eager to try. I'm definitely grabbing a spot. Igaguri clenched his fists with confidence. Which team do I want to join? And how should I showcase myself? I should probably join a team that matches my style. Isagi thought to himself. Also, due to the odd number of players, I will allow the player ranked 7th to participate in 2 matches. Saishiro Nagi, you will take this role. Me? Nagi agreed with a slightly dazed expression. Nagi is ranked 7th. Isagi felt another pang of disappointment. It wasn't him. Are the top 7 all above me? Nagi. Ryo looked at Nagi with surprise. He hadn't realized the gap between him and Nagi had grown so wide without him noticing. Top 6, go to the other room first. Ego commanded. Kira and the other 5 followed Ego's instructions, leaving the room and heading to the exclusive waiting room for the top 6. Hey. Tell me. How did you manage to score 2 goals against those monsters? Since arriving in the VIP room, Shido had been glued to Kira, pestering him with questions. At first, Kira managed to ignore him. But finally, he couldn't take it anymore and said, I just kicked the ball into the net. Isn't that enough? Ha! Shido paused for a second, then burst out laughing. Ha. So you just kicked the ball into the net? Rin glared at Shido with open hostility. He didn't have a good feeling about this guy either. Hello. I'm Yukimiya. Nice to meet you, Kira. Kira turned his head to see the tall, handsome boy standing in front of him. Nice to meet you. Kira extended his hand, and they shook. And this must be Rin. I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you too. Rin just nodded, clearly uncomfortable with the social interaction. That match against Team World 5. Loki was really impressive. What about you guys? Same here. Yukimiya started chatting with Kira and Rin. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Shido stood silently to the side. Otoya and Karasu stuck together, whispering among themselves. The 6 people in the VIP room quickly split into 3 small groups. 10 minutes later. All right, diamonds in the rough. Ego's figure appeared on the screen again. Without a doubt, in the previous battles, you have all proven your existence. You are the elite of Blue Lock. Ego gave another passionate speech to pump them up. Then, he disappeared from the screen. The aptitude test was finally here. Kira glanced at the pink-haired freak in the corner. Just thinking about having him as a teammate gave Kira a headache. If I had known earlier, I would have tried to let Rin score a goal in the match against Team World 5. That way, Rin would be top 2. Working with someone you know is always easier. At least he wouldn't have to deal with this chaotic variable. Sigh. No point in what-ifs. Kira accepted reality. Going back to the room. Rin. Yeah. Kira prepared to escape this place and get some rest. Bye-bye, partner. Shido waved at Kira with a grin. This made Kira stumble just as he was walking out the door. Damn it. Kira felt resentful inside. He was deeply afraid he might end up fighting this guy during the match. Fighting wasn't the main issue, Kira was mostly afraid of getting his face smashed in. Third selection cafeteria. The advancing members of Team Z, minus Kira, were gathered together for a meal. After Kira and the others went to the other room, Ego had explained that they needed to find a team that suited their playstyle. And also for this meal, they could eat whatever they wanted. Hey Monk, did you take every single dish on the menu? Raichi was shocked by the mountain of food in front of Igaguri. Of course. We can eat whatever we want just for tonight. If I don't eat, I lose out. Let me take one of your burdens. Gagamaru sneakily swiped some food from Igaguri's pile. Hey! Go get your own. Igaguri complained. Ha. Everyone laughed. But gathering everyone from the original Team Z, looks like that's impossible now, Raichi said, unusually sentimental. Yeah. Narahaya isn't here to steal my food anymore. Feels kinda empty, Gagamaru reminisced. Raichi counted on his fingers. And pervy Imamura. And reliable Iman. Ha! Where's Kunigami? Raichi noticed Kunigami was missing. I'm here. Kunigami appeared holding a bunch of drinks. He'd gone to get drinks for everyone. What were you guys talking about? Kunigami sat down heavily and twisted open a bottle. Just talking about the teammates who got eliminated, Bakira said with his mouth full. To be honest, we panicked when we didn't see you earlier, Kunigami. We thought you got cut. Huh? Kunigami looked confused. You guys have that little faith in my strength. Then why didn't you worry about me? Raichi protested. I showed up pretty late too, you know. With your sexy football level, getting eliminated would be normal, wouldn't it? Bakira started talking trash. You're asking for a beating. Raichi jumped up furiously and lunged at him. Bakira dodged instantly. Kunigami, save me. Kunigami looked helpless. Will these guys ever grow up? By the way, have you guys decided which team you're going to join? Everyone froze mid-meal. Clearly, this was the difficult question they needed to face now. Yeah. Which team should we choose? Isagi felt a bit lost inside. New Year is approaching, and I hope it will be a holly jolly one for you. To celebrate, I'm giving a 25% New Year discount on my Patreon, valid through December 31st. Use the code F15B at checkout to claim your discount. Merry Christmas. Ho ho ho. Chapter 93, Nico's forehead. 1,315 words. Chapter 93, Nico's forehead. Burp. Igaguri patted his round, stuffed belly with a satisfied look. I'm definitely choosing Team A, he announced with a smug grin. After all, Kira and Shido are both there. It's the easiest ticket to a win. In Igaguri's eyes, latching onto the heavy hitters of Team A was the smartest way to coast through the match. I think I'll go with B or C, Gagamaru replied after a moment of thought. No specific reason. Just a gut feeling. I heard the audiovisual room has footage of every match played so far. I'm going to watch those first, Raichi said, showing a rare flash of strategic planning. Then I'll pick the team that visually clicks with my style. Everyone nodded in agreement. Raichi's method was surprisingly solid and logical. Bakira, however, looked completely relaxed as he shared his plan. I'm going to let an Amadakuji 1-1 decide. Huh? Are you seriously leaving your future up to a child's game? Raichi looked at him like he was an idiot. What about you, Chijiri? Raichi turned to ask the redhead. Chijiri hummed for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Deep down, Chijiri wanted to choose Kira's team, but he worried that being in Kira's shadow wouldn't allow him to fully showcase his own weapon, his speed. And you, Kunigami? The question fell to the orange-haired hero. Kunigami's gaze darkened instantly. I'm definitely not picking Team A. I don't care if Kira is there. I'm going to crush that pink-haired bully. Isagi will probably pick A or B, Bakira said, looking at Isagi like he had him all figured out. Bakira, you actually understand what I'm thinking. Isagi was surprised. We've been teammates for a long time, haven't we? Bakira grinned. If you pick Team A, you can maximize your chemical reaction with Kira. If you pick Team B, you get to fight Rin for control of the match. Either way, both teams have something for you to devour. You'll gain something no matter which one you choose. Bakira analyzed the situation with a serious expression. This guy. Isagi's impression of Bakira shifted. Bakira wasn't just the happy-go-lucky eccentric he appeared to be. When it came to football, his instincts and intellect were terrifyingly sharp. Isagi was torn between A and B. His gut leaned toward Rin's team. That environment offered more chaos, more unknown possibilities to exploit. If he went to Kira's team, there was a high risk he'd end up in Kira's shadow, just playing a supporting role. He'd likely end up assisting Kira over and over until the game ended. Which side should he choose? Isagi remained lost in the maze of his own ambition. Meanwhile, Kira and Rin had returned to their room early. The dormitory arrangements for this selection round kept the original 5-man groups together. As Kira was organizing his clothes by his bedside, he noticed a card sitting conspicuously on his pillow. Whose card is this? Kira looked confused. Rin, intrigued by Kira's voice, walked over to check it out. Kira picked it up. Adam Blake. Kira's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the card. Why would he give you his contact info? Rin asked, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, there's writing on the back. Rin's sharp eyes caught the handwritten English text on the reverse side. Kira flipped it over and read it aloud. My dearest Kira. My little partner. By the time you read this, I'll be on a flight back to Europe. The biggest surprise of this trip to Japan was meeting you. You are welcome to come find me in Europe. If you need anything, I'm here to help. For example, if you want to come play in the Premier League. Blake. Rin sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't just Loki who had eyes on Kira. Even the Premier League's top scorer had left a personal card to recruit him. If Rin said he wasn't envious, he'd be lying. That was the Premier League. The biggest stage in the world. So many of the stars Rin admired played there. Kira felt a momentary rush of joy, but then, the image of Blake's lecherous, creepy smile from that night flashed through his mind. No way. A chill ran down Kira's spine. Rip. 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 Without hesitation, Kira tore the business card into tiny confetti. That old creep. He couldn't be trusted. He was definitely interested in something other than Kira's football skills. Huh? You. Even the stoic Rin couldn't control his expression. That was Adam Blake's personal card. And you just ripped it up like that? Let's focus on playing football here first. One step at a time, Kira explained with a serious face, ignoring Rin's shock. Whether Rin believed him or not was another matter. High in the sky. Adam Blake suddenly sneezed violently. What the hell? Why do I suddenly feel a bad omen? Blake rubbed his nose, confused. Public washroom. Isagi stood in front of the mirror, getting ready to brush his teeth. A towering figure walked up beside him. It was Baru. Baru, have you decided on your team? Isagi was curious about the king's choice. What is there to hesitate about? It's all the same to me, Baru scoffed. None of the 3 teams have anyone I've played with before. Besides, wherever I go, I'm the king. I dominate the field. Incredible. That's just like you, Baru. Isagi genuinely admired Baru's unwavering philosophy. But, Isagi, I didn't expect you to miss out on the top 6. Baru dropped the comment casually, catching Isagi off guard. Isagi had also thought he would make the cut. It was surprising that Baru, of all people, thought so too. You were the one who dragged us kicking and screaming all the way back to face Kira and Rin. Aside from Kira, you're the one I want to crush the most. Don't go dying in a ditch in a place like this, you scrub. Oh. Isagi stared blankly, joy rising in his chest. Someone actually recognized his growth. After the brief exchange, Baru finished washing up at lightning speed and marched out. Isagi continued brushing his teeth, savoring Baru's backhanded encouragement. Isagi, can I borrow your face wash? Isagi turned around to find Nico standing right next to him. Huh? Oh? Nico. Isagi's reaction was a beat slow. Nico had already grabbed the face wash without waiting for an answer. Looks like you haven't chosen your team yet. You caught my attention back when I played Team Z. Not like Kira, but still. Oh. You really didn't need to add that last part. Isagi silently thanked Nico for his good memory and nodded, admitting he was still undecided. Ego-san is doing this to ignite our competitive instincts. He wants to see if we're compatible with the top 6. Yeah. Nico, have you decided on your team? I'm choosing the team that allows me to enforce my personal style. I see. Isagi nodded again. It seemed both Nico and Buru had clear visions for themselves. Oh, right. Isagi. What? Isagi leaned in, expecting some profound insight or declaration of war. Can you get out? I don't want anyone to see me washing my forehead. Nico held Isagi's face wash, issuing a blunt eviction notice. Ha! Oh. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Isagi felt baffled as he quickly finished rinsing and walked out. What is there to be shy about? Is there gold buried under those bangs or something? Isagi walked away, utterly speechless. One Amadakuji is a simple lottery game where you follow lines from top to bottom to randomly determine a result. It's often used in Japan to make decisions by chance. Second goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 94, Team Rosters. 1,337 words. Chapter 94, Team Rosters. Early the next morning, the boys of Blue Lock trickled into the connection room one by one. Isagi and Bakira were among the crowd. Those who had to vote for their desired team had already cast their ballots into the box. Now they were just waiting for Ego's verdict. The large screen in the room displayed the objective, third selection ultimate mission, talent tryout. So Isagi, you've made your choice, Bakira chirped, leaning in close. Yeah. What about you, Bakira? Oh, I decided ages ago using an Amadakuji. Bakira's answer made Isagi speechless. This guy really had the nerve to do that. To leave such a critical turning point up to a game of chance was insane. Ding dong. I've tallied the votes. Here is the distribution. As Ego's voice cut through the speakers, the voting breakdown appeared on the screen. Oh ho. The team with the most votes is Team A, led by Kira and Shido. A total of 12 players. Next is Team B, with 9 players. Finally, Team C, with 8 players. The specific details are on the screen. Check carefully to ensure it matches your choice. Whoa, Team A is packed. Looks like everyone wants to team up with the strongest players. But Team B and C aren't exactly empty either. It's not too lopsided. Everyone began analyzing the lists and discussing the results. Meanwhile, Top 6 VIP room. Kira, Rin, and the other members of the top 6 were already in position. You know, Rin, this is going to be our first time officially facing off inside Blue Lock, Kira said, striking up a conversation with Rin beside him. Rin nodded. Deep down, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He was calculating just how much he could exploit this matchup against Kira. Detected attribute that can be absorbed. Kira's mind registered the system notifications, showing the absorbable attributes from the other 5 players in the room. Silently, Kira absorbed the trial cards from Rin, Shido, Karasu, and Otoya. He noticed that after the match against Team World 5, the attributes he could drain from the Blue Lock players had diminished significantly. It was likely because his own abilities had skyrocketed across the board after that match. The system had told him before, once his abilities exceeded someone else's by a certain margin, he could no longer siphon attributes from them. Looks like the day I truly become the undisputed number 1 of Blue Lock isn't far off, Kira thought to himself. Look at the screen. Yukimiya noticed the change on the room's monitor. It was displaying the rosters for their respective teams. My. It seems my team has quite a few less people than yours, Yukimiya noted, seeing that Kira's squad was the largest. Kira looked up to scan the list. Team A members. Jin Kiyora, Nijiro Nanes, Jiyube Ariu, Saishiro Nagi, Meguro Bakira, Shizuka Haiji, Yuramu Igarashi, Shingen Tanaka, Yoichi Isagi, Hajime Nishioka, Yohiri, Aoshi Tokimitsu. Kira instantly spotted the trio, Ryu, Bakira, and Isagi. Kira smiled confidently. Those three definitely came here for him. Igaguri, me too. Aside from Tokimitsu, the one who really caught Kira's attention was Yohiri. That guy was a genuine diamond in the rough. Kira was actually looking forward to playing with him. Next, Kira looked at the roster for Team B members. Shiburu, Kaira Saramadara, Jingo Raichi, Kyohei Shiguma, Iki Niko, Hayoma Chijiri, Tetsu Sakura, Rensuke Kunigami, Tsurugi Zentetsu. Ha! Kunigami didn't choose my team. Kira had planned that if Kunigami picked him, he would feed him a few perfect passes on a silver platter during the match, maximizing his potential as a hold-up striker. What a pity. Kunigami must have had his own plans and considerations. Kira didn't linger on it and moved his gaze to the final row. Team C members. Akira Indoji, Taiga Tsunzaki, Jin Gagamaru, Junichi Wanama, Reiji Hiragi, Mikage Ryo, Yukio Ishikari, Rans Corona. Aside from Wanama, Gagamaru, and Ryo, Kira didn't really know the others. But Ryo, he actually split from Nagi. That was something Kira hadn't expected. Alright, top 6 elites. There will be a total of 5 matches. The screen switched to the match bracket. Team A had 4 squads. Team B had 3. Team C had 3. Matchups. A 1 versus B1. A 2 versus C1. B2 versus C2. A 3 versus B3. A 4 versus C3. Kira groaned internally. There are only 5 matches total, and I have to play in 4 of them. First up is A1 versus B1. Elites of both teams, please head to the field and wait for your teammates. With that, Ego vanished from the screen. Kira guessed he was rushing to the connection room screen to announce the roster for A1 and B1. He vaguely remembered that the members of A1 were Isagi, Hiri, and Nanace. He wondered if anything would change. You guys are up first. Good luck, everyone, Yukimiya smiled, waving to the 4 who were leaving. Yeah. Kira nodded. Rin gave a curt nod in response. Then, the 2 of them turned back to back and walked down their separate paths toward their respective player tunnels. A few minutes later. In the connection room, the lottery for the A1 and B1 members was complete. Inside the Team A tunnel, Isagi felt a knot of tension in his stomach. He was a member of A1. The thought of teaming up with Kira again made him anxious. I have to demonstrate my value in Kira's team. I need absolute focus. After giving himself a pep talk, Isagi felt his nerves settle. He began to observe his 2 teammates. They must be thinking the same thing. In this so-called aptitude test, teammates are also undisputed rivals. Isagi's gaze sharpened, looking at the other 2 with a hint of hostility. Holy cow. I feel like as long as we play decent in this match, making the U20 national team isn't just a dream anymore. The guy in front, Nijiro Nanace, suddenly turned around and spoke, startling Isagi. This guy is so positive. And what implies, holy cow? Isagi looked confused. Ha ha ha. Sorry, that's just my home dialect. It basically means I'm super pumped. If I accidentally slip into dialect, just ignore it. Nanace was extremely friendly and greeted Isagi like they were old friends. I'm Nanace. First year in high school. Nice to meet you. Oh. I'm Isagi. Second year. Isagi awkwardly played along. Oh. So you're my senpai. I'll be sure to learn from you. Let's do our best. Isagi, oh. Isagi felt weird inside. There was a sense of dissonance. This guy was even sunnier than Kira. Kira was sunny, but he had a mature, reliable side. This guy just seemed genuinely simple-minded. That was Isagi's assessment. After greeting Isagi, Nanace immediately turned to bother Yohiri. Hello, hello. You're Hiri, right? Nice to meet ya. No need to be so formal. I'm a second year too. Nice to meet you, Hiri replied, turning around. Kansai dialect. Isagi instantly picked up on Hiri's accent. I am from Kyoto. Is the accent that obvious? Ha ha ha. Of course, it's super obvious. Kyoto people speak in a very... What's the word? Nanace jumped in but forgot the adjective. Elegant, Isagi interjected. Right. Hanari. Nanace realized. Pfft. If you put it that way, I guess I should speak a bit more gently then, Hiri said in his soft Kansai lilt. Ah. Geez, but having teammates like you guys makes me feel really at ease. Me too. I get the same feeling. Isagi thought. Well, I guess I feel it too. What's going on with this friendly, harmonious vibe? Why is there this mysterious sense of unity? Have I ever felt this before? Everyone around me used to be maniacs, tearing themselves apart just to win. Second goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 95, just shoot. 1,488 words. Chapter 95, just shoot. But hey, no hard feelings later, okay? Nanace clasped his hands together, preemptively setting the mood. You're right. After all, this is a match that could decide our whole lives, Hiri agreed with Nanace's sentiment. Yeah. Let's all give it everything we've got. Without realizing it, Isagi had already been swept up in their atmosphere. The three of them cheered together, then marched out of the tunnel with invincible strides. Oh, here they come. A bunch of small fry interns. As soon as they stepped out of the tunnel, Shida spotted the trio. Kira also turned around, a bright smile on his face. Isagi. We get to be teammates again. Yeah, Kira. I'm here. Isagi was bursting with fighting spirit. Fighting side by side with Kira again. Hiri blinked his large eyes, asking curiously, Isagi, were you and Kira teammates before? Yeah, we were in the same room back in the first selection. Oh. Hiri began to size up the impossibly bright Kira. Nice to meet you. Hiri and Nanace greeted Kira politely. Likewise. Let's do our best together. Kira responded warmly to both of them. TCH, what a bunch of fakes. Just some small fry, is it worth getting so excited? Shida couldn't understand Kira's behavior at all. Kira didn't bother arguing with him. You'll find out soon enough if Isagi and Hiri are small fry. Pink-haired freak. Opposite them, Karasu and Rin had been waiting for a while. Their teammates also emerged from the tunnel. Hyoma Chijiri, Kairu Saramadara, Kyohei Shiguma. Chijiri? Isagi's sharp eyes instantly spotted Chijiri on the opposing team. Not only Chijiri, he would have to face Rin's challenge together with Kira. Facing Rin again. But this time was different. Kira is on my side. Itosure Rin. This time, I'm going to beat you. Isagi made up his mind. On the other side, Chijiri also noticed Kira and Isagi and waved a greeting. Kira waved back. But Rin. After entering the pitch, he acted like he didn't even know Kira, not giving him a single glance. Interesting. Does this mean Rin is going all out? Kira started to get interested in this match too. The 5v5 match begins now. Rules are the same as before. First team to score 5 goals wins. Goalkeepers are still the blue lockman robots. Team A kickoff. The announcement blared over the speakers. Team A, Ryosuke Kira, Ryusei Shido, Nijiro Nanase, Yoichi Isagi, Yohiri. Team B, Ito Shirin, Tabito Karasu, Hyoma Chijiri, Kairu Saramadara, Kyohei Shiguma. The match between the two teams began. Team A started with the ball. Kira kicked off, passing laterally to Shido beside him. Pink-haired freak, let me see what you're made of. Heh. I'm about to explode. Receiving the ball, Shido's expression filled with excitement. He dribbled forward with incredible speed. Not bad. Kira recognized Shido's monstrous physical specs at a glance. When he dribbled, it looked like every muscle in his body was firing at once. His muscle density was on par with Kunigami. Looks like you're having fun. Karasu appeared in front of Shido. Fast. Shido thought his burst of speed would leave everyone in the dust, but he was intercepted after just a few steps. Karasu pressed him hard physically. Shido was forced to use his back to shield the ball, leaning into Karasu's body. As expected of the top four, Karasu's defense was not to be underestimated. Pass. Shido. Isagi, desperate to make an impact, had already followed up behind Shido. He pointed both hands to the open space at his feet, signaling Shido to pass back immediately. At the same time, Isagi's eyes caught the opposing player, Saramadara, moving into double team. Annoying. Shido caught a glimpse of Saramadara closing in from his peripheral vision. He knew if he held onto the ball any longer, he'd be trapped in a pincer. He passed the ball back to Isagi. Good. Isagi trapped the ball cleanly. A bird's-eye view of the field instantly materialized in Isagi's mind. Use these eyes. Make them work in this match. In an instant, Isagi noticed the shift in Kira's positioning. Great run. Isagi didn't hesitate. He launched a long pass. The ball drew an arc through the air, flying like a precision missile straight toward Kira. Nice. The pass is perfect. As long as Kira traps it cleanly. Isagi's thought process suddenly froze. Crap. I forgot the opponent is Rin. Isagi's tricks can't fool me. Rin appeared instantly in front of Kira. Facing off right from the start. Kira tried to chat to distract Rin. Don't play those cheap tricks. They won't work on me. Rin saw right through Kira's intent. Then I'll just have to surprise you. Just as the ball was about to land, Kira extended his right foot, preparing to trap it. Trapping to the right. Rin's defensive center of gravity unconsciously shifted slightly to the right. However, the moment Kira's right foot touched the ball, he didn't stop it. Instead, he flicked it behind his standing leg, sending it rolling to his left. Kira burst past from the left instantly. Breakthrough complete. Rin got past. Isagi watched from the other side, dumbfounded. Kira's movement was incredibly silky and artistic. It made Isagi feel a sense of déjà vu, as if Kira was one of the World 5 players from before. In fact, Kira had learned this trapping technique by observing Pablo Cavazos during their match against the World team. When Isagi's pass came flying in, Kira had already judged the landing point in advance. Before his standing leg even planted, he used the inside of his other foot to flick the ball behind his standing leg the instant before it hit the ground. Rin, defending, was misled into thinking Kira would trap to the right. So when Kira flicked the ball in the opposite direction from behind his leg, Rin was caught completely off guard. Stop him! Rin shouted back as he turned to chase. Kyohei Shiguma's cover speed was fast too. He had already started running the moment Rin was past. Kira wound up his leg, preparing for a long shot. Shiguma was too late to block it. Don't even think about it. A gust of wind blew past Kira's side. Chidori arrived at the same time, his long pink-red hair trailing behind him. With lightning reflexes, Chidori slid in, completely sealing off Kira's shooting lane. As Chidori blocked, Rin and Shiguma were also closing in. 3 players surrounding Kira. Your formation is a total mess. The corners of Kira's mouth curled up. Trap successful. His shooting motion instantly morphed into a pass. The ball flew toward the far side of the penalty area. Rin looked back. Shit. Forgot about that guy. On the other side of the field. Seeing the ball flying toward the side of the penalty area, Shida sprinted like a mad dog. Karasu was left in the dust. Is that his real burst speed? My ball. Shida screamed as he chased the ball. Team B defenders scrambled to get back. Incredible. Isagi was shaken to his core. It wasn't so much Kira finding a needle in a haystack with that pass, but Shida's judgment and reaction speed. Those two, with zero communication, just created an impossible chemical reaction. But at this rate, even if Shida gets the ball, he'll be surrounded. I need to move to support him. Isagi completed his thought process in a split second. Just as he was about to start running, he noticed Kira standing still out of the corner of his eye, hands in his pockets. What does that mean? Does Kira think Shida doesn't need support for this one? On the field, when Shida reached the ball, Chidori had barely managed to get back to cover. Chidori was the fastest, and Shiguma was right behind him. If Shida stopped the ball to trap it, he would be swarmed. However, Shida just kept his head down and ran. When he reached the spot, he swung his leg and shot without aiming. Observe the goal position. Check teammates. Set up a shooting stance. No. None of that. Just one word. Shoot. Boom. Blue Lockman lived up to expectations and failed to save the ball. The ball flew into the net. Team A led 1-0. Rin looked baffled. It was the first time he had ever seen someone shoot like that. It looked like an idiot just kicking blindly. The key was that it went in, which left everyone speechless. Kira had witnessed the magic of Shida firsthand. So this is what a god-tier goal looks like. That guy didn't even look at the goal. He just shot. Chidori panted heavily, his head spinning slightly. That was way too reckless. Pink-haired freak. Second goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, The Assassin and the Weakness. 1205 words. Chapter 96, The Assassin and the Weakness. Shoo. Every cell in my body explodes just to score goals. Shida placed his index finger over his lips, lost in his own euphoria. Then he started laughing maniacally. Kakik. He. He he. Seeing this, Kira, who had initially stepped forward to celebrate, unconsciously took half a step back. Yeah. Better keep some distance. His mental state doesn't look very stable. TCH. Defense and organization are both second-rate. Tabito Karasu scratched his head as he analyzed Shida's performance. But he maximizes his ability to snatch points in front of the goal with that physique. All right. Data input complete. I pretty much understand this tentacle freak. Karasu's deep eyes seem to have already seen through Shida's tricks. Next up, it's time to output. The match continued. Team B kickoff. After the whistle, Rin passed the ball directly to Karasu. Karasu dribbled 2 steps, his gaze constantly darting around the field. It looked like he was observing his teammates' positions, searching for a passing lane. Isagi absorbed it all. An opportunity. Steal the ball while his focus is elsewhere. Isagi lunged forward, extending his foot to tackle. Karasu pulled the ball to his side, and Isagi's tackle hit nothing but air. Isagi cursed internally. This guy, he looked distracted, but was that a trap? Did he bait me? Idiot. Sorry, but my principle is, never fight a battle I'm not sure I can win. With that, Karasu accelerated, preparing to shake Isagi off. But Isagi wasn't the weak defender he used to be. Even after missing the first tackle, he managed to turn his body and just barely keep up. At this close range, Isagi noticed something. Karasu had a mole under his eye, just like Kira. Wait, why am I thinking about that right now? Sometimes, having observation skills that were too detailed was a curse. It led to information overload. Commonly known as cognitive overload. In that split second, Isagi's brain had wandered off. Yoichi Isagi. You seem to be Team A's weakness. You can inspire your teammates, a support-type player. But in 1v1 combat, you are utterly trash. That's the conclusion I reached after watching your VAR footage last night. Karasu's words yanked Isagi back to the match. Isagi realized his feet couldn't keep up with Karasu's pace anymore. What are you guys chatting about so happily? Count me in. Shido burst out from the side, intending to pincer Karasu with Isagi. Oh? Seeing Shido approaching, Karasu immediately raised his leg as if preparing for a long pass. Don't even think about passing. Shido extended his leg to block the passing lane. No, it's a feint. Isagi realized it a second too late. Karasu's raised right foot suddenly, sharply, knocked the ball to his left with his heel. His left foot, which was supposed to be the pivot, immediately pushed off to accelerate. In an instant, he dribbled through the gap between the two of them. One move to beat two players. Whoa, nice, Shido praised. It was similar to the fake shot trap Kira had used earlier. Isagi marveled at Karasu's overwhelming feint technique. Is this what a number 4 can do? After shaking off both of them, Karasu fired a powerful shot. The ball flew into the net. 1-1, tie game. Hey, Kira. Since when did you become so clingy? Rin looked at Kira, who had been shadowing him closely, with annoyance. The other players on your team just got scored on, and you're still staring at me. Kira looked completely unbothered. As long as you don't perform, I can easily crush whoever scores on your side. TCH, arrogant. After scoring, Karasu turned back and looked at Isagi arrogantly. I will ruthlessly poke at your team's weakness until it becomes a fatal wound. Damn it. I can't do anything against this guy. Sweat poured down Isagi's forehead. The pressure Karasu exerted was suffocating. Ah, not bad, little crow. Shido cheered. Why is this guy cheering for the opponent? Kira didn't even know what to say. Kira glanced back at Isagi. Isagi looked grim. Looks like he hasn't found a solution yet. Should I give him a hint? Kira stopped moving toward him. Because he saw Yohiri already approaching Isagi. Nice. Ultra Sadist really is Isagi's guardian angel. The assassin, Tabito Karasu. He's a player who relies on keen analytical skills to lock onto the opponent's weak link. Isagi looked up as Hiri walked up to him. Then, he concentrates all his power to attack that link until the game ends. That is Karasu's football. You've been targeted, Isagi. Hiri laid it out simply. You know him? Isagi was confused. Hiri sounded like this wasn't his first time playing against Karasu. Yeah. We played together in a youth team in Kansai. The only advice I can give you is, ignore how he attacks your weaknesses. Use your strengths to compete against him. Hiri offered his insight. Isagi nodded. Thanks, Hiri. At the same time, he started thinking. My strengths are spatial awareness, off-the-ball movement, and direct shot. How can I utilize them? Beep. Match resumes. Team A kickoff. Hey, Kira-chan. Get excited. The match is getting interesting. Your face is too cold. Get hyped. Get hyped. Shido looked like a pervert. Kira was speechless. This guy had zero class. Look at me and Rin. Maintaining a poker face is what experts do. You look like a lunatic. Although he thought that, Kira honestly passed the ball to him. After all, Shido was the most explosive player on their side right now. Kira-chan, let's play a combo. After receiving the ball, Shido winked. Kira instantly understood his meaning, and started to follow up. Karasu was only staring at Isagi, completely ignoring Kira and Shido's attack. Saramadara and Shiguma rushed to cover. Short pass give and go. The ball moved back and forth between Shido and Kira's feet. In an instant they bypassed the two defenders. Oh my two teammates are useless. Karasu sighed helplessly. He could only hope his fellow top 6 teammate could stop this attack. The ball was now at Kira's feet. Rin had arrived to cover. I won't let you pass this time. Rin's icy eyes revealed his extreme seriousness. Kira-chan, over here. That top 3 is hard to deal with. Shido called for the ball, moving forward from the flank. Get lost, tentacle freak. Don't even think about receiving the ball. Chidori had appeared beside Shido without anyone noticing. Both of them ran to Kira's front right. Kira's choice was a surprise attack. Direct shot. Boom. The ball took a bizarre trajectory, flying precisely between Rin and Shido. The robot goalkeeper reacted a beat too slow, as if it hadn't seen Kira kick the ball. The ball flew into the net. Team A took the lead again. 2-1. Behind them, Isagi carefully replayed Kira's shot in his mind. That guy, he used Shido's movement to screen the keeper. Shooting from the keeper's blind spot. So strong. Kira is seriously on another level right now. Here is your extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 97, Integration. 1348 words. Chapter 97, Integration. TCH. As expected, you're not ordinary, Ryosuke Kira. Tabito Karasu wasn't surprised at all. This kind of performance was fitting for the number 1 of Blue Lock. TCH. Rin had lost to Kira again, and his expression soured. Although he knew there was a gap between him and Kira during the match against the World 5, he hadn't expected to fail to stop Kira twice in a row today. Rin felt frustrated, but this wasn't nearly enough to make him admit defeat. Phew. Actually, Kira's move just now was a flash of inspiration. A spur-of-the-moment idea. Chidori and Shido just happened to appear in his line of sight, and Kira improvised, using them as a screen. By flicking the ball to the right, he ensured the goalkeeper couldn't see him wind up for the shot. The keeper couldn't react in time to make the save. This scenario completely slipped past Rin's calculations. Kira's plays were starting to move beyond anything Rin could predict. Kira, that guy is becoming a field artist now. Chidori marveled at Kira's strength internally. And more importantly, in this match, Kira hadn't even used his talent, his god-level imitation, yet. Has Kira reached a level where he can beat me without even showing his trump card? Chidori felt unconvinced, but reality was cruel. The gap was brutally exposed on the pitch. Chidori replayed the entire match in his head, from the start until now. In reality, it was completely a battle between the top 6. Karasu and Rin challenging Kira and Shido. The others, including Chidori himself, couldn't assert their value in the match at all. To those top 6 guys, we're totally replaceable. They don't even see us. So there's no point worrying about the bigger picture right now. That's for the top 6 to think about. I just need to focus on showcasing my weapon. With his high football IQ, Chidori figured out his way to break through in just a few seconds. Hey, Rin. Don't go head-to-head with the number 1. Karasu walked up to Rin, hands behind his head, and offered advice. In his football world, bullying the weak was the rule. To put it bluntly, pick on the soft targets and avoid the hard ones. Rin's eyes were cold. Shut up. You only know how to handle the weak. My goal has always been to challenge the strong. Karasu spread his hands. Then our philosophies run in opposite directions. Fine, then we'll each show what we're worth our own way. Karasu didn't insist on Rin understanding his playstyle. After all, every player had their own path to walk. The match continued. Team B kickoff. After starting the play, Rin passed the ball to Karasu again. The energetic Shida saw the ball and pounced like a hungry dog. He began to harass Karasu aggressively. Annoying pest. For a moment, Karasu couldn't shake Shidu off. At that moment, in a corner unnoticed by everyone, a red lightning bolt had already ignited. Crazy acceleration began. Chidori. Isagi spotted Chidori's run. Kira, standing with hands in his pockets, mentally gave Chidori his approval. The crowded midfield isn't your grassland. The wing is. You've woken up, Red Panther. Isagi barely managed to keep up with Chidori, grabbing his jersey. No. I can't let him start up on the wing. Even if I have to foul him, I have to stop him. Isagi knew exactly how much damage Chidori's speed could do to Tima from the flank. He decided to get physical. But Chidori wasn't going to give Isagi that chance. They were old friends who knew each other well. Isagi's behavior instantly gave away his intent. Chidori didn't hesitate. He accelerated even harder. Like a race car hitting the nitrous, Chidori left Isagi choking on his exhaust. He can still accelerate. Isagi tried his best, but his short legs just couldn't keep up. Look at me, Karasu. Don't you want to use these legs of mine? Chidori shouted internally. Karasu, entangled with Shidu in the midfield, saw his eyes light up. All right, redhead. I'll give you a shot. Until now, Karasu hadn't considered anyone besides Rin worth passing to. But Chidori's performance had demonstrated his value. This was worth a try. Immediately, he launched a long pass straight to the right wing. The ball flew like a GPS-guided missile, hitting the target perfectly. Chidori cushioned the ball's momentum with his right foot. Kira appeared in front of Chidori instantly. Hey, Chidori. You seem to be having fun. Kira initiated an interaction. Shut up, you monster genius. Chidori glanced sideways and crossed the ball immediately without hesitation. Huh? Kira looked back. The puppet master is pulling the strings again. Rin's timing for the run into the box was impeccable. Chidori delivered a high cross. Marking Rin was Hyori. Everything is just as I predicted. Rin leaped high, scoring with a header. The relatively petite Hyori could only watch helplessly as Rin headed the ball into the net. Goal. Team B tied the score. 2-2, yes. Chidori pumped his fist in excitement, roaring to vent the frustration of being ignored for most of the match. Isagi stared blankly at Chidori's celebration, replaying everything that had just happened. It wasn't just that Rin controlled the rhythm of the match perfectly. It was that Chidori's awakening gave Rin's script a better option and a better ending. Team B's possibilities had just expanded. Yo! You're actually useful after all. Didn't waste my pass. Karasu extended a hand to Chidori, acknowledging him as a teammate. At the same time, he gave Rin a meaningful look. You understand his weapon pretty well too, don't you? Otherwise, that run wouldn't have been so perfectly timed. Rin did not answer. Chidori's burst had been in his plan all along. Rin knew very clearly that to defeat Kira and Shido, relying solely on himself and Karasu was unrealistic. He needed help. Chidori was that help. The match continued. Team A kickoff. Whoa! Every cell in my body is excited now, Kira-chan. Shido said this as he passed the ball to Kira. Kira glanced at Isagi's position out of the corner of his eye. The crow was still staring at him. Passing to Isagi meant a higher risk. Sorry, Isagi. This is blue lock. You have to find your own way to break through. Kira stopped thinking and passed the ball to Hyori. Kira didn't pass to me. Isagi felt a sting of hurt. Was it because his performance was too poor? Isagi also noticed something else. When Hyori received the ball, he would quickly scan the surroundings to check everyone's status while calmly organizing a pass back to Kira. Hyori was doing everything he could to integrate himself and prove his place in the game. Isagi gritted his teeth. Then I'll just run straight to the goal and solve the problem with my direct shot. Average Joe. How could I possibly let you pass? The moment Isagi started running, Karasu stuck to him. Isagi was mentally crumbling. You're a top 6 player. Why are you stalking me like this? Can your team really beat Kira and the others playing like this? Isagi really wanted to punch him and tell him to get lost. But on the pitch, he wasn't allowed to do that. The two of them could only tussle with each other all the way to the goal. Here it comes. Watch the ball. Hyori shouted and launched a high long pass. Straight toward the front of the goal. An opportunity. Isagi was delighted. But when he turned to track the ball's trajectory, instant disappointment. The ball wasn't meant for him. Had he been abandoned by the team? Karasu laughed beside him, rubbing salt in the wound. You've completely lost your teammates' trust, haven't you? Shut up. Isagi didn't give up. His eyes scanned everyone's positioning on the field intently. First goal, 200 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Hyena Crow. 1289 words. Chapter 98, Hyena Crow. Kira looked up and tracked the trajectory of Hyori's pass. Not bad. The arc was excellent, the angle perfect. Hyori was already living up to his future reputation as Isagi's strongest support. Just as Kira was about to step forward to comfortably trap the ball, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Something's wrong. Kira abruptly took half a step back. In the distance, Hyori was dumbfounded. That was a pass he had delivered after carefully observing the field. Kira, are you serious about taking a step back? That small movement hurt Hyori's pride. This ball is mine. A roar erupted. A figure burst out from the exact space Kira had just vacated. Like a starving wolf pouncing on meat. The crazed Shido intercepted Hyori's pass. Watching Shido move, a chill lingered in Kira's spine. Luckily, he had sensed the wind behind him. He had almost collided full force with that maniac. Even if he wouldn't necessarily lose in a collision, it would definitely hurt. And they were teammates anyway. If Shido wanted to work that hard, let him go crazy. Kira realized that having Shido as a teammate wasn't bad. He could go back to his leisurely stroll. Don't even think about it. Rin's eyes had already seen through the intent of Hyori's pass. He had expected a showdown with Kira. He didn't expect this pink-haired freak to disrupt things again. Rin forcefully blocked Shido's path. The two slammed into each other violently. Bang! Almost simultaneously, both their feet struck the ball. Under the force from both sides, the ball popped out toward another direction. You number 3, you're getting annoying. Shido was furious, his face flushed with anger. Shut up. Rin was also surprised by Shido's physical reaction speed in front of the goal. If he hadn't anticipated it, he might not have stopped that ball. Here it comes. Right there. The second ball. Isagi saw the ball's flight path and sprinted toward the landing spot. I'm the closest one. No one can beat me to it. Just a direct shot from here, and it's in. Isagi's mind began to visualize the future where he scored. Isagi, trying to scavenge again. Just as Isagi raised his leg for a volley, Chidori touched the ball faster than him. Isagi's pupils dilated. Damn it. I saw it first. But Chidori beat me to the ball just with sheer speed. Did I lose this chance just because my basic physical stats aren't good enough? Chidori didn't hesitate. He didn't even have time to look up and check his teammates' positions. He cleared the ball immediately. Running over and beating Isagi to the touch had taken everything Chidori had. But when Chidori looked up to see the path of his clearance, the ball was flying toward the edge of the midfield. Chidori suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Kira suddenly appeared right there, ready to welcome the ball Chidori had cleared. Kira. How is he there? Wasn't he preparing to receive Hyori's pass just a second ago? Chidori felt helpless. Kira, that guy is treating us all like puppets on strings. Isagi suddenly realized. Shido stealing the ball. Isagi running for the second ball. Chidori's recovery defense. Everything had been calculated by Kira. Not a chance. Karasu noticed it too. At this distance, only he could stop Kira. Don't think you can pass. With a loud shout, Nijiro Nanase actually reached out to block him. Insect. Do you think you can interfere in a battle between us? Karasu was getting anxious and glared at Nanase. I never thought I could stop you, but delaying you for a few seconds is enough. Nanase had plenty of self-awareness. His value had to be demonstrated in this match too. Karasu looked helplessly in Kira's direction. It was too late. Kira trapped the ball firmly with his right foot, then swung his leg back. Boom. A powerful long-range shot. In front of the goal, Rin, entangled with Shido, barely managed to jump. But the ball grazed past the left side of his face and flew into the net. A perfect worldie. Goal. Team A took the lead again, 3-2. Nice, Kira-chan. Shido cheered for the goal. As if snatching Kira's pass earlier never happened. So strong. Hyori was also slightly shaken. Kira's relatively unassuming figure could unleash such a powerful long shot. TCH. Rin wiped his sweat, the chill in his eyes deepening. Feeling the temperature drop beside him, Shido was startled. You really are a refrigerator. Your cold air could replace the AC. Careful you don't get arthritis. Shut up, insect tentacle freak. Oh ho. Got some spirit, don't you, little Rin? Shido walked up to Rin, veins popping on his forehead. I'm going to kill you on this pitch. If you have the ability, come and try. Rin wasn't afraid in the slightest. The two were like water and fire. After scoring, Kira closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of the goal. That's right. Before scoring that goal, Kira had used Rin's trial card. Combining his knowledge of Shido's personality from the manga and his understanding of both sides' strength, including Nanase's personality. All of it assisted him in scoring that goal. Rin, your trial card feels pretty average to use now. Kira sighed internally. It didn't feel as exhilarating as the first few times. Unconsciously, Kira shifted his gaze to Isagi. My easy farm. Hurry up and grow. I've almost farmed Rin dry already. The match continued. Team B kickoff. Rin passed the ball to Karasu. As soon as Karasu started dribbling, Isagi stuck to him. Isagi had been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Every time, Karasu was all over him. My turn now, Isagi thought. Who doesn't know how to stick close? However, as soon as Isagi got close, Karasu extended his arm while moving, keeping Isagi at a certain distance. Shut out. Using his hands. Isagi was surprised. Karasu used physical contact to protect his dribble. So I told you. In a 1v1 duel, you're just mediocre. Karasu trash-talked Isagi, then started to show off his skills. He controlled the distance with Isagi using his arm, shielded the ball, turned. All in one smooth motion. Breakthrough complete. Isagi, having been passed, wasn't disheartened. Instead, his eyes gleamed sharply. Tabito Karasu. I see through you. The core of all your techniques. It's your arm usage to control distance. Hey, Isagi. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Kira was speechless. Seeing Isagi stop moving, Kira had no choice but to step up and mark Karasu 1v1 himself. After all, it didn't look like Nanace or Hyori could stop him. On the other side, Shido was already tangled up with Rin. Those two looked like they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Yo, Hyena Crow. Care to dance? Kira looked at Karasu with eyes full of fighting spirit. Karasu stopped the ball, stepping on it with one foot. Well. Number 1. What a hassle. You know I don't want to fight you. How about you let me through? Kira looked at him with a question mark on his face. Do you think we're playing house? Ha ha ha. Knew it was impossible. Guess I have to try then. With that, Karasu dropped his shoulder and lowered his center of gravity, ready to make a move. His entire body was instantly poised to strike. Interesting. Kira's eyes burned with battle intent. First time facing Tabito Karasu. Come at me with everything you've got. Hyena Crow. First goal, 200 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Penalty Area Monster. 1,500 words. Chapter 99, Penalty Area Monster. After Karasu spoke, his feet started moving in a blur. Step overs. Left or right? Kira locked his gaze on Karasu's shoulders. Left. Sure enough, Karasu's rhythm shifted abruptly. His entire body launched a breakthrough attempt from Kira's left side. Kira's footsteps shadowed him, moving left instantly. Karasu extended his arm flawlessly, ready to shield and push forward. Seeing this, Kira immediately raised his own arm. Karasu's forward momentum stalled. Kira, that guy timed it perfectly to raise his arm and block mine. He broke my shielding distance with that method. Karasu was deeply impressed by Kira's adaptability. Karasu was a player who knew how to judge the situation. Seeing that the breakthrough had failed, he immediately took a step back, shielding the ball. At the same time, he crossed the ball with his other foot. The ball was sent away from their duel. That's it. Kira had assumed Karasu would keep trying to find a way past him. He hadn't expected him to give up so directly. Kira looked at him in confusion. Karasu, however, gave a carefree smile. I never do anything I'm not confident in. That was the football of Tabito Karasu. Kira couldn't judge whether that was right or wrong. On the other side, Rin, who had been following up, trapped Karasu's pass perfectly. Shido was sticking to him like glue. Rin glanced at Chijiri, who was sprinting down the wing, out of the corner of his eye. Shido immediately shifted his center of gravity, thinking Rin was about to pass, and extended his leg to intercept. Kira covered his face on the sideline. That's just second-rate defending. Shido plays entirely on intuition. He's so easy to fool. Kira rushed to peel off and cover the defense. But at that moment, Karasu extended his arm and shook his head at Kira. I can't let you pass. This guy. Kira clicked his tongue. It didn't look like he'd be getting through anytime soon. Rin, seeing Shido fall for the bait, immediately cut horizontally and accelerated. He broke through cleanly. Following that, he faced the goal one-on-one and calmly slotted the ball home. The ball rolled securely into the net. 3-3, Team B equalized again. TCH, damn it. Shido was annoyed that he had been so simple-minded just now. Actually, Shido's reaction wasn't unreasonable. If he hadn't reacted at all, Rin really would have passed to Chidori on the wing. And once Chidori got the ball and started his run, Team A's goal would have been in just as much danger. Ultimately, in this match between Team A and Team B, Chidori's integration into Team B had turned what should have been a straightforward win for Team A into a dangerous contest. Nice, Rin. Chidori ran over excitedly to Rin. Rin nodded at Chidori. He knew this goal wouldn't have been possible without him. Isagi stood to the side, lost in thought. A situation that should have been an assured victory had become confusing because of Chidori. Isagi believed that even if he did nothing, Kira would find a way to win this match. But if that happened, Isagi would have zero value. I have to find a way to integrate into this match. Monitoring room. Anri watched the screen intently. It's really an evenly matched contest. But Kira's performance, compared to the last match, doesn't it seem a bit less dazzling? Anri hit the nail on the head. Ego also had some doubts in his mind. Could it be that his performance against the World 5 was an outlier? A spike far above his usual level. Actually, Kira had already scored 2 goals in this match. The last game may have been exceptional, Ego continued. But there's no need to worry. It proves he has the potential to reach that level. He just needs time to stabilize. Having settled on that explanation, Ego fell silent. Anri nodded, her gaze returning to the match on the screen. Team A kickoff. This match is intense. Back and forth action. I need to shoot hard a few more times. After making that explosive statement, Shido passed the ball to Kira. Kira received the ball and immediately passed it back to Hyori. Kira-chan, are you disgusted by the ball I touched? Shido noticed Kira passed it away instantly, not holding it for a second. I don't want whatever brand of crazy you've got, Kira thought. But outwardly, Kira just said no. Shido started his run, half believing him. Hyori received the ball, observing Kira and Shido's movements, ready to pass to either of them at any moment. As soon as Shido started running, Rin locked onto him. Sarah Madara and Shiguma finally appeared. I'll crash over you like a tidal wave. Grandma told me boys should stand tall and strong. Shouting their slogans, the 2 of them surrounded Kira tightly. Ha! You 2 are on the field. Kira finally noticed 2 background players from Team B. The waves tell me, as long as we stop you, we have a chance. Sarah Madara looked determined. Grandma told me not to let you touch the ball right now. Shiguma looked equally determined. So your grandma is watching us play right now. She can tell you that. Kira felt too weak to roast these 2 idiots. However, their double team effectively blocked Hyori's passing angle to Kira. Hyori, here. Isagi was suffering internally. How many minutes had passed? He had barely touched the ball. Thinking about this, thinking about that. Useless. Just give me the damn ball. Isagi clenched his teeth, frustration boiling over. Not a chance. Karasu appeared again. Seriously? You stalker moron. Isagi couldn't stop himself from swearing. Hyori finally had a chance to pass to him, and this damn crow was still staring at him. I won't let you pass. Karasu looked at Isagi with a mocking expression. If I can't get past this moron, I still can't do anything. Moron or not, Isagi really couldn't do anything about him. Just as Isagi was despairing. Then pass it over here. Nijiro Nanace appeared like a ray of light on the other side. Nanace. Isagi looked blankly at the bandana guy. Honestly, Kira and Shido's plays are too deep, I don't get em. But your plays I understand. You and I are about the same level. I'll help you. Nanace shouted to Isagi as he started running. Isagi's initial gratitude suddenly dampened. But this guy, he saw me trying to support Kira, so he consciously moved off the ball near me to support me. I can use him. Hyori's eyes darted, and he kicked the ball over. TCH. Karasu's peripheral vision was involuntarily drawn to Nanace. Now. Isagi moved. He had to seize the split second Karasu's attention wavered. Circle around to his blind spot diagonally behind him. Crap, Isagi. He's reaching out. Dodge. Nanace saw Karasu's movement and shouted in panic. Cheap tricks. Karasu had also guessed Isagi's thought process. But a second later, Karasu's hand grabbed nothing but air. His face showed a hint of anger. This guy went the other way. I was fooled. Isagi disrupted Karasu's rhythm and firmly caught Hyori's pass. Accelerating away from Karasu, the open field finally appeared in Isagi's vision. Direct shot from here. Isagi shook his head. Too far. Not confident. Pass to Kira. Kira poked his head out from under the armpits of Saramadara and Shiguma, who were double-teaming him. Looks like that's a no-go. Suddenly, Shido, who was tangled with Rin, leaned his back against Rin and pointed to his feet. That guy is back to goal right now. Isagi realized instantly. Shido wanted to play a short pass give and go with him. Isagi was almost moved to tears. Shido was a good person. Isagi didn't hesitate and slotted a through ball to Shido. Time to show our chemical reaction. Isagi confidently started his run, waiting for Shido's return pass. Nice assist. Ha! Shido kept his back to Rin. The moment the ball arrived, he spun around on the spot. A rapidly curving shot with reverse spin. Tada! With Shido's strange cry, the ball flew smoothly into the net. Team A took the lead again. 4-3, Kira's jaw dropped. Shido was truly exaggerating. Receiving the ball, turning, and shooting in one motion, the ball skimming the ground before rising. This guy really is a monster in the penalty area. I am the strongest creature in the penalty area. Shido screamed with manic joy. Even Rin hadn't expected the guy to be able to shoot from that angle. He was simply a monster. In an unnoticed corner, Isagi silently shed tears. Shido, that pink-haired creep. No honor. Taking the shot himself. Isagi felt bitter. What happened to the give and go? That was supposed to be our chemical reaction. I was really too naive. First goal, 200 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 100, The Place He Couldn't Reach. 1,275 words. Chapter 100, The Place He Couldn't Reach. How's that? My goal, wasn't it straight up addictive madness? Shido waited for Kira's praise with a face full of pride. Kira offered genuine appreciation. Impressive. As expected of the guy ranked right behind me. Shido's face twitched. Was this a compliment or an insult? He couldn't decide. That was insane. He's a total monster. Nanae sighed in awe. They were all about the same age, yet how could someone be so overwhelmingly superior? Thanks, Nanae. Isagi had retreated to Nanae's side, thanking him for his support earlier. Don't mention it. You're the only person here I can actually keep up with. Isagi paused. Should he take that as praise or a jab? So use me all you want, Isagi. Nanae had already decided on his playstyle for this match, cover and support Isagi. Yeah. Let's go. Although Nanae's abilities were average, at least Isagi finally had some support. Next time, I'm definitely going to score. Isagi swore silently to himself. The match continued with Team B's kickoff. Kira noticed that as soon as Karasu received the kickoff from Rin, he dribbled straight toward Isagi. This guy. His playstyle really is consistent. You ordinary scrub. You're starting to become useful. Karasu spoke as he dribbled. As long as we break through you, we have a chance to turn this game around. Seeing Karasu approaching, Isagi's expression turned grim. I can't let him pass. Isagi knew that his defense against Karasu was crucial right now. Isagi, stand down. Looks like you really enjoy picking on the weak, Karasu. Just as Isagi was about to step up to defend, Kira blocked his path. Kira looked at Karasu with intense fighting spirit. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let's go a few more rounds. TCH. Karasu frowned slightly, his expression serious. Are you standing up for him? That's a bit like throwing your weight around, isn't it? Then do you dare challenge me again? Heh. Anger flared in Karasu's eyes, a flicker of viciousness passing through them. The shift in his rhythm screamed he was getting serious now. In an instant, Karasu accelerated explosively. Kira was caught off guard. Karasu had previously shown himself to be a steady player who rarely took such risky breakthrough attempts. Kira was a half-beat slow. But he still managed to force himself to keep pace. As he moved, Karasu constantly used his hands to control the distance between himself and Kira. Kira repeatedly raised his arms to neutralize Karasu's shoves. The two tangled as they moved down the sideline. The high-quality offensive and defensive battle left everyone else on the field dumbfounded. Nanae stood frozen, watching the attack and defense of two top 6-level players. Karasu used every trick and deception in the book. But Kira had eyes like a hawk, piercing through every trick. Karasu felt the fight slipping from his hands, and instinctively eased up. They were almost at the baseline. Kira had pressed Karasu's position so effectively that he couldn't dribble a single step toward the center. I have to hand it to you. You're incredibly sharp. Karasu looked at Kira with a hint of admiration. He had never been pushed this far before. You're not bad yourself. Kira retorted, throwing himself fully back into defense. Karasu knew that at this point, he couldn't leave without a victor being decided. Karasu changed his rhythm, his right foot suddenly pulling the ball violently along the baseline. Kira and Karasu accelerated almost simultaneously. The two chased each other. Karasu paused abruptly, using the inside of his left foot to cut the ball from behind him at the same time. Then he turned to chase the ball. Cut first, then pull. Kira knew he wouldn't make it in time to fight for the ball, so he instantly reached out his hand to hinder Karasu's turning speed. Using my own move against me. That surprised Karasu. This Kira guy's a fast learner. He picked up my playstyle so quickly. Just as the two stumbled toward the ball, another foot joined the fray at the most inconvenient moment, intercepting the ball cleanly. Who? Kira and Karasu looked up simultaneously. An ordinary guy actually popped out from my and Kira's blind spot. Karasu's eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy hasn't given up on growing. Kira felt gratified inside. Isagi snatched the ball with a fierce expression. I got the ball. Counterattack. Isagi. Nice. Nanace shouted excitedly. You can pass here. Hayari signaled Isagi to look at the empty space in front of him. Isagi understood and passed to Hayari. Hayari passed it on to Nanace. In an instant, Isagi, Hayari, and Nanace pushed forward in a rapid counterattack. Isagi. Dead end. Rin hadn't expected Isagi to be the one disrupting the game in this situation. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Isagi. Isagi glanced at Rin and, without trying anything excessive, immediately distributed the ball to Nanace, who was constantly hovering nearby. Close one. Nanace stumbled and almost failed to trap the ball. Isagi broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Nanace wobbled but recovered, passing the ball to Hayari on the wing before Saramadara could close in. Feels good. Nice. After receiving the ball, Hayari immediately turned to scan his surroundings. Watch your front, blue hair. Chidori came roaring in, his speed terrifying. Isagi and Nanace worried for Hayari. You really are ridiculously fast. Taken aback by Chidori's speed, Hayari carefully scanned the available passing positions. Send the ball to the front of the penalty area. The penalty area monster was out again. Behind him was the towering Shiguma. Shido didn't seem to care about anyone else, leaning back against Shiguma, as if aiming to replicate his earlier goal. Seeing this, Hayari wound up for the kick. Shido prepared to receive the ball with joy. However, the ball's trajectory disappointed him. This ball was for Isagi, who was making a run behind him. Ah, it flew over my head. Shido felt a wave of irritation. Isagi was ecstatic right now. He could see his goal in sight. Nice pass, Hayari. Isagi praised Hayari internally first, then ran to the ball's landing spot and extended his leg to shoot. Isagi's heart filled with bitterness. Too short. You only notice when it counts. Isagi's stubby legs missed the ball, he whiffed it hard. Isagi mentally crumbled. This was a rare shooting opportunity. Seeing this, the tall Shiguma immediately abandoned Shido, rushed to the goal, and cleared the ball with a big kick. Grandma said, men are born for moments like this. Shiguma's highlight of the entire text was right now. No, it's not cleared. Chidori shouted anxiously. Shiguma's jaw dropped. Two figures were already tangled at the ball's landing spot. Karasu and Kira were tearing at each other relentlessly. Then they rushed toward the ball. This is why I think geniuses are a pain in the ass. Karasu complained with furious eyes. Then get out of the way, dead crow. Kira responded in a low voice. Go, Kira. Shoot. Nanace shouted at the top of his lungs. Stop him. Chidori cheered for his own player. Only Isagi unconsciously clenched his hands into fists. He already knew the answer in his heart. Kira would definitely win. The place he couldn't reach. Kira would definitely reach it. A/N, Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you reach all your goals and have a great year ahead. I'm dropping 2 chapters today. Second goal, 400 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The State of Flow. 1,370 words. Chapter 101, The State of Flow. The entire field's focus was locked on the clash between Karasu and Kira. The ball had already started its descent. Using Karasu's pulling force as a pivot point, Kira leaped high into the air. Mid-flight, he struck the ball. Bang! The ball traced an arc through the air, flying straight toward the goal. Yes! WW. Nane's celebratory cheer was cut short. Another figure launched into the air, intercepting the ball with a powerful kick. The ball was cleared out of bounds. The figure who made the clearance crashed heavily onto the turf. Silence engulfed the field. It's Rin. Chidori gasped. Seeing Rin defend with such desperation caught him off guard. This was the first time he had ever seen Rin like this. Rin stood up slowly, his icy gaze fixed on Kira and Karasu, who were still tangled together. You two having fun playing your own game? Ignoring me completely, huh? TSK. Nice clearance, top 3. Karasu disentangled himself from Kira, his eyes filled with appreciation. Kira wiped the sweat from his brow. I knew you wouldn't let the match end that easily. This was high-level competition. Kira glanced at the increasingly serious Rin, then at Karasu beside him. His shot had just been dismantled by their combined efforts. From this point on, Karasu probably wouldn't fixate on Isagi anymore. He was going to start focusing his defense on Kira. But there was good news for Team A. With Isagi starting to assert his presence, the scales of victory were already tipping in their favor. On the other side, Isagi was frustrated, continuing to analyze the situation on the field. Although he, Nanes and Hyori had begun to integrate into the team, and even help, 5 players coexisting as a team wasn't the football Isagi yearned for. That wasn't enough to become the world's #1 striker. He was still just like before. Nothing more than a shadow beside Kira. Isagi. Still one step short, huh? Hyori walked up to Isagi. Isagi looked up, smiling at Hyori, who had just delivered that pass. That was a beautiful pass, Hyori. In that situation, that was the only place I could put it. Sorry. Hyori still felt his pass hadn't been perfect. No, the pass was perfect. It was my own physical specs that couldn't keep up. Isagi clenched his fists tighter. If you think before you act, you're already too late. Another voice chimed in. Kira walked up behind Isagi and patted his head. Pointing to his own temple, he told Isagi, see. Think. Then act. That might have worked in previous matches, but if you want to steal a goal from under my and Shida's noses, that thought process won't cut it. Hyori looked at Kira with slight surprise. Kira stole my line. Isagi looked thoughtful, waiting eagerly for Kira to continue, but Kira gestured for Nanes to jump in. Nanes had been eavesdropping nearby, hoping to pick up something too. Huh? Me? Well, what Kira means is... Nanes stammered incoherently, clearly having no clue what Kira was trying to say. Since your physical specs are inferior to theirs, even if you react in time, your body will still be a half-beat slow. Hyori took over the conversation, explaining it to Isagi. Nanes nodded as if he understood. Makes sense. What does that mean? If I don't think, I have even less chance of winning, right? Isagi was confused. Right. Nanes nodded again. Isagi makes sense too. Try turning that thinking into a reflex. The world you perceive will become different. Hyori's words lit a light bulb in Isagi's head. So that's it. Okay. I get it too. Let's go. Score the last goal. Nanes pretended he understood as well. The match continued. Team A kickoff. Nanes volunteered for the throw-in. He hurled the ball to Kira's feet. Facing Karasu's press, Kira passed expressionlessly to Isagi. Kira wanted to see exactly how Isagi would perform after listening to him and Hyori. Exhale. Isagi took a deep breath as he received Kira's pass. First, open up my vision. A bird's-eye view of the field materialized in Isagi's mind. Even if my vision surpasses Kira and Shido right now, I still can't score. Because my physical specs are too weak. Isagi spotted Hyori in open space and threaded the ball to him. But his mind was still churning. Replace thinking with reflex. What the hell does that actually mean? While pondering this, Isagi and Hyori advanced through the midfield with a series of 1-2 passes. You're getting a little too full of yourself. Karasu abandoned Kira and appeared in front of Isagi again. Annoying crow. Isagi turned his head, spotted Kira following up, and knocked the ball laterally to him. Kira received Isagi's pass. Understanding Isagi's intent, Kira joined Isagi and Nanace. The three of them pushed forward with a flurry of rapid, dense passes. Kira suddenly paused, breaking the rhythm of the short passes. He launched a long ball, delivering it precisely to Hyori on the wing. All at once, Kira, Isagi and Shido. The three of them sprinted frantically toward the goal. Hyori trapped the ball cleanly, preparing to face Chidori's press. Isagi's eyes were still observing everything on the field. The moment Hyori crosses, the front of the goal is going to be chaos. Whoever can control that chaos will score. How can I snatch Hyori's pass from under Kira and Shido's feet? So where do I go? The space behind Shido. Kira's blind spot. Wait. Am I an idiot? Thinking first, then acting. I'll still be a step slower than them. Don't use the brain to think. Isagi emptied his mind completely, beginning to move solely on intuition. In Isagi's eyes, the movements of everyone on the field began to slow down. Hyori kicked the ball. Across, flying toward the penalty area. Everyone on the field moved. Kira, Shido, Karasu, Rin. And all the other players. This time, Shido and Karasu were tangled up. It was their first direct confrontation, and Shido wasn't used to Karasu's hand usage. In the struggle for position, he didn't gain much advantage. Kira and Rin were the fastest to the ball. They jostled each other for position. Both arrived at the ball's landing point almost simultaneously. Kira and Rin locked eyes. No words were needed. Both raised their legs, preparing to smash the ball. Just as everyone thought this contest would end in a draw between Kira and Rin. Whoosh! A figure burst out from the gap between them. Yoichi Isagi. How are you here? Rin was shocked. Knew you'd come. Kira smiled. At that moment, a dark glint flashed in Isagi's eyes. He seemed deaf to their words. He simply swung his leg at the goal. Boom. The ball flew straight into the top left corner. A goal without a doubt. 5-3, beep beep. Match over. Team A wins 5-3. Yes. We won. Nanace jumped up in joy. Everyone looked at Isagi in disbelief. But Isagi, after taking the shot, just sat on the ground, dazed. What just happened? Clearly, even he hadn't fully processed his own performance. On the side, Kira also stood rooted to the spot, somewhat distracted. Not because of Isagi's performance, but because of the system notification ringing in his mind. Ding. Detected an absorbable skill, state of flow. Absorb. Just realized we finally crossed the 100 chapter mark. It's been an amazing journey getting here together. Next up, I'm hoping to tackle U20 arc and then Nell. I'm not sure if there's a FIC out there that actually finishes Nell, but I'm hoping this is the one that goes all the way. Also, I just caught up with the latest Blue Lock manga chapter. I'm pretty sure Isagi is going to take a loss soon. It'll likely be the match against France, against Loki. My guess was either Germany or France, but since they're matched up with France in the group, I'm putting my money on them. What are your theories? I'd love to hear what you guys think. If I end up being wrong, Future readers, please don't roast me too hard. Chapter 102, Immersion. 1306 words. Chapter 102, Immersion. Flow state. Kira mentally commanded the system to absorb it. Absorption successful. Flow state overview, immersion in challenging focus. Using this skill grants a 20% boost to all stats. You will be fully immersed in the football match. In this moment, you are an artist on the field. Duration, 20 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Silently chant use flow to activate. Is this the state Yoichi Isagi just entered? Kira had a rough idea of what it was. The flow state, also known as the zone. In psychology, it referred to a mental state where a person is fully immersed in an activity with energized focus. It's the feeling of pouring your entire spirit into a single action. While in flow, one experiences heightened excitement and a deep sense of fulfillment. For example, when playing a ranked MOBA game, you become hyper-focused. No matter how tired you are, the moment the match starts, you forget everything around you. As you practice a hero over and over, you get smoother, your skills sharpen, and you become more confident in your gaming ability. That confidence and positive feedback loop push you to challenge even higher difficulties. The state the system described was basically the same thing, just applied to football. But entering this state required strict conditions. It wasn't something you could just switch on at will. Kira knew that having this skill meant he could force that immersion in future matches and training, allowing him to elevate himself even further. Isagi. That was amazing. You were incredible. Nanace practically flew into Isagi's arms, tackling him. Caught off guard, Isagi was knocked to the ground by Nanace's enthusiasm. How did you do that? How did you steal the ball from right under Kira and Rin's noses and score? Nanace was equal parts excited and curious. Get off me first. Isagi shoved him off, looking just as confused. Honestly, I don't know what happened either. I just listened to Hyori, and then, before I knew it, I just moved. Holy crap. You're seriously amazing. Nanace's eyes were practically sparkling with stars. Not bad, Yoichi Isagi. I could feel your cells sparking. That explosion of yours. I actually kinda liked it. Shido walked up to Isagi with his hands in his pockets, looking effortlessly cool as he offered praise. Humph. You don't even understand the logic behind your own shot. You just got lucky and stole the ball from my feet. Rin's eyes were filled with irritation. Clearly, he was pissed that Isagi had ruined his final showdown with Kira. Hey. Just admit it. If you can't even praise someone else's brilliant light, you're going to drop from a second-rate player to a third-rate player, you know. Shido actually stood up for Isagi. Clearly, he had been won over by Isagi's performance. What did you say? Rin snapped, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Shido didn't back down, looking equally eager for violence. Can you two stop being so childish? Seriously. Seeing a brawl about to break out, Kira quickly stepped between them. Kira-chan, don't protect this guy. He can't see anyone's merits but his own. I've been sick of him for a long time. Always acting high and mighty, self-righteous prick. Shido pointed right at Rin's nose, continuing his verbal assault. You pink-haired freak. You spend all day grinning like an idiot with no discipline. How did you even become a player? Rin hadn't been able to stand Shido for a long time either. Stop arguing. No fighting. Ouch. Watch the face. Kira dodged left and right in the middle of their scuffle. Relying on Kira alone wasn't enough to hold back two guys bursting with battle intent. Karasu watched the scene with an amused expression. What a bunch of overgrown children. Afraid Kira might get hurt, Chidori rushed in to help pull them apart. Seeing this, the others couldn't just stand by and watch, so they all stepped in to separate the two. Kira touched his face. Safe. No friendly fire. Playing bad football was one thing. But getting disfigured. That would ruin his future. Beep beep. If there is any more violent behavior during the selection, you will be disqualified. Disperse immediately and prepare for the next match. With the announcement from the speakers, Rin and Shido were finally dragged apart. See you, Kira. Until next time. Isagi said goodbye to Kira with a satisfied look. Nanace and Hyori also greeted Kira before leaving. Chidori looked at Kira, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he left with a look of unwillingness. Rin, still fuming, stormed into the tunnel alone. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Shido and Kira remained on the field. Kira looked at Shido, who had a budding bruise on his face, and spoke exasperatedly. Tone down your temper. In the future, no matter which team you go to. With a personality like that, it's going to be hard for teammates to accept you. Shido, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened them and looked at Kira. That lecture is boring. Why do you talk like those adults? I am me. From the time I was born until now, I've always followed my own heart. That is Ryusei Shido's way of life. Seeing this, Kira didn't bother trying to preach anymore. He prepared to head to the rest area. He still had matches to play. He had walked halfway when Shido suddenly spoke up. To be honest, I don't really like you. You don't have the vitality and drive that someone our age should have. You smell like an adult. Come on, we're high schoolers. Pretending to be a mature grown-up, doesn't it get tiring? Kira paused in his tracks. He didn't turn back. He just continued walking away. Sorry, Shido. I am a boring adult. Meanwhile, in the audiovisual room, Isagi, Nanace, and Hyori were gathered there after the match. After washing up, they were reviewing the footage of the first game back and forth, while waiting for the second match to start. I see. At that moment I did this, then that. And then I scored. Isagi seemed to grasp something. Question. What exactly is that? Nanace raised his hand foolishly. Isn't it right there on the screen? Isagi rolled his eyes at Nanace. Then question. Did you plan all of that before you moved? Nanace asked again. Isagi rubbed his chin, recalling the moment, then shook his head. No. It was entirely based on instantaneous intuition. It's the first time I've ever pulled off such complex movements. Hyori leaned in and nodded. To be honest, I didn't expect you to score either. When I passed, I thought the one scoring would be Kira or Shido. Hyori, I have a question. Why did you tell me to try replacing thinking with reflex? Isagi was curious about Hyori's reasoning. Patiently, Hyori explained the concept of flow state to Nanace and Isagi. The two nodded continuously as they listened. So that's it. Isagi's performance just now, was it because he entered the flow state? Nanace actually asked a good question for once. Hyori nodded. Isagi felt a sudden clarity. However, Isagi knew that while this was a brand new state for him, he hadn't fully mastered it yet. If I can reproduce that feeling frequently, I can definitely go higher and further. But Isagi also knew this wasn't something he could rush. He needed to take it slow. There's probably no one in the world who can use that state at will, right? Second goal, 400 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Kenyu Yukimiya. 1365 words. Chapter 103, Kenyu Yukimiya. Look, we did our part. We put our stamp on that game, Hyori said, breaking the silence. Exactly. I left everything out there. No regrets, regardless of how the chips fall, Isagi added, nodding firmly. Same here. All we can do now is wait for the numbers to come in, Nane said, his voice steady with the confidence of someone who knew they'd played their best. The three of them shared a sharp, synchronized fist bump, their laughter echoing through the small video room. Check it out. The second match is about to kick off. Let's see who's up next, Hyori noted, nodding toward the screen as the players began their walkouts. The third selection's 5-on-5 was moving fast. It was Team A2 versus Team C1. Team A2, Ryosuke Kira, Shidori Yusei, Igaguri, Aryuji Yubei, and Nagi Saishiro. Team C1, Ida Otoya, Kenya Yukimiya, Mikage Ryo, Ishikari Yukio, and Jin Gagamaru. Well, look at that. Nothing but familiar faces, Kira said, scanning the lineup. My glamour isn't ending here. The world still needs to see more of this style, Arya said, obsessively running a hand through his long hair. Hey, Kira. Long time no see. I'm here to catch up to you. Nagi said, his voice as detached as ever, his eyes fixed on the ball. Hell yeah. I'm riding with the heavy hitters. This win is already in the bag. Igaguri shouted, practically buzzing with opportunistic energy. On the opposite side, Ryo's gaze was fixed on Nagi. His expression was a mess of complicated emotions, but he eventually steeled himself and walked over to his former partner. Hey, Nagi. Just so you know, I'm coming to take you down, Ryo said. Sure, Nagi replied. His voice was flat, almost bored. Ryo's face tightened, a flash of annoyance crossing his features before he turned and headed back to his own half. On the far side of Team C, the towering Ishikari Yukio caught everyone's attention. That guy's almost as tall as I am. Impressive, Arya remarked, rarely finding someone who could challenge his vertical presence. Kira felt a twinge of competitive envy. I'd kill for that kind of height. Match start. Team C kickoff. Yukimiya adjusted his glasses and tapped a quick pass over to Ryo. Ryo took the ball and immediately surveyed the field, his mind a blur of tactical data. Since coming to Blue Lock, the distance between him and Nagi had only grown. Ryo had been grinding, pushing himself to the absolute limit just to stay within Nagi's orbit. But Nagi wasn't that same lazy kid from high school anymore. He was hunting for something higher. Ryo had deliberately avoided being on Nagi's team this time. He needed Nagi to see his evolution. He needed to prove that he was the only one worthy of standing beside a genius. The ball moved smoothly. Ryo executed a lightning-fast 1-2 with Gagamaru, ghosting past a wild, over-aggressive lunge from Shido. Shido's defense is a joke. A hollow defender, Ryo thought. I've got the 10. Arya shouted, stepping up to intercept Ryo. Ryo's eyes flickered to the flank, spotting Otoya making a move. He unleashed a long, arching ball that hummed through the air. Nice pass, purple hair. Otoya shouted, tracking the flight of the ball. But a shadow eclipsed him. Nagi launched himself into the air, his eyes burning with focus as he intercepted the pass mid-flight. He didn't even land before flicking the ball accurately toward Kira. Nagi hit the turf and spared a single, cold glance toward Ryo. It was a look that screamed, "You're still just as weak as the day I left you." Ryo gritted his teeth, so hard he thought they might shatter. Yeah. Counterattack time. Let's go, Kira-chan. Shido screamed, charging toward the box like a starving wolf. He didn't care about the formation, he just wanted blood. Even the massive Ishikari found it difficult to impede his path. Suddenly, Kenya Yukimiya was in Kira's face. In a 1v1, I have the absolute advantage. Want to test it, top 1? Yukimiya challenged. Kira knew from the scouting reports that Yukimiya was a specialist in individual duels. He didn't want to get bogged down in a ego clash just yet. Instead, he fired a crisp pass over to Igaguri. "Your turn, Igaguri. Go get M." Kira shouted. "Wait, what? Me?" Igaguri's heart nearly stopped. He'd been planning to just slack off, but suddenly the ball was at his feet. It was a rare moment, someone had actually passed to him on purpose. "I can't waste a pass from Kira. I have to make this count." His legs were shaking, and his first touch was clumsy, but he managed to keep the ball moving. "Hold it right there, monk. I'm sending you back to the temple," Ryo shouted, closing the distance instantly. Igaguri froze, his mind frantically scanning the field. He knew he wasn't beating Ryo in a footrace or a duel. He needed an out. Shido. Or Kira. It wasn't even a question. He fired the ball straight back to the person who had trusted him. Nice pass. Kira trapped the ball perfectly and, without a second of hesitation, lofted a high ball toward the danger zone. Shido lunged forward, ready to tear through the defense, but someone was faster. Nagi exploded from the side, leaping into the air with the grace of a predator. He seemed to hang there, defying gravity, as he killed the ball's momentum with a world-class aerial trap. "Is that the top 7? He's a total freak," Yukimiya muttered, impressed despite himself. "Look at that core strength." "He's a monster," Otoya added. Nagi landed, spun, and unleashed a devastating strike in one fluid motion. The ball screamed into the back of the net. 1-0, Team A takes the lead. Ryo stared at the net, stunned. That was perfect. The realization hit him. The Nagi standing in front of him wasn't the Nagi he knew. The synergy between Nagi and Kira was something he couldn't replicate. "Nice finish, Nagi. I knew you'd be there," Kira said, offering a high five. Nagi gave a simple, short nod. He wasn't celebrating, he was already reset for the next play. "Hey, Kira-chan. I was wide open. Why the hell are you feeding the quiet kid?" Shido complained, having already charged into the box for a ball that never came. Kira just gave a small, apologetic shrug. "Who cares? We're winning. Let's just keep this momentum and crush them." Igaguri shouted, his face lit up with the joy of a man who was successfully riding a winning wave. "Otoya, let me take point on the next one," Yukimiya said, his voice dropping into a serious, competitive register. Otoya shrugged. "Go for it. Let's see what a top 6 can really do." Match continues. Team C kickoff. Otoya started the play, but the ball went straight to Yukimiya. He didn't look for a pass. He drove the ball forward, heading straight for Kira. Kira was surprised by the directness. The guy was coming for the throne. He squared his shoulders and dropped into a defensive stance. Top 1, right. Yukimiya's feet began to move in a blur of high-speed feints. Kira's vision felt like it was being pulled in 3 directions at once. Even with his elite reaction time, the sheer technical speed of the dribble was staggering. Suddenly, Yukimiya ignited. "He's fast." Kira reacted, shifting his weight to intercept the breakthrough, but Yukimiya used his superior momentum to shoulder past him. He didn't just beat Kira, he overwhelmed him. Kira was beat. Damn, he's the real deal, Kira thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. He remembered the manga mentioning Yukimiya's one-on-one prowess, but experiencing it was a different story. The guy had reached top speed in a heartbeat. "I can't believe it. Kira actually got beat," Igaguri whispered, his face pale with dread. The easy win he was expecting suddenly felt a lot more complicated. Team C had a monster of their own. Second goal, 400 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Euro Shot. 1,381 words. Chapter 104, The Euro Shot. Damn, Kira-chan actually got smoked, Shida said, his face splitting into a wide, manic grin. He wasn't bothered, he was purely enjoying the chaos. Alright then, Goggles. Step up and let's see if you can dance with me. Shida lunged forward with that arrogant, predator-like stride of his. Behind Yukimiya, Ryo felt a jolt of shock. Yukimiya is nothing like he looks on the surface, Ryo thought, recalibrating his view of his top 6 teammate. He acts polite, but his style is pure violence. He's a physical powerhouse who wins through sheer explosive speed and raw grit. It made sense now. Yukimiya was the kind of player who had the balls to look ego in the eye and demand an explanation for his ranking. He had the hardware to back up that ego. Come on then, Yukimiya said, his voice smooth but cold. He didn't flinch as Shida closed in. If Kira couldn't stop him, a defensive amateur like Shida didn't stand a chance. Keep up, snail. In a single second, Yukimiya shifted his weight and blew past Shida, leaving him standing there like a statue. Wait, what? Shida blinked, staring at the empty space where Yukimiya used to be. Yukimiya's lips curled into a faint smirk. In his world, a one-on-one duel was the absolute soul of football. If he could drag an opponent into a vacuum where it was just the two of them, he believed he was the undisputed king of Japan. One-on-one isn't working. Double team him. Igaguri screamed, panicking as he tried to direct traffic. Nagi didn't need the monks shouting to tell him what to do. He closed in alongside Igaguri, trying to pin Yukimiya down. Seeing the opening, Ryo sprinted up to Yukimiya's flank. Yukimiya. Use me for the link-up. Ryo shouted. Yukimiya didn't even turn his head. Don't bother. I've got this. I prefer to settle my problems as civilly as possible, Yukimiya muttered. He didn't look for a pass. He didn't look for a better angle. He simply planted his foot and unleashed a monstrous strike. Boom. Kira, sprinting back to help, felt a flash of genuine respect. The guy was 30 meters out, dead center in Buru or Kunigami territory, and he was pulling the trigger without hesitation. What a beast, Kira thought. Ryo watched the ball leave Yukimiya's foot, his mind blank. There was northwest clear shooting lane. It looked like a desperate mistake. The ball screamed into the air, arching high. It's way too high. We're good. Igaguri yelled, watching the trajectory. To him, that ball was headed straight over the goal. He was already breathing a sigh of relief. Yukimiya didn't look relieved. He looked certain. Kira's eyes widened as he tracked the rotation, or rather, the lack of it. Is that a banana shot? At the apex of its flight, the ball suddenly died. It lost its momentum and plummeted toward the earth like a stone. It was like an elevator plummeting from the highest floor. It didn't just drop, it dove. The ball buried itself into the net. Goal. Team C had their equalizer, courtesy of Yukimiya's clinical technique. Aryu, who had been guarding the line, was left completely out of position by the sudden change in trajectory. He could only watch, paralyzed, as the ball hit the twine. Hell yeah. Nice strike, Yukimiya. Team C swarmed their ace, but Yukimiya just looked back at the goal with a calm, practiced smile. Like I said, I'm a peace lover at heart. What the hell was that? Igaguri stammered. His brain couldn't process the physics. How does a ball just die in midair? He'd seen Kira's curving banana shots, but this was something else entirely. It's a Euro shot, Aryu explained, his usual obsession with his hair replaced by a grim seriousness. Instead of side spin, you hit the bottom of the ball with a lifting motion to give it top-to-bottom tumble. Once it hits the peak, the air resistance catches it and force drops it. It's a nightmare for keepers. Igaguri stared at the goal. People can actually do that in real life. I thought that was just for TV. Rio stood frozen, his eyes wide. He knew his own limits better than anyone, and he knew he couldn't replicate that shot. He looked across the pitch at Nagi and saw the fire in the genius's eyes. Is that the kind of competition it takes to get you fired up now, Nagi? Rio wondered. You aren't the kid who followed my lead anymore. You aren't my masterpiece, you're your own man. Match continued. Team A kickoff. Shido, get moving, Kira commanded as he tapped the ball into play. Whatever you say, Kira-chan. But I move when the spirit takes me, not when you tell me to, Shido chirped back. Despite the talk, his body reacted instantly. He was already sprinting into space before the words were out of his mouth. Kira gave a satisfied nod and fired a crisp, smooth pass to Nagi. Rio stepped up to block his former partner, his face set in a mask of determination. You're playing like a zombie, Rio. You shouldn't be on the pitch with your head that clouded, Nagi said. He could tell Rio wasn't fully in the game, he was too busy inside his own head. Rio flinched, opening his mouth to snap back, but Nagi didn't wait. He exploded into a lateral sprint, bypassing Rio before the other boy could even find his footing. I'm the one who made you. Rio screamed internally. And now you're using my own tactics against me. Who the hell taught you to play dirty like that? Nagi's lips twitched into a tiny smirk. Got him. He flicked the ball back to Kira. Kira saw Arya making a diagonal run on the wing, and didn't waste a second. The moment the ball touched his studs, he sent a booming long ball into the corner. Yukimiya, who had been looking for a direct duel, watched the pass sail over his head and sighed. He couldn't get a read on Kira. Normally, a top 1 player would want to take the ball and humiliate every defender in his path. But Kira was different. He was efficient. He moved the ball the second it made sense, refusing to be a ball hog. So how did a guy who shares the ball that much end up with a goal count that high? Yukimiya wondered. While he was thinking, the ball reached the wing. It was a battle of the giants, Arya versus Ishikari. They were dead even in height, which meant the play came down to positioning and raw verticality. Arya proved why he was the king of the air. Ishikari had the height, but Arya had the reach. He outjumped the defender and headed the ball back into the center. It was like a dinner bell for a predator. Shido launched himself at the ball with the ferocity of a starving wolf. Otoya, despite his technical skill, was overwhelmed by the sheer, unbridled violence of Shido's movement. He was forced back, unable to anchor himself as Shido drove the ball into the box. Kira, trailing the play, saw Shido enter the area and immediately slowed his pace. He didn't need to help. He knew what happened once Shido got a scent of the net. Inside the box, Shido's expression turned demonic. He executed a sharp, fluid turn that left Otoya stumbling. Pew! Pew! With a manic shout, Shido contorted his body like a pretzel, unleashing a high-impact strike from an impossible angle. The ball tore through the air and slammed into the net. Goal. Team A leads 2-1. Yeah. More. I need to feel it again. Shido screamed, dropping to his knees and pumping his fists with a terrifying level of intensity. Men. Yukimiya watched the celebration and stepped back a few paces. Is your teammate always that much of a head case? Kira shook his head, looking in the opposite direction. I dunno. I'm not close with him. It was too embarrassing. Thank you for the 400 power stones. I'll upload the extra chapter in about an hour. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Entering the Flow. 1,257 words. Chapter 105, Entering the Flow. That presence in the box, it is unreal. Rio stared at Shido, momentarily distracted by the striker's sheer insanity. He could not help but admire the ability of the top two. It was a level of talent that felt unreachable. What do I have to do to catch up to these monsters? Hell yeah, Shido. Igaguri let out a loud cheer for his teammate. Shido shot a sideways glance back at him, and the monk immediately shut his mouth. The memory of the beatdown he had received earlier flashed through his mind. God, that hurt. I am not poking the bear again. That goal was beyond stylish. Pure instinct, Arya noted. He did not mind that kind of primal, raw football. All right, stay focused. We are taking that goal back right now, Yukimiya shouted to the rest of Team C, as they moved into formation for the kickoff. This is getting interesting, he thought, a predatory glint in his eyes. Match continued. Team C kickoff. Ryo tapped the ball to Otoya. Let's move, everyone. Yukimiya took the ball and immediately began a solo drive. Igaguri knew Yukimiya was a nightmare in a one-on-one, but the winger was currently in his zone. Igaguri gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Get some. You really think you are on my level? Yukimiya did not even blink. With a few subtle shifts of his weight, he accelerated into a blur, blowing past Igaguri like he was a traffic cone. Crap. Sorry. He got past me. Igaguri shouted, already bracing himself for Shido's fist. That is enough, Igaguri, Kira's voice rang out. The moment Yukimiya broke past the monk, Kira was already there. He executed a perfect, clinical slide tackle from the flank, sniping the ball right off Yukimiya's boot. You are actually pretty trash at 2-on-1s, aren't you, Goggles? Kira had identified the weakness. Against Nagi and Igaguri earlier, Yukimiya's brilliant shot had actually been his only option. He could not find a way through both of them. You really aren't as nice as you look, are you? Yukimiya's glasses reflected the pitch lights, his gaze sharpening. Loose ball. Igaguri screamed. Ryo had been trailing Yukimiya's run and managed to scoop up the rebound before anyone else. Nagi was on him in a heartbeat. The two of them stared each other down. Ryo versus Nagi. TCH. Ryo felt a surge of irritation. He still did not have the confidence to look Nagi in the eye. Nagi, however, showed nothing, no pity, no history, only the cold hunger for the win. I will help, Nagi. Igaguri recovered and closed in on Ryo's other side. Another double team. Not again. Ryo's instincts flared. He knew if he let Igaguri get close, the ball was gone. He needed an exit. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow ghosting down the wing. Otoya. Ryo did not hesitate. He fired a low, hard pass toward the flank. When did he get behind me? Arya realized too late that the ball was meant for the space he had just vacated. By the time he turned, it was over. Ryo's fundamentals were solid, and the pass was surgical. Otoya took the ball in stride, moving toward the goal with the grace of a phantom. His awareness and off-the-ball movement are insane, Arya thought, glancing back at Kira. He is like a budget version of Kira. Otoya reached the box, faced the keeper one-on-one, and calmly slotted the ball into the bottom corner. 2-2, the score was level. This was the football of the men ranked number 5 in Blue Lock. Nice. Ryo let out a breath of relief. His vision had finally paid off. Kira watched the replay in his head, dissecting the goal. Otoya had used Yukimiya's gravity to pull the entire defense toward the center, then vanished into the darkness, to wait for the delivery. The shadow striker, huh? Kira thought. He plays a lot like I used to before I came to this place. He hunts the blind spots. Apparently, the guy was actually the descendant of a ninja clan. It made sense why he ran with his hands behind his back like a character from a different anime. Without Karasu around, I feel practically invisible out here, Otoya muttered, missing his usual partner. Don't sell yourself short. Now that I know your rhythm, I am going to use you for everything, Yukimiya said, walking over to offer a hand. Just make sure you keep up with my tempo, Otoya replied. They shared a look. The top 5 and top 6 had officially synchronized. Top 5 and top 6. Kira cracked his neck. He was starting to feel the fatigue setting in, and honestly, he just wanted to finish this and get some rest. Mentally, he chanted, flow. Flow state activated. All attributes increased by 20%. Enjoy the slaughter. Duration, 20 minutes. Suddenly, every cell in Kira's body felt like it was vibrating. This was what Isagi had felt in the final moments of the last match. The world shifted. Kira's vision turned into a high-definition map where every player, every lane, and every possibility was highlighted in black and white. Hey, Kira-chan. You look different all of a sudden, Shida noted, sensing the shift in the air. Just give me the damn ball, Pinky. Huh? Shida blinked, stunned by the sudden change in Kira's tone. It took him a second to realize he had just been insulted. The match resumed. Shidu, curious to see what a serious Kira looked like, passed him the ball immediately. Kira ignited. He's gone. Shidu barely saw him move. Kira vanished from his starting position in an explosive burst of acceleration. It reminded Shidu of Julian Loki, the world-class prodigy who had embarrassed him just a few days ago. The speed was not quite at that level yet, but the scent was the same. Kira was already fast, but with the flow boost, he was easily the fastest player in Blue Lock. Otoya was the first to react, his own speed allowing him to cut across the lane. Yukimiya snapped out of his trance a second later and joined the chase. They closed in from both sides, determined to sandwich the top one. Facing the pincer press, Kira's eyes glowed with a dark, focused energy. He did not slow down. With a delicate flick of his toe, he lofted the ball into the air. The ball sailed over both their heads. Swoosh! Kira's body followed, tearing through the narrow gap between the two defenders like a cannonball. A textbook sombrero flick. He had just erased 2 of the top 6 in a single move. Yukimiya, who prided himself on his one-on-one dominance, was frozen in shock. He had reached his top speed, and it had not even been close. Otoya, the ninja, felt the same crushing sense of helplessness he had felt against the World 5. You are too fast, Kira. Gagamaru stepped out of the goal, trying to close the angle. The sweat on his brow told the story, his nerves were fraying. He is going to use his speed to go around me, Gagamaru thought, bracing for the sprint. Instead, Kira stopped the ball dead. What does this mean? Gagamaru's heart nearly stopped. He realized it then. This guy. He is going to show off. I'm about to become a background mob. Hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20+ patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Rio's Awakening. 1,339 words. Chapter 106, Rio's Awakening. Kira's eyes shimmered with a dark, predatory glow. Standing across from him, Gagamaru couldn't help but swallow hard. Having played on the same team as Kira before, he knew exactly how lethal the guy's technical skills were. What's he going to pull? A step over? A rainbow flick? Or a Marseille turn? Gagamaru didn't have time to overthink it. Kira was already in motion. His feet blurred in a series of high-frequency, rhythmic taps. Gagamaru locked his gaze on Kira's legs, refusing to blink. Suddenly, Kira dropped his shoulder. A feint. Gagamaru stayed planted, refusing to bite. But as Kira's shoulder dipped, he used the inside of one foot to snap the ball across to his other. His second foot met the ball instantly, exploding forward in a burst of acceleration. La Croqueta. Gagamaru's brain registered the change in tempo, but his body was a second too slow. He was left in the dust, completely bypassed. In a moment of pure desperation, Gagamaru looked back over his shoulder. He was the final line of defense for Team C. Ryo and Ishikari were too far out of position, their recovery speed nowhere near high enough to close the gap. They could only watch as Kira stood one-on-one with the open net. Boom! Kira fired a strike toward the far right post. Goal! Team A reclaimed the lead. 3-2, hell yeah, Kira! Igaguri screamed at the top of his lungs, practically vibrating with hype. After watching Yukimiya and Otoya tear through them, the monk had been sweating bullets. He was terrified that his carry on the team wouldn't be able to keep up. But Kira's response was a loud and clear message, don't worry. Igaguri's eyes actually welled up with tears. He was more emotional than the guy who had actually scored the goal. I definitely picked the right coattails to ride. Shido stood there, momentarily stunned. Kira had scored in the previous match, but it had felt subdued. Isagi's last-second heroics had stolen the spotlight. But now, Shido finally understood the weight of being Blue Lock's number one. A solo run. Bypassing 3 defenders. A cold-blooded finish. TCH, Kira-chan is a monster when he actually tries, Shido thought. He felt the pressure mounting. This was a level of dominance that made his own King of the Box style look limited. Nearby, Aryu looked like he was watching a rerun. Why are you all so shocked? Aryu wondered. He'd seen Kira show his full strength against the World 5. This is just his baseline. Aryu's calm demeanor only made Nagi more curious. Apparently, Aryu had seen Kira perform at an even higher level. Nagi's eyes lit up with a renewed hunger. He wanted that spotlight. He wanted to be just as dazzling. That was too much, Gagamaru muttered, replaying the goal in his head. Kira was significantly stronger and faster than he'd been back in Team Z. Yukimiya's calm facade was gone. He was sweating. So this is the number one. A few minutes ago, he'd been arrogant enough to think he could just take the throne. Now his face was burning with a mix of embarrassment and realization. He was lucky he hadn't said his thoughts out loud, his ego would have been shattered. Audiovisual room. Hayari's jaw was practically on the floor. Isagi, has Kira always been this cracked? He didn't show off that kind of speed or dribbling in the last game. Isagi stayed silent. He didn't know how to explain it. To him, Kira was the embodiment of a miracle. Back when they faced the World 5, when Isagi felt nothing but pure despair, Kira was the one who stood up and dragged them into the fight. Isagi felt a familiar, bitter taste in his mouth. Just when he thought he'd narrowed the gap with his last-second goal, Kira had leaped into another dimension. Will I ever actually catch up to him? Kira is insane. I want to play like him. Nanae said, his face full of pure admiration. Isagi looked at him, confused. Doesn't it bother you? Knowing there's such a massive wall between us and him. Why would it? Nanae asked, tilting his head. Everyone is different, right? Kira being that good just gives me a target to chase. It's exciting. He's right, Isagi, Hayari added, his voice optimistic. Having someone like Kira in our generation is a blessing. He's the fuel for our evolution. You guys are way too positive, Isagi thought. But he nodded anyway. It didn't matter how fast Kira was. He would keep grinding until he found a way to win. Back on the pitch, Team A was celebrating. On the other side, Ryo had fallen into a deep, dark silence. Mikage Ryo. Heir to the Mikage Corporation. In his life, Ryo had never been denied. Expensive toys, popularity, the best education, it all came to him with a snap of his fingers. But Blue Lock had shown him that there were things money couldn't buy. The World Cup trophy. The title of world's best striker. Those things belonged only to the fools, the people who threw away everything else in their lives just for the sake of the game. He looked at Kira and Shido. He could tell that nothing else in the world mattered to them except the ball at their feet. They were obsessed. They were idiots. And that was why they were so blindingly bright. Ryo, you are my successor, his father's voice echoed in his mind. Just go to a top-tier university, become a world-class businessman, and live a perfect life. I'm telling you this for your own good. No. That life was a prison. A pre-planned, boring, predictable cage. I don't want a perfect life. I want what they have. Ryo's eyes sharpened with a fierce, iron-willed resolve. If the only way to reach my dream is to throw away my safety net and become an obsessed idiot, then fine. I'll be the biggest fool of them all. Match continued. Kira's flow state was still humming. He could see the change in Ryo's eyes immediately. The kid's aura had shifted. Good. If you didn't step up now, you wouldn't even be worth using as fuel, Ryo. Kira's lips curved into a dark smile. Team C kickoff. Otoya tapped the ball to Yukimiya. The second Yukimiya touched the ball, Kira was in his face. He's already here. Yukimiya panicked. After seeing Kira's technical masterclass, his confidence in his own one-on-one skills was wavering. He hesitated, caught between trying to break through and looking for a pass. Hesitation is a death sentence, Goggles. Kira's foot lashed out, sniping the ball right off Yukimiya's studs. Loose ball. Igaguri screamed, alert for the rebound. Shido didn't need the reminder. He was already lunging toward the ball like a starving predator. But a purple-haired shadow reached the spot first. What? Shido barked. Who the hell is this extra? Shido was genuinely confused. How had this kid beaten him to the drop point? No matter how much I improve, I'll only ever be a 99, Ryo muttered to himself, his voice cold. He flicked a crisp pass to Otoya. Otoya prepared to break, but Kira was already closing the lane. The top one was playing a one-man containment game, suffocating Team C's offensive duo. Otoya, seeing no way through, was forced to pass back to Ryo. Ryo took the ball and didn't slow down. He blew past Igaguri in a heartbeat. Pass it here. Yukimiya shouted from the wing, having found an open pocket of space. Shut up. I'm not passing, Ryo growled. His eyes were wild, focused solely on the goal. Arya stepped up to provide the backup defense, but Ryo didn't flinch. He planted his foot and wound up for a strike. Yukimiya stared at him, confused. From there? He's 30 meters out. From now on, I'll be dedicating more time to this FIC, and writing quality will improve. So get ready for fantastic chapters. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Itoshire SAE's Choice. 1,484 words. Chapter 107, Itoshire SAE's Choice. I am done being the jack of all trades, Ryo muttered, his eyes burning with a new, dangerous resolve. From now on, call me the invincible all-rounder. Without another word, Ryo unleashed a shot. Arya was caught flat-footed. He had not expected anyone to have the guts to pull the trigger from that distance. It is off target. He missed. Igaguri shouted, his eyes tracking the ball as it sailed high over the crossbar. No, wait. Look at that trajectory. Arya whispered, his heart skipping a beat. Further back, Yukimiya's face was painted with shock. Is he copying me? Just as the ball reached its peak, it died. The momentum vanished and it began a violent, vertical plunge toward the net. It was a perfect replica of Yukimiya's signature move. A Euro shot. Nagi's expression finally shifted as he watched the ball descend. Ryo. He is actually evolving. Audio-visual room. Isagi let out a sharp breath. Incredible. He really did it. Seeing Kira's dominance had triggered something in Ryo, He had found his own way to stay in the game, by becoming a mirror that reflected the best weapons on the pitch. Whoa, if he can just copy anyone's moves, he is basically invincible. Nane said, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why does everyone have a special move except me? Not quite, Hyori countered, his analytical mind already dissecting the play. No matter how perfect the imitation, it is still only a 99% copy. If he goes head-to-head with the 100% original, he will lose every time. Hyori's voice trailed off as the screen showed a blur of motion. Just as the ball was about to cross the line, a shadow exploded across the goal mouth. It was Kira. His eyes glowing with the dark static of the flow state. With total composure, he met the falling ball with a mid-air clearance, booting it out of the danger zone before it could even touch the netting. He is too fast. Kira was just marking Otoya on the wing a second ago. Isagi shouted, slamming his hand against the floor. On the pitch, Ryo felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. The celebration that had been building in his chest died instantly. How? Unless he knew the exact moment I was going to shoot. Unless he predicted my evolution before I even finished the motion. Ryo felt a chill. Kira was not just playing a different game, he was playing in a different timeline. The gap between them felt like an uncrossable chasm. Ryo's eyes dimmed, the weight of Kira's existence crushing his newfound confidence. Shido. Get moving. Kira roared, his voice cutting through the air. Yes, Sir. Kira's clearance was not just a defensive move, it was a surgical long ball that traveled half the length of the pitch. Even on a mini-field, the precision required to turn a clearance into a lead pass was insane. Yukimiya sprinted back, his lungs burning, but he already knew he was too late. Shido received the ball and went into full mad dog mode. Ishikari, the towering defender, moved like a rusty tank compared to Shido's predatory speed. Shido toyed with him for a few seconds before slamming the ball home. 4-2, Team C went silent. The spirit was gone. They could feel the weight of the scoreboard and, more importantly, the weight of the monsters they were facing. Yukimiya tried to rally the troops, but even Otoya, the top 5, looked like he had checked out. The game was over. In the final moments, Igaguri sent a desperate, ridiculous cross into the box. It should have been an easy interception, but Kira snatched it out of the air. Mimicking Shido's own chaotic style, Kira contorted his body into a mid-air pretzel and fired a final, humiliating shot into the net. Final score, 5-2. Team A2 wins. Yes. Another easy ride on the win train. Igaguri shouted, rolling around on the grass in pure, unadulterated joy. Kira let out a long, hot breath. His flow state was still humming, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had lost all track of time during the match, completely submerged in the rhythm of the game. But as the whistle blew, he felt a strange sense of dissatisfaction. The match had ended before he was finished. He still had more to give, and his opponents had folded too soon. He turned his gaze toward Shido, who was stretching lazily nearby. Shido. We are not done. Get to the training room. Huh? Shido blinked. Even for a football obsessive like him, 2 back-to-back matches were draining. Kira-chan, the game is over. I'm beat. Shut up and move. I'm not wasting this high. To the training room. Now. Kira's eyes were cold and demanding. Shido pouted but eventually gave in. He knew better than to argue with a striker in the zone. Igaguri, you're on ball boy duty. Pick up the pace. Wait, me. Igaguri's face paled. One look at Kira's expression told him that saying no would be a very bad idea for his health. Right. On it. Let's go. Yukimiya watched them leave, his expression darkening. What is that guy's problem? Is he saying we weren't even worth a warm-up? Otoya just stayed flat on the grass. I'm done. Nobody talked to me for an hour. Rio sat on the turf, his jersey soaked with sweat. He had given everything, and he had not even managed to touch Kira's shadow. Rio. Hey. Rio looked up. His face lit up for a fraction of a second before he masked it with a cold, distant expression. Oh. Nagi. That shot you took, it was actually pretty cool, Nagi said, offering a rare, genuine compliment. Whatever. Cool doesn't win games. I still lost, Rio snapped. You saw a move and copied it instantly. It was very you. I thought it was interesting, Nagi continued, pausing for a moment. But you are still a long way off from the kind of football I'm looking for. The honesty hit Rio like a knife. He watched as Nagi turned to leave. Wait, Nagi. Nagi stopped but did not turn around. Go ahead. Keep going. I'll see you at the top, Rio said, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and resolve. Okay, Nagi replied, the simple answer echoing as he walked away. Rio gripped the grass so hard his knuckles turned white. Just watch me, Nagi. I am going to become the person you can't live without. Outside the Blue Lock facility. JFU headquarters. I understand, Mr. President. Everything is for the future of Japanese football. The man speaking was Hoichi, the head coach of the Japan U-20 national team. In the media, they called him Hoichi the Earless because he did nothing but bow to the whims of the federation. Currently, he was nodding submissively toward the bald president sitting across from him. Good. You understand the objective, the president said, a predatory, corporate smile on his face. Hoichi gave a knowing smirk. Of course. Bringing a world-class talent like Itosure Sae into the U-20 squad is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You want to turn this match into a massive media event, a goldmine for the federation. Am I right? Hoichi, don't be so crass, the president teased. My apologies, sir. What I meant to say was, we are providing the people of Japan with a legendary spectacle. I'm a simple coach, sometimes I lack the words. You're a quick study, Hoichi. Play your cards right, and there will be plenty of room for you at the top of the corporate ladder. Do you follow? Perfectly, sir. The door to the conference room swung open with a bang. Sae-kun. Wait. You can't just go in there. Sae's agent shouted, looking panicked as he followed the teenager into the room. Itosure Sae walked in like he owned the building, his expression one of bored arrogance. Itosure Sae. Welcome, the president said, his tone shifting instantly from cold executive to fawning fan. He stood up immediately. If you needed something, you could have just sent your agent. There was no need to come down here yourself. Sae ignored the pleasantries and waved a hand dismissively. I watched the tapes of your U-20 strikers. They're garbage. Total hacks. The president blinked. Well, what kind of striker were you looking for? I can pull a player from anywhere. Domestic, international, just give me a name. I watched the footage from that Blue Lock place, Sae said, his eyes narrowing. There is one striker who caught my eye. I want to play with him. Oh? And who might that be? The president was stunned. He hadn't expected someone like Sae to find anyone of value in a domestic youth program. His name is Ryosuke Kira. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Bargaining Chip. 1,412 words. Chapter 108, The Bargaining Chip. Ryosuke Kira. Who the hell is that? The bald JFU president stared blankly at the name on the report. He had clearly wiped the kid from his memory. He glanced back at Hoichi, looking for an answer. Hoichi adjusted his tie, leaning in to remind his boss. He is the kid from Saitama the media was buzzing about a while back. A rising star. Oh, right. That kid. Once Hoichi made the connection, the president, Buritsuda, finally remembered. He recalled the highlights Ego had shown them during the initial pitch. The kid had a massive brand potential. He smelled like a gold mine. Don't worry about it. Consider it done, Buritsuda said, puffing out his chest as he gave Itoshire Sae his word. He promised that Ryosuke Kira would be wearing a U-20 national jersey by the time the match kicked off. Sae gave a curt, satisfied nod and walked out of the office with his agent trailing behind him. Sir, that Sae kid is completely out of line. He acts like he owns the building, Hoichi spat the moment the door clicked shut. The president just waved him off with a dismissive hand. He is my precious cash cow. A little teenage arrogance is part of the package. As long as he stays valuable, I can tolerate a few demands. Keeping him happy is just good business. Your vision and patience are unmatched, sir, Hoichi replied, quickly shifting back into his role as a professional kiss-ass. The president leaned back in his leather chair. In his mind, taking a player from Ego was the easiest thing in the world. After all, the only reason Blue Lock even existed was because the JFU allowed it. He held all the cards. Blue Lock training room. Shido Ryusei was a pile of limbs on the turf, completely spent. His stamina had been squeezed dry. Nearby, Igaguri was panting, his face a bright shade of red. He had thought being a ball boy for a private session would be a cakewalk. He was wrong. If he slowed down for even a second, he couldn't keep up with the frantic pace Kira and Shido were setting. Fearing a lecture, or a fist, he had spent the last hour sprinting around the perimeter like a madman. Kira sat on the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead. His flow state had ended a while ago, but he had pushed through the fatigue to lock in the muscle memory. Training with Shido is weird, Kira thought. My offensive game didn't grow much because his defense is absolute trash. But my defensive instincts. Facing his insanity in the box actually forced me to level up. He gave a dry laugh. A striker who is getting too good at defending. Whatever. Progress is progress. Meanwhile, on the match field. The final match of the first day of selections was underway, Team B2 versus Team C2. Team B2 was a nightmare on paper. With Rin and Karasu at the core, they also had Buro, Kunigami, and Nico. Team C2 had Kenyu Yukimiya, Ida Otoya, Reiji Hiragi, Taiga Tsunzaki, and Junichi Wanama. From the opening whistle, the game was a slaughter. B2 was simply too stacked. Rin and Karasu were operating on a level far above Yukimiya and Otoya, and the supporting cast of Buro, Kunigami, and Nico completely outclassed the rest of C2. Rin opened with 2 clinical goals. Karasu and Buro each added one of their own. By the time the scoreboard hit 4-2, Yukimiya was starting to feel the pressure. It was impossible to play. Rin's vision was dominant, mapping out every move before it happened. And if you tried to find a weak spot, Karasu was there, suffocating the play before it could breathe. Nico was the silent killer of the match. He had spent the entire game tracking Otoya's shadow runs, effectively neutralizing the ninja. Without his partner, Yukimiya was forced into one-on-one duels where he was constantly met by a double team from Nico and Kunigami. Nico wasn't satisfied with just defending, though. He wanted to show he could drive the offense. There it is. Nico spotted a gap in the C2 defense and unleashed a perfectly weighted long ball. The pass carved through the midfield and landed right on Kunigami's laces. Junichi Wanama tried to muscle him off the ball, but Kunigami was a tank. He shrugged off the defender, took 2 explosive steps, and unleashed a left-footed cannon blast. The ball tore through the C2 net like it wasn't even there. 5-2. Team B2 takes the win. Nice pass, bangs. Kunigami shouted, giving Nico an aggressive high five. TCH. Buro looked pissed. With so many elite players on his team, he hadn't been able to hijack the game the way he wanted. He felt like the Karasu-Rin duo was holding back. Boring, Rin muttered. He was already over it. He was looking forward to the match with Kira tomorrow. A game without the top one was a waste of his time. Yukimiya sat on the grass, looking devastated. Is it really going to end like this? I can't even catch one win. Otoya lay down next to him, staring at the ceiling. A ninja has to know when the mission is a failure, he thought, embracing the loss. Late night. Blue lock monitoring room. Ego stretched his neck, staring at the screens. The first day was in the books. 2 more matches tomorrow. He began organizing the data. Even though the trials weren't over, he already had the blueprint for the U-20 squad in his head. Kira and Shido had a terrifying level of compatibility. Their styles didn't clash, they amplified each other. Ego was planning a dual striker formation with Kira and Shido at the tip of the spear. Behind them, he would place playmakers like Rin and Isagi to control the flow of the game. With those 4 as the engine, he was certain he could dismantle the national team. Ring. Ring. His phone buzzed, cutting through his thoughts. He answered it with a scowl. Moshi Moshi. Who is this? As he listened, Ego's eyes narrowed to slits. Impossible, you greedy old fossil. Stealing a blue lock player, Ryosuke Kira, to use against us. Buritsuda's voice oozed shameless greed on the other end, no room for negotiation. Ego, you know how hard the association worked to snag Idosher SAE for the U-20. Give us that player, or blue lock is finished. Scared your trash project can't win missing one guy. It was doomed from the start anyway. Ego's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. The old shark was trying to blackmail him. He decided to call the bluff. Fine. Cancel it then. Dissolve the project. I'm done. Wait, what? Are you serious? Buritsuda's voice faltered, his scripted rant crumbling. Silence hung heavy. Ego kept it cool on the surface, but inside, he was all in on the gamble. Betting that a cash-obsessed guy like him would absolutely not be willing to give up the opportunity to make money from Idosher SAE's debut with the U-20 national team. He knew the Football Association must have already started building hype on social media. They had spent a lot of effort to make this match known nationwide. You're a piece of work, Ego. Buritsuda's tone was angry, his voice sounding defeated. You know I can't walk away from this revenue stream, don't you? I've been dealing with your kind for a long time. I know exactly what matters to you. Fine. I will try my best to communicate with Idosher SAE's side. You're too sharp, you'll never rise in Japan's football world like this. Buritsuda began lecturing him from a position of false authority. Ego hung up mid-sentence. The stench of greed leaking through the phone disgusted him. Moments later, the phone rang again. Ego, I argued until my throat went hoarse. SAE agreed. But you still owe us one. Not Kira. Then who? Ryusei Shido. Ego went silent. His vision centered on Kira and Shido's dual core. Sacrifice the demon to save the star. Ego, don't push it. This is our last concession. The impatience in Buritsuda's voice mirrored Ego's own frustration. Fine. He's yours. Shido had no idea that he had just become the ultimate bargaining chip in a high-stakes trade. First goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on, com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Shido's Improvement. 1,345 words. Chapter 109, Shido's Improvement. The next day. On the other side of the planet. England. The executive office of the Sky Blues, Moonshine City. Chris, the team manager, looked at Blake with a face full of confusion. So Blake, where is this Japanese kid you were talking about? Has he reached out yet? Blake was also confused. I have no idea. I gave him my card. And he never called. Not a word. Chris fell silent, and the two of them sat there staring at each other. Finally, Chris couldn't take it anymore. Maybe you were wrong, Blake. Maybe that kid isn't actually a fan of yours. What? Blake shook his head violently. No way. The way that kid moved, that posture, he was clearly a copycat. There was no way he wasn't a fan. He probably just lost the business card. Hey, wait. Look at this, Chris said, scrolling through a news feed. It says Itoshire SAE is joining the Japan U-20 national team to play an exhibition match against this Blue Lock project. Blue Lock? Blake leaned in toward the computer screen. Is that the program you visited in Japan? Yeah, that is the one, Blake nodded. The Japanese media making a huge fuss about this. They are hyping it up like it is the event of the century. Chris nodded, though he was not nearly as invested as Blake. To him, this was just some local drama. His only real priority was securing the English League title this year. Blake felt differently. He made a mental note to catch the live stream of that match. He wanted to see how his little fan was going to hold up on the big stage. Blue Lock pitch. After a night of rest, Kira and Shido were already on the field. Rin and Karasu arrived shortly after. The next match was set, Team A versus Team B. Hey, Rin. Karasu. Long time no see, Kira said, greeting them with an easy, confident energy. It has been exactly 1 day. What do you mean, long time? Despite the thought, they still nodded in response. Meanwhile, the audiovisual room was getting crowded. Where is Isagi? Nanace asked, looking around. Seems like he's still sleeping. Hyori replied, remembering the state of their room when he left. He was out cold. Yesterday's match must have completely drained him. Team A and Team B are taking the field, the intercom announced. Hyori and Nanace stopped chatting and turned their full attention to the monitors. In the player tunnel, Bakira, Haiji, and Corona emerged. Unfortunately, Hajime Nishioka's injury left him unable to play. Southwest Corona took his place. Hey, Kira. Bakira shouted from across the pitch, waving enthusiastically. Looks like we are on the same side today. Kira smiled. Having the team's little spark plug on his side was always a plus. That meant Bakira, Haiji, and Corona were his teammates for this round. On the other side, Rin's squad arrived. Raichi, Sakura, and Zantetsu. Heh. Ready for a nightmare, Kira? I am going to stick to you like glue, Raichi growled with a grin. Hello. I am the genius, Zantetsu. It is an honor to meet everyone for the first time, Zantetsu said, his logic as broken as ever. Seriously? We have met like 5 times already, Kira thought. The memories of using Zantetsu's trial card flashed through his mind, specifically the feeling of his brain going completely blank. He decided to bury that thought as deep as possible. Let's just end this so I can clock out early, Shido muttered. He looked exhausted. Kira didn't say anything, but he had already absorbed the attribute trial cards from Rin, Karasu, Bakira, and Shido. He wanted to wrap this up quickly too. Match start. Team A kickoff. Go for it, Kira-chan. I am not really in the mood to run today, Shido said, his energy levels visibly bottomed out. Kira rolled his eyes. The guy is usually a manic freak, but now he wants to play lazy. Fine. Kira took the ball and immediately spotted an opening. He fired a pass to Bakira. They had plenty of high-energy players on the team, let them do the heavy lifting. Karasu looked like he had bags under his eyes. He was feeling the fatigue too. 2 matches yesterday and another one this morning. Even a workhorse needs a break. Bakira, however, seemed immune to exhaustion. He drove the ball down the wing with a manic grin, looking for a gap. The main event is here. Raichi shouted, lunging forward to initiate his signature Mentoman defense. He started hounding Bakira, his mouth moving as fast as his feet. Come on, Bakira. Show me what you've got. Try to get past me. Let's see that monster. Bakira felt like he was being chased by a swarm of angry bees. The constant shouting was getting on his nerves. He executed a sudden, violent Marseille turn, spinning past Raichi, and leaving him in the dust. Wait, what just happened? Raichi blinked. But before Bakira could celebrate, a shadow blurred across his vision. Zantetsu intercepted the ball with terrifying speed. You are too slow, mushroom head, Zantetsu said. He ignited, charging down the flank. Haiji and Corona tried to close him down, but they had no idea what they were dealing with. Zantetsu tore through them with a series of explosive lateral cuts. Are you kidding me? Kira thought. He looked back at Shido, who was literally standing still, picking his nose. Shido. We are in a game. What are you doing? Shido looked up, his eyes glazed over. Ha! Kira realized he was on his own. He closed his eyes for a split second and whispered, use Tabito Karasu attribute trial card. Tabito Karasu trial card activated successfully. Duration, 10 minutes. Kira accelerated, closing the distance to Zantetsu. You aren't faster than me, Kira. Zantetsu shouted. He dropped his left shoulder and prepared to hit his top gear. Swoosh. Zantetsu exploded forward, expecting to leave Kira behind. Kira's speed is good, but it is not on my level. But as he surged ahead, he felt a weight against his side. Kira was still there. How? Zantetsu felt his momentum stalling. Kira was using his arm to control the distance, pinning Zantetsu's shoulder and disrupting his balance. Damn it, since when did Kira start playing this dirty? Who taught him to use his hands like that? Somewhere, Karasu sneezed for no reason. Kira's initial burst wasn't as fast as Zantetsu's, but his sustained speed was nearly on Chijiri's level. Combined with the armbar technique he'd pulled from the Karasu card, he managed to shut down the break. Realizing he couldn't get past, Zantetsu fired a desperate cross into the center. Rin was there, waiting to pounce. This is bad, Kira thought. He was too far out to recover. But suddenly, the nose-picking Shido transformed. The moment he saw Rin about to touch the ball, his manic energy returned in full force. He lunged at Rin like an obsessed stalker. You are a pest, insect, Rin said, his eyes cold and lethal. Then just give me the ball, and I'll go away. Shido cackled. Kira stared at them. Wait. Shido's defense actually looks good. In just 24 hours, Shido's defensive positioning had evolved. He wasn't just lunging blindly anymore. His center of gravity was stable, and his footwork was disciplined. He wasn't falling for Rin's feints. Only Shido knew why. Yesterday's grueling flow state session with Kira had been a trial by fire. Facing Kira's kaleidoscope of attacks had forced Shido's defensive instincts to sharpen. He had absorbed the experience through sheer repetition. Raichi saw the opening. Rin was being suppressed, which meant it was his time to shine. Ha ha ha. Get ready. My sexy football is about to take over the field. Raichi had a feeling his moment of glory in Blue Lock was finally here. First goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on. com/demonic_fiction. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The Shoulder Trap. 1176 words. Chapter 110, The Shoulder Trap. Pass it, Rin. To the great Raichi. Raichi's booming voice echoed across the field, making sure everyone on the pitch knew he was wide open. He was practically shadowing Rin, screaming for the ball. Rin shot him a look of pure irritation. Raichi was actually in the best position for a transition, so Rin reluctantly fired a pass his way. It is showtime. Raichi trapped the ball, his heart suddenly thudding against his ribs. How long had he been in Blue Lock now? He had spent almost every waking minute doing the grunt work, marking, shouting, and running until his lungs burned. He had not actually led an attack in a real match since the project started. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He took his first few touches. And then, everyone on the pitch felt their faces twitch in unison. Pfft! Does this guy even know how to dribble? Shido did not even try to hide his laughter. Raichi was stumbling through his second touch. He had kicked the ball way too far ahead of himself, the ball rolling awkwardly out of his reach. His face went from pale to a deep, embarrassed crimson in a heartbeat. He had just choked on the big stage. Bakira did not hesitate. He was on that loose ball like a cat, his movement fluid as he scooped it up. Men, talk about a letdown. Karasa sighed, covering his eyes. He could not even watch. Get back here. Raichi roared, his shame turning into explosive rage. He charged at Bakira, desperate to claw back his dignity. But Bakira was not the same kid he used to be. He shielded the ball perfectly, his head scanning the field with predatory intent. As Raichi lunged, Bakira planted his right foot, and whipped his left through the side of the ball. The ball took flight, carving a high, beautiful arc through the air, sailing right over Tetsu Sakura's head. Sakura looked back confused. Is that a miss? It is way too long. He turned around to track the flight path, and his pupils dilated in shock. No way. How is he already there? Sakura felt like his eyes were playing tricks on him. When Bakira had launched that pass, Kira was still tangled up with Zantetsu on the wing. While the ball was in the air, Kira was behind him. But as he turned to look, Kira was already 5 meters ahead. It was impossible. Unless they were perfectly in a telepathic connection. Sakura shot a look back at Bakira, who just playfully stuck out his tongue. That is Kira for you. Karasu had seen the move the moment Kira ignited. He abandoned his mark on Rin, and sprinted toward the drop point. Another one-on-one. Kira was faster, reaching the spot first, but the ball was still at chest height. Karasu did not panic. He knew if he timed his arrival right, he could at least disrupt the trap and kill the play. Hey, Crow. Good to see you again, Kira said. Before Karasu could react, Kira leaned into the ball, meeting it with his left shoulder. He used the impact to drive the ball straight down to the turf. A shoulder trap. Karasu was stunned. He had not seen that coming. But even though the ball was down, it was still bouncing between them. Both had a chance. Karasu used his signature reach, his arm extending to pin Kira back as he reached for the ball. Kira did not back down. They grappled for a split second, their momentum carrying them toward the ball simultaneously. Karasu wound up his leg, ready to blast the ball out of bounds and end the threat. But Kira was a step ahead. He hooked his right toe under the ball and flicked it upward. The ball arched over Karasu's head. Another sombrero flick. Karasu stood frozen. He had been completely outplayed. Kira's arsenal was too deep. You could not predict his next move because he had an answer for every scenario. Karasu could only watch as Kira accelerated into the box, alone against the keeper. Kira squared his body and fired a low, clinical shot. The ball hissed across the grass and slammed into the bottom corner. Goal. Team A leads, 1-0. Karasu sighed, spreading his arms toward Rin in a gesture of apology. Rin's face was like stone. He stared at Kira's back, his throat tight. It was not Rin's fault. Passing to Raichi had been the rational choice in that moment. But that choice had led to the goal. He had not expected Raichi to choke on the basics, but more importantly, he had not expected the Bakira-Kira connection to be that telepathic. Bakira did not need to look. He just knew where Kira would be. And Kira did not just meet the ball, he controlled it in midair and toyed with the smartest defender on the pitch. When the puppet becomes stronger than the puppeteer, how is Rin supposed to control Kira? TCH. Rin's mind was already racing, tearing apart the play to find a solution. Audiovisual room was in total chaos. Kira is a different breed. The number 1 spot is not for show, someone shouted. That shoulder trap was cold. He is a freak. He is like a Swiss Army knife. You never know what weapon he is going to pull out next. Kunigami stayed silent. He had hoped this tournament would give him a chance to show Kira how much he had improved. Looking at that goal, he felt a strange mix of relief and frustration. I am glad I am not facing that yet. I need to get even stronger before I challenge him. That move, it was a bit like yours, Nagi, Chidori noted. Nagi nodded, then shook his head. Close, but no. I use my back to kill the momentum. Kira used his shoulder to accelerate the drop. He is not just catching it, he is controlling the pace. I see, Chidori replied, falling into a pensive silence. He had a sinking feeling that Kira was drifting toward a level they might never reach. On the pitch, Bakira sprinted toward Kira, launching himself onto his back. Kira did not stumble, he just carried him, jogging a couple of victory laps around the net. I knew you would be there. I did not even have to look. Bakira shouted, his eyes full of joy. Kira laughed, patting Bakira's leg. And you are the only one who can put it on a platter like that. Not bad, Kira-chan. That was some high-level stuff, Shida said, jogging up to them. He started twitching his left shoulder, mimicking the trap over and over. Kira looked at him and sighed. On himself, it had been a work of art. On Shidu, it looked like a nervous tick. First goal, 300 stones equals +1 extra chapter. So, hand over all of your power stones. For advanced chapters, 20 plus patter on.com/demonic_fiction. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.